Your Excellencies, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, as we are shortly going to begin, I would like to invite participants to take their seats. Уважаемые дамы и господа, приглашаем всех проходить в зал и занимать места. Мы начнем буквально через несколько мгновений. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are starting. Allow me to remind you of a few formalities. Simultaneous English-Russian translation is provided throughout the event via the headsets at your places. There is no printed agenda for this event, but you can scan the QR codes on display throughout the event to receive a digital version. Following our opening sessions, we will pause for a coffee break at 10:30, resuming in this room sharp at 11 o'clock. Coffee will be served in the foyer outside this room. We will stop for lunch at 13 o'clock, and our program will resume in this room at 14:30. A final coffee break will be provided from 16 to 16:30. A reception will then take place from 18:30 to 20:30. With that, I believe that we are now ready to begin. Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to welcome to the stage His Excellency Mr. Alibek Kuantyrov, Minister of National Economy of Kazakhstan, and Ms. Terry Hakkala, the EU Special Representative for Central Asia.
Dear participants and guests of the forum, it is my great honor and fulfillment to welcome you all in Kazakhstan, in the beautiful city of Almaty. And I'm pleased to note that today's agenda of our forum has attracted high-ranking EU and CA officials, making the forum to be exclusive. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to co-organizers of this event, the representatives of the European Union, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, and the International Trade Center for hosting this forum. Also, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the participants and guests from the European Union and Central Asian states for your presence in this important event. Please accept my wishes for the successful and fruitful forum. Central Asia is a region of unique opportunities and great potential. I'm sure that CA countries have been stepping up its engagement with EU, including regional cooperation, energy, and connectivity. We welcome the intensification of multilateral cooperation with the European Union and the involvement of the private sector in EU initiatives such as the Global Gateway, the European Green Agreement, the Digital Agenda, and the EU regional and bilateral programs under the EU indicative programs for Central Asia for the period of 21-27. Our joint presence here demonstrates the continuation of the agenda of the second EU-CA Economic Forum, focused on expanding trade and enhancing the competitiveness of our common regional space. The European Union remains the leading trade and investment partner of Kazakhstan, accounting for 30% of the country's foreign trade. In 2022, Kazakhstan exported $32.4 billion to the European Union. As a result, the Kazakh export to the EU accounted for 40% of the total exports. And by the way, the European Union is #1 trading partner for our exports. Further efforts of both sides will ensure the growth of unhindered mutual trade. I'm sure that the initiatives and decisions made today will make a significant contribution to strengthening the strategic partnership between the two regions. Thus, the exchanging the best ideas and practices on the development of priority sectors of the Central Asia and the European Union economies is a prevalent direction today. Consecutively, Kazakhstan has established a favorable investment climate, a simplified tax regime. The national legislation is constantly being improved. The package of investment preferences is being expanded. I think that the measures we are taking will help attract EU investment and correspond with the EU's global Gateway program. Our strategic goal is to increase the volume of foreign direct investments up to $25 billion annually by 2025. Also, on the way to green development, a new environmental code has been adopted, which complies with the international standards of the OECD and is linked to the European Green Agreement to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, energy efficiency measures, and the development of renewable energy sources. A national project on digital transformation is being implemented for effective public administration. This project is in line with the EU's 2030 digital agenda priority. Dear participants and guests of the forum, Kazakhstan expresses its willingness to expand cooperation in the field of transport and logistics links with the inter-regional corridor European Union Central Asia, identifying promising areas for practical cooperation in international transport routes to ensure a global supply chain of goods. In conclusion, I wish you a fruitful forum today and the implementation of the agreements reached to strengthen the foundation of our cooperation and further strengthen the foundation for our interaction. Thank you for your attention.
Dear Minister Kvanturov, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends, very good morning to you all, and welcome to the second day of the European Union Central Asia Economic Forum. I hope you slept well after last night's reception and you are fresh and ready for good talks today. Let me start also by thanking the co-organizers of this event, our partners, ITC, OECD, today is the OECD Day, and also I want to especially thank, of course, the Kazakh government for hosting us here and for their hospitality, also including the Akimat of Almaty. They've done a great job to make this happen. Yesterday, we heard very fruitful discussions on how businesses see opportunities and challenges for facilitating economic cooperation between Europe and Central Asia. We should build on their practical experience and expertise to bring our economic partnership forward. It is in line with this forum's goal to further and deepen the cooperation between European Union and Central Asia and focus on implementation of concrete projects. Today's discussions will allow us to take stock on the progress made in the main focus areas of the forum and discuss ways how to enhance EU-Central Asia connectivity. This will include also opportunity to hear about progress made on the Team Europe initiative on digital connectivity. Being the biggest donor in the region, the EU will continue supporting Central Asia's transition towards sustainable, socially resilient, and climate-neutral growth. The two Team Europe initiatives and Global Gateway flagships on water, energy, and climate change and digital connectivity launched at the EU Central Asia Connectivity Conference in Samarkand last November have the potential to contribute to Central Asia's sustainable economic and human development and its resilience against climate change-induced threats. And today we will have 3 thematic sessions to discuss the key priority themes of the forum. The first session on improving business climate in Central Asia will give a possibility to hear results of ongoing OECD work on business climate in the region, including 2 recent private sector surveys supported by the EU in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. It will be followed by broader exchanges on potential policy actions needed to foster private sector development in the region, addressing issues such as uneven reform implementation, frequent policy changes, and a volatile international context. The second session, Driving the Green and Digital Transitions in Central Asia, will provide the opportunity to discuss upcoming projects under the Global Gateway and identify concrete actions for the EU and Central Asia to achieve the common goals in these sectors. The third session, Enhancing Trade and Transport Connectivity between the EU and Central Asia, which will be preceded by the presentation of the EU study on sustainable transport connections between Europe and Central Asia by the EBRD, will give an opportunity to exchange ideas about how to address current bottlenecks and further develop regional and EU Central Asia connectivity, building on the transport study's findings. I'm convinced that we will have a very fruitful discussion today again. I hope to see you all at the high-level roundtable this afternoon with our ministers, prime ministers, and other excellencies, where we will have an opportunity to hear both EU and Central Asia vision on the state of play and the way forward in terms of the policies, programs and investments needed to develop a more integrated and interconnected regional market. Have a good day. See you. Thank you for your attention.
Dear Minister, Ms. Hakala, my thanks for those opening remarks. I would now like to invite to the stage to join Mr. Kuanterov, our speakers for today's first panel on improving the business climate in Central Asia. His Excellency, Mr. Peter Siyarto, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary. His Excellency, Mr. Alexis Vafaides, Minister of Transport, Communications and Works of Cyprus. Mr. Jalon Jinaliyev, Deputy Director of the National Agency of Investment of the Kyrgyz Republic. Mr. Ilhom Norkulov, Deputy Minister of Economy and Finance from Uzbekistan. Mr. Louis Skyner, Partner of Dentons and Board Member of the EU-US Trade Association. And Mr. William Thompson, Head of the Eurasia Division of the Global Relations and Cooperation Secretariat of the OECD. Dear speakers, the stage is yours.
Доброе утро, добрый день, добро пожаловать, уважаемые министры, уважаемые коллеги. Меня зовут Вильям Томпсон, я возглавляю подразделение ОЭСР по работе со странами Восточного партнерства и Центральной Азии. И у меня есть честь выступить модератором сегодняшней сессии. Времени у нас мало, поэтому я буду очень коротко, но очень хотел бы в самом начале поблагодарить и Республику Казахстан, и Евросоюз за поддержку, за организацию сегодняшнего мероприятия. И, конечно, хотел бы поблагодарить всех наших выступающих. Я не буду повторять по названиям и именам. Просто в качестве введения хотел бы объяснить, что мы считаем, что правильно начинаем работу именно с вопросами делового климата. Потому что мы видим в регионе достаточно серьезные меры в последние годы, чтобы улучшить условия для предпринимательства, для инвестиций. Но вызовов все-таки очень много и остаются. И это важно не только с точки зрения общего экономического роста, но и особенно для того, чтобы создавать больше высокопроизводительных рабочих мест для растущего населения региона, для обновления инфраструктуры, для интеграции региона в глобальные цепочки добавленной стоимости и, конечно, чтобы страны Центральной Азии подошли успешно к вызовам перехода к чистому нулю, то есть зеленый переход, и еще, конечно, к цифровой трансформации. В этом плане нам необходимо создавать условия не только для развития того, что есть, но и для появления и развития новых секторов, новых видов экономической деятельности. Мы видим вот определенный прогресс в последние годы и еще вызовы. И здесь я коротко остановлюсь на две публикации, которые мы выпускаем сегодня. С поддержкой Европейского Союза мы подготовили анализы делового климата и в Узбекистане, и в Казахстане. Хотелось бы в будущем распространять эту работу и на иные страны региона. Я вижу, что подавляющее большинство экземпляров вот этих двух докладов уже исчезло, что очень отрадно нам, но хочу вас уверять, что это все вот на сайте конференции, есть QR-код в зале, можно скинуть сразу вот и по Казахстану, и по Узбекистану. В заключение я бы просто хотел отметить вот некоторые общие выводы, потому что вот эти анализы основаны и на нашей работе со странами, и на опросах инвесторов и в Казахстане, и в Узбекистане. И некоторые общие моменты. Там, конечно, у каждой страны есть своя специфика, но есть некоторые общие моменты. Во-первых, мы видим очень большой прогресс, и инвесторы вот сообщают, что они это действительно оценивают по упрощению регулирования. Но есть еще немало вопросов именно по поводу развития конкурентной политики и институтов для защиты конкуренции и защиты открытости рынков. Во-вторых, мы видим все еще немало вызовов в связи с цифровой трансформацией. Это, конечно, предмет вот следующей сессии, очень важно. Особенно потому, что мы видим разрыв. Государства очень часто, не только в Центральной Азии, но и в иных регионах мира, очень часто государства идут довольно быстро вперед, цифровизации там государственных услуг, государственных процедур и так далее. А очень часто частный сектор отстает, особенно МСП. То есть большие компании, у них же есть свои ресурсы. А вот мы работаем активно со всеми странами Центральной Азии именно по вопросам развития, цифровизации у предпринимателей и МСП. И вот третий момент – это возможные реформы и шаги вперед в области содействия торговли. И вчера, и сегодня очень много обсуждаем вопросы развития торговли, торговой инфраструктуры. Нужно подчеркнуть, что это вопрос не только там создания новых портов, железных дорог и так далее, физической инфраструктуры, но и еще есть мягкие инфраструктуры, системы для содействия торговли. Сказав это, я должен вот заканчивать мои замечания, потому что вы пришли, чтобы слушать вот наших выступающих. И прежде всего я бы хотел снова передать слово министру национальной экономики Республики Казахстан, господину Алибеку Контырову. Министр, пожалуйста.
Саламатсыздар ма? Тағы да бір рет, құрметті қонақтар. Dear guests, so thank you, Bill, for your comments. First of all, I would like to say that our main priority, the economic priority, is, I think, for any other country that are working on liberal terms in an open economy, is to provide macroeconomic stability. Of course, sustainable inflation, sustainable growth rate, and liberal pricing. And in general, providing the rule of law. I think the rule of law is one of the most important issues that we must, in general, put in our system of economic development and abide by it. So we see SME development, small and medium enterprises development, as one of the cores, the basis, the pillars of economic development. That is why SME development is our priority, and we're helping it much. The government is assisting SME development in general, so by providing subsidies and also by helping them, co-financing, co-investing some large projects, and in general, trying to, eliminate all the unnecessary requirements. Like, for example, the work we have done is the regulation from scratch, the guillotine method. Last year was dedicated to going through more than 150,000 requirements that are unnecessary. And 10,000 of them were deemed to be unnecessary, and now they are cleaning out from our legislation, which will, be a very good burden relief for our SMEs. And all the situation that is happening geopolitically at the moment, it was smoothed by the investment climate and the terms that we have provided for our SMEs and also large companies, because companies first were, of course, in the shock after this geopolitical situation started last year in February for several months, but then they got adapted, and they're still adapting, of course. But at the same time, our national businesses and also companies from Russia and also multinationals are coming to Kazakhstan. They're settling down here, and also we have the relocation, not only companies but also of
persons, IT specialists and others who come to Kazakhstan, to come to Central Asia and also go to Europe, and they settle down in one of these countries and also put their value to our economies and to our knowledge and human capital. So this all helped, and Kazakhstan is, has been staying as an island of peace and stability for many years, and we comply with this, and we have very good relations with all our trade and economic partners, and we gonna follow the same policy of economic diplomacy. Our economy grew, by 5% for 4 months of this year, and we are now, though officially we have a target of 4%, now we're targeting the economic growth to be 5%, so hopefully we will achieve this target, and having created a good investment climate in the whole region, we expect SMEs and FDI to grow further and to cement the economic growth for the future 5 to 7 years. And by the way, though we targeted the FDI inflow in 2022 to be at the level of $24 billion, as a matter of fact, we had a $28 billion. So these were the record FDI inflow for the last 10 years, and we're going to continue with this. And more than that, since we have these tax incentives, we have other different customs and other preferences that the government, the central government and the local authorities provide, we're going to follow this policy and attract even more investment. So we're welcoming all of you and investors from European Union, because what we do for our national players, we provide the same conditions for international players who are interested in Kazakhstan, and we're also ready to share our experiences, how we came to that, and we're trying to do our businesses according to OECD standards, according to responsible business conduct, for example, and our plan is to make a formal request to enter the OECD by the end of 2025. It's not only the matter of entering the OECD per se, but to grow up to the standards of OECD for the benefit of our businesses, of our population, of our public administration, etc. So we're here, we're open, and that's why this dialogue is happening at the moment. Thank you. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you so much, Minister. And I want to thank you also. I really appreciated your comments on the response to the geopolitical shocks we've seen. I will just comment before we move on. We have looked at the way Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, other countries in Central Asia have responded first to COVID and then to the war. And I have to say the resilience of Central Asia through these shocks has been impressive, and it owes a great deal to timely policy responses. So thank you for underscoring that. We now turn for a perspective from outside the region to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary, Mr. Peter Sziatte. And I invite you, Minister, perhaps to share with us some lessons from a Hungarian perspective, whether based on Hungary's own experience of traversing this reform path or its engagement with the region.
Thank you so much. I'd like to express my appreciation for the invitation. You know, we Hungarians are coming from far away because you have to fly at least 5 to 6 hours to get here. But we feel like at home because of our common cultural and historic heritage. It was not an accident that Hungary has joined the organization of the Turkic states as an observer a couple of years ago. This is very well based on a historic heritage, so it's a no wonder that when we speak to the Central Asians, although we don't look like Central Asians, but we call each other brothers and sisters on a very well based manner. So we Hungarians, we do attach a great significance to the economic cooperation to be improved between the European Union and Central Asia. And this is a bit selfish as well, because in Europe we have been faced with tremendous economic challenges in the recent years. First because of the impacts of the COVID, and then because of the impacts of the war, because we should not forget that the war takes place in Europe, And unfortunately, in our direct neighborhood, as I'm representing a country which is a direct neighbor to Ukraine. And the price of the war is being paid by the entire European continent. We do pay the price of the war in the form of the skyrocketing inflation, in the tremendous increase of the energy prices, not to speak of the prices of foodstuff and commodities. Although we do not bear any kind of responsibility for the war, and this is not our war, but we pay a very high price for that. And of course, the reactions of the European Union on the war are creating challenges for ourselves as well, given the fact that there was a very stable way of a growing potential of European economy in the recent decades, basically, based on a good combination of highly developed Western technologies and easily accessible, relatively cheap natural resources from Russia. And now this modus operandi has come to its end, and the sanctions cause a lot of difficulties to ourselves, obviously, more difficulties than to the Russians in this regard. So therefore, Hungary calls for overcoming this policy based on sanctions, because we do believe that the European economy should get some new impetus, although, as you know it very well, we are pretty much in a minority with this position of ours now in the European context. But what we do see as a very regrettable outcome of the war, which definitely has an impact on our cooperation with Central Asia as well, is that the world is going into a direction to be divided into blocks again. And we do think that this is the worst possible news, because we in Hungary, we in Central Europe, we have learned the lessons of history, which have shown very clearly that whenever there's an East to West conflict, we Central Europeans usually lose. So when we argue in favor of connectivity, when we argue in favor of a civilized way of cooperation between East and West, this is not because we would be spies or friends or whoever. This is because we are aware of our own national interest, and we are aware of our own national experience. And I do believe that Hungary is a good example how a country can take the benefit out of a civilized East to West cooperation based on mutual respect and mutual trust and aiming at mutual benefits. In Hungary, we have never ever applied any kind of discrimination against any investor based on nationality. Although there has been a huge pressure on us to do so, but we have not. So basically, Hungary has now become a meeting point for the Eastern and Western investors in Europe, and we take a lot of economic benefit out of that. Just to mention the most important industry from the perspective of the future success of the European continent, which is the electromobility, the electric cars, we host the biggest German automotive industries, automotive car manufacturers' factories in Hungary, which are aiming at the revolutionary change of automotive industry transforming into electromobility. And we host the biggest factories of the Eastern, mostly Chinese and Korean investors producing electric batteries. So applying no discrimination against any investor based on nationality is the first very important lesson we have learned. And you know, as the war has been going on, we understand that this endangers the normal operation of global economy. This is one of the reasons why we very strongly urge for peace to come as soon as possible. And we do appreciate and highly value the pro-peace position and stance of the Central Asian countries, who definitely together with us belong to a global majority which would like to reach peace as soon as possible. And we, who are in favor of peace, have to strengthen this rhetoric, because the rhetoric of war is very strongly out there, therefore, the rhetoric of peace must be strengthened also. So, as our moderator was kind enough to urge me to put forward some aspects here, I wouldn't call it advice for two reasons. One, because I'm not paid for it. Second, because one size does not fit all, so whatever might work in Hungary might not necessarily work here and vice versa. But let me just highlight some three aspects which we have experienced and might be useful from the perspective of the transformation and modernization of your economic systems here as well. First, and I have to tell you that we are coming from very deep, because in 2010, when we have taken office after 8 years of socialist liberal government in Hungary, we are coming from very deep from economic perspective. So first, experience what we understood, and the first lesson we have learned is the following: that your compass must always be the national interest of yours. Because there will be always other countries, there will be always international institutions who would think that they know better than you yourself what is good for you. Now you should not believe them. So the national interest should be always at your compass, and whatever you do, you should look at it from the perspective of your national interest. We Hungarians have come out from all the crises we have faced in the recent 1.5 decades stronger compared to how we entered these crises, because we have always found the Hungarian answers for the challenges and crises, because whatever is the most useful to yourself, you are the best aware of, you can be sure. So apply the principle that no one knows you better than you yourself, and no one knows what is good to you than you yourself. That has been the case when we were deeply in the financial crisis. At that time, we had very wise advices from outside of the country, but we just went the other way around. That was exactly the time when we have eliminated the progressive tax system in Hungary, started to apply flat tax, and application of flat tax became the most important basis for our economic successes. Nowadays, we are still applying the lowest tax rates of Europe, including a 9% corporate income tax rate and the 15% personal income tax rate, and that works. So taking away the spotlight of the tax system from labor proved to be very useful in Hungary from the perspective of building a workfare society, because of history we have never been in a position to build a welfare society, therefore we have not attempted that, but building a workfare society works out pretty well. Our goal has always been to create full employment in the country, to reach a situation where everybody can have a job, whoever would like to have a job. And what was the outcome? That after COVID, for example, there were more people having job in Hungary than before COVID. And this has been based on a policy of ours which focused on supporting investments in order to avoid layoffs. Second aspect I would like to raise is that one of the most important preconditions of economic security is the physical security. That we have learned in Hungary in the recent year pretty much, especially since 2015, since migration has been a huge challenge faced by the European Union. And although there has been a lot of external pressure on us, we have never given up our sovereign right to make our own decision whom we allow to come to our country and whom we do not, and with whom we are ready to live together and with whom not. So I do propose to you to keep your borders strong and to ensure the security of your people and of your businesses as well, in a way that you always make your own decision who is allowed to enter and who is not. Because if you can provide the physical security, that's the most important first step to provide economic security as well. Therefore, we urge ourselves in Europe that the EU-Central Asia cooperation must be based on two pillars, not only on the economic pillar, but on the security pillar as well, because it's not an exaggeration to say that the European security starts here in Central Asia, because if Central Asia keeps strong and Central Asia is safe, then it has a very positive impact on the safety of Europe as well, because if here you are stable, then there will be a much lower pressure of migration on us as well. Therefore, the successful policies in Central Asia in order to counter terrorism and extremist ideas is extremely important. And finally, we, Hungary, are a small Central European landlocked country without major natural resources. Therefore, we have had to make a lot in order to improve our competitiveness, and we have nothing to be afraid of. Therefore, our proposal is for Central Asia and the European Union to enter into a discussion about a deep, comprehensive free trade agreement between the Central Asian region and the European Union, which I do believe could serve the interest of both of us and the interest of our citizens and of our economies as well. Thank you so much, my dear friend, for the invitation, and thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you so much, Minister. A great deal of food for thought there. We now continue. I mentioned the importance of trade facilitation and trade connectivity in the opening remarks. We work on this a lot, and so I think it's appropriate that I now am able to ask Mr. Alexis Vafatis, the Minister of Transport, Communications and Works of the Republic of Cyprus, to give us a perspective on the role of improving infrastructure and its relationship to the investment climate in Central Asia.
Thank you, Bill. Let me start by first thanking the Minister for hospitality and hosting this event. So I think it's a great opportunity to be here. And personally, I'm very excited to be here, not only because this is my first European Union forum, but it's also a great opportunity to meet with everybody and discuss actually what is a very noble venture. Actually, I believe that the business climate and all business activities have one fundamental role to achieve, and beside the monetary aspect of it, of course, it's how to bring people together. And this is, in my opinion, a very noble venture. So through the ages, it started with trade and how a few courageous explorers set out to create their own transport routes and trade routes, and they used their own transport means. They used horses and trucks and ships. Today things haven't really changed very much. Of course, we're talking about planes, trains, and automobiles. And we still aim to bring people together by using whatever means of transport and infrastructure we have. So we're practically dealing with the same situation here, with a small difference that now we have technology at our hands. And with technology, we have been able to establish a further corridor of contact. And this has enabled us to bring progress and prosperity to our people and to transcend even further all borders and barriers brought about by geography. So I think this, by discussing how we can further economic cooperation, is basically a venture in transcending borders and one of bringing people together. Of course, on its own, technology is not enough. We've seen through the pandemic that we have yearned for social contact and for the physical presence in all our activities. So I would believe that progress and prosperity for all the people, not only the great nations of Central Asia, but in the relationship between Central Asia and the European Union, we should aim to further enhance the interaction between traditional hardscape infrastructure, softscape infrastructure, but also what we can achieve with technology. And because realizing hardscape infrastructure it's a long and laborious task, and of course we should aim to complete that. I think simultaneously we should be aiming to attract private sector interest in pursuing even further connectivity between the people of Central Asia, between Central Asia and the European Union through technology, and I mean exploiting sectors like the transfer of knowledge, the transfer of creativity, medicine, education, sports, even sports. Last night on our flight over, on the plane, we had the national team of Cyprus in shooting, and I think it was also Oman who were participating in an event in Kazakhstan. So I think by bringing our people together, what we will be able to achieve is create confidence and familiarity between the people. And once we have the infrastructure in place, hard infrastructure and soft infrastructure, then the parallel achievement of confidence and familiarity between our people, then this will give a kickstart to the utilization of the hardscape infrastructure and will allow all our people to proceed and enjoy what the financial climate, the business climate will be bringing to us, and that will be ultimately progress and prosperity. And we will be able to, in that way, we will be able to improve on the quality of life of our people. And that's also part of why this event is exciting for me, because with that noble task at hand, I would love to ask everybody to encourage their own sides to proceed with this, improving the ties between all our people, and ultimately this will also lead to peace and a better life for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, and I really appreciate the connections between traditional and more modern technologies, and also that link at the end to quality of life. OECD's motto is better policies for better lives, and I think it's always worth remembering that an economic forum is ultimately not about the statistics we produce at the end of each economic cycle, but about the well-being of our peoples. We now shift away briefly from the public sector to the private. We've tried to bring in some private sector perspective in all of these sessions, and so I want to pass the floor now to Mr. Louis Skyner, a partner at Denton's and a board member of the Eurous Association. And in particular, Louis, I'd like you to give us just a few brief reflections on the kind of impact of global events on reform processes in the region, and in particular, perhaps on financing conditions.
Thank you, Bill. Well, yeah, I feel a little out of place being the only non-minister, deputy minister on the panel. Denton's is the largest law firm in the world, but in spite of the ambition of our management, we're not a country. We pretend to be a legal empire, but we're certainly not a country. I think it's interesting to note that the sequencing of reforms in Central Asia are very similar to those in Central Europe, in that the initial reform was based on currency liberalization, a reduction in tariffs, changes in tax policy, and this resulted in a macroeconomic stability that created confidence in business and with investors. Obviously, that needs to be followed up. Macroeconomic stability needs to be strengthened. You need to reduce the transaction costs. You need to make finance available to the private sector through banking sector reform. You need to privatize in an effective way to attract investment and stimulate investment in infrastructure. My experience really is primarily in Uzbekistan, and I think if you look at Uzbekistan as a case study, as an example, there's been notable achievements in the reforms. You've strengthened financial regulation, you've kept consumer debt under control, corporate governance has been improved in some sectors, and certainly in energy and infrastructure, as a partner who specializes in energy, We see a lot of projects getting to commercial close. We see projects now getting to financial close. The gap is probably longer than the government, the sponsors and the lenders would like. But the fact that it's happening shows that there is an increased awareness of the importance of risk allocation. And that for me is actually critical, that all participants in a large project have their own perspective on risk, and you've got to balance it and allocate it and mitigate it in a way that's bearable and acceptable to each party. And I think that's happening. There are, of course, reforms that are slower. Privatization, and particularly state-owned banks, is the most notable example. I think in terms of the current context, obviously the barometer of stability that is essential to investment is a low budget deficit, a low inflation rate, positive trade balance, stable exchange rate. To this extent, all the economies of Central Asia, I think, have fared much better than people feared when the war in Ukraine started. I remember being in an investment forum in Tashkent in March of last year, and I think the mood was gloomy. The statistics at the end of the year were positive. But the sanctions on Russia, the continuation of the war, and in particular the global economic slowdown are going to have consequences. Uzbekistan obviously started from a lower point, with the reforms only being initiated in 2017, so had a low foreign debt. But most of the reforms have been implemented through the government contracting external debt and not by attracting foreign direct investment. That's what's driven public investment. That's obviously going to get harder because with increased inflation resulting in tightening monetary conditions, the cost of debt becomes more expensive and the government is no longer able to finance infrastructure through public expenditure. And that's why structured reforms are critical through the region to encourage FDI as a capital flow. Privatization becomes the most pressing reform, but to successfully privatize, you need to do a lot of work beforehand. You need to reorganize your enterprises, and you need to provide attractive strategic investment opportunities. We often see that when governments initiate privatization processes, they tend to put forward first the assets that they're not particularly keen on keeping on their balance sheet. That has to change. Obviously, for investment, you need to put forward your better assets. I think there's also still a concern about corporate governance, about financial reporting, and about competitive arm's length processes. To maximize the revenue from the transfer of ownership, to really bring in purchasers who bring know-how as well as finance, you obviously need to do things in an arm's length way. I think in all the countries, the presence of PEPs in this process complicates issues, and that's no secret. As Bill hinted in the question, I think a critical issue is financial sector reform, capital markets. This needs to be seen in an integrated way, as a comprehensive reform. You need to provide equal and widespread access to your banking sector. You need to encourage the utilization of modern financial instruments in your national currency and support the development of functioning and liquid domestic capital markets. A key impediment to investment in Uzbekistan has been the lack of development in financial markets and the fact that loans are very expensive. As I said a few minutes ago, the focus has been very much on raising external debt through sovereign borrowing, quasi-sovereign borrowing, bond issuances, and loans with the IFIs. But what's really needed now is to develop the local domestic capital market because it provides a source of financing and investment opportunities for domestic savings. Domestic savings can actually be put to work. Then, to conclude, we shouldn't forget the general context. Historically, there's been barriers to investment that go beyond repatriating money, about uncertainty in exchange rate. Obviously, low confidence in the judicial system, protection of property rights, instability of legislation, unequal treatment of market participants have all been identified by the previous speakers as worries for investors. It's a catch-22, isn't it, when a president wants to implement reform quickly, he tends to have to do it by decree, but it's important not to have decrees that contain privileges and preferences. Certainly as the reform progresses, the lack of systemization in law can often actually serve to heighten investors' perceptions of regulatory risk. Project-specific subsidies have to be ended, cross-subsidization has to be ended, preferential tax treatment has to be ended, and permissions and licenses need to be issued without discrimination. It's very easy to say because obviously cross-subsidization, the reason it's done is to keep some prices low, particularly for utilities, and that has a social consequence, but it's still important if you are going to modernize your infrastructure. To look at the regional context in conclusion, I think one of the most impressive things to see is that since 2000 you've seen real integration through the region, through the Eurasian Economic Area. You've seen regional trade in power, oil, gas, digital connectivity. The presidents of each country are much more willing to meet each other, and there's a real dialogue now. Obviously, the outbreak of war in Ukraine challenges this integration because the sanctions imposed on Russia block a lot of supply routes to the region, and we see that at the street level because a lot of our clients are large retailers and they're really struggling to bring into the region's supplies. The costs are increasing, there's bottlenecks obviously feeding into inflation. That's why I think the proposed development of other corridors, southern corridors, Caspian corridors is important. Regional connectivity can obviously be a catalyst for sustained regional economic growth. In the face of global uncertainty, fragmentation, as we've heard, regional connectivity will reduce costs and allow for the development of a regional market, and that will keep the growth rates at the level they've been. Obviously that requires dialogue, coordination, and it's great to be here today as a representative of the private sector to see that is what this is all about, that these forums are being held to help that dialogue, and hopefully policies will result and reform will be implemented, infrastructure will be financed, and then the private sector can get on with the business.
Thank you very much, Louis. Thank you for that, and also for the transition. Вот Луис Скайнер открывает очень важную тему именно по поводу не просто привлечению инвестиций, но именно привлечению инвестиций в условиях глобальных шоков и растущей конкуренции по всему миру за инвестициями. Поэтому я очень рад сейчас передать слово нашему коллеге из Киргизской республики, господин Женалиев, заместитель директора Национального агентства по инвестициям, и он нам расскажет о работе Киргизской республики именно в области привлечения инвестиций. Пожалуйста.
Спасибо большое, уважаемый господин Уильям Томпсон. В первую очередь, позвольте от имени нашей делегации выразить благодарность организаторам сегодняшнего мероприятия, Министерству национальной экономики за теплое гостеприимство, Евросоюз, OECD, ITC за постоянную поддержку таких инициатив и высокий уровень организации сегодняшнего мероприятия и в целом приверженности развитию и укреплению взаимоотношений на пространстве Центральной Азии и Европейского Союза. И, пользуясь случаем, конечно же, хотелось бы выразить благодарность за приглашение принять участие на сегодняшнем мероприятии. И, конечно же, отрадно, что проведение экономического форума Евросоюз Центральная Азия, которая состоялась впервые по инициативе Кыргызской Республики, стала доброй традицией и прочно вписалась в календарь важных событий, предпринимателей, стратегических партнеров, министерств, ведомств именно на пространстве Евросоюза и Центральной Азии. Я выражаю надежду, что это и впредь будет продолжаться, и в скором времени эта площадка станет достаточно мирового масштаба. И, конечно же, отвечая на ваш вопрос, хотелось бы действительно отметить, что в условиях происходящих за последние годы мировых кризисных явлений на глобальном и региональном уровнях, в условиях экономической и геополитической турбулентности Кыргызская республика поступательно осуществляет шаги с целью экономического роста. Да? В частности, в прошлом году в Кыргызстане мы заметили экономический рост 7%. В то же время идет поступательный рост привлечения прямых иностранных инвестиций. И, конечно же, отрадно, что и у наших соседей в других странах Центральной Азии также идет рост экономики, в целом привлечение инвестиций. Да? Вот, как мы знаем, более 100 миллиардов долларов за последние 10 лет привлечены в страны Центральной Азии из Европейского Союза, и это примерно составляет 40% от общего объема прямых иностранных инвестиций. Это действительно очень существенные показатели, и в скором времени эти показатели будут расти. И в связи с этим хотелось бы отметить некоторые направления, которые были результатами первого экономического форума, да, который состоялся в 2021 году. Это, конечно же, зеленая экономика и цифровая экономика. Сегодня мы, особенно в зимний период, прочно понимаем, каждый житель понимает города Бишкек, и, я думаю, и в Алмате, что необходимо ускоренно ввести именно достижение углеродной нейтральности. Да? На сегодняшний день в Кыргызстане мы, по предварительным данным, это составляет порядка 10 миллиардов долларов. Да? То есть то, что мы сжигаем угли, 37% от общего выброса парниковых газов. И действительно это наносит колоссальный вред здоровью населения. Да? И поэтому, конечно же, без поддержки Евросоюза достичь этих показателей будет сложно. Да? И поэтому очень важно понимать, что привлечение именно финансирования именно на зеленые климатические проекты на пространстве Центральной Азии остается как никогда актуальным. И в связи с этим потенциал возобновляемых источников энергии, если говорить о Кыргызстане, он используется не в полной мере. Буквально всего лишь 1%. То есть энергии малых рек, энергия солнца и ветра используется не в полной мере. Но за последние 2 года мы можем заметить, что в этом направлении действительно имеется очень большой прогресс. Порядка 2000 гектаров земли на сегодняшний день в Кыргызстане выделены под строительство солнечных электростанций. Буквально вчера наш уважаемый президент Кыргызской республики Садыр Нуркожоевич Джапаров подписал соглашение с лидером Китайской Народной Республики о строительстве солнечных электростанций на 100 мегаватт на территории Кыргызской Республики. Я думаю, что это один из самых эффективных экономических путей для удовлетворения растущего спроса на энергию и ускорения зеленой трансформации. И вторым, не менее важным направлением в нынешних условиях, я полагаю, что это развитие транспортной инфраструктуры в странах Центральной Азии, включающее строительство новых автомобильных, железнодорожных магистралей. И сегодня, как вы знаете, исторический момент в странах Центральной Азии – это начало строительства железной дороги Кыргызстан, Узбекистан, Китай, который действительно позволит улучшить транспортную инфраструктуру стран Центральной Азии. И, конечно же, нельзя не отметить, что планируемый проект по строительству дороги Алматы-Чолпоната, который позволит также улучшить и транспортную инфраструктуру. Ну и, конечно же, нельзя не отметить проблематику изменения климата. Как вы знаете, на сегодняшний день в странах Центральной Азии есть проблемы, касающиеся таяния ледников, которые будут, возможно, отрицательно влиять на наши пресные воды. Да? И поэтому страны Центральной Азии в данном направлении должны принимать активное участие в решении определенных вопросов, и в том числе предприниматели. Да? И на сегодняшний день в Кыргызской Республике мы, как Национальное агентство по инвестициям во всех этих ключевых направлениях, готовы выступать в качестве единого окна для инвесторов и предоставлять все необходимые условия для привлечения инвестиций. И я думаю, что эта сегодняшняя площадка как раз-таки в будущем и на сегодняшний день позволяет создавать определенные инвестиционные проекты, и мы уже видим конкретные плоды от первого экономического форума. Спасибо большое за внимание.
Спасибо вам, спасибо большое. Мне было особенно отрадно выслушать важность именно зеленой тематики в этой речи, потому что это, конечно, наше общее будущее. And now we come to our last, but by no means least speaker, patiently waiting. I'm very pleased that we have with us Deputy Minister of Economy and Finance Ilhom Narkulov from the Republic of Uzbekistan. As we know, very active reform program underway there since really the end of 2016, beginning of 2017, and the Deputy Minister is going to share with us some insights into the current phase of reforms.
Thank you. I also want to, first of all, thank the organizers of today's event, European Union, OECD, and colleagues from Ministry of National Economy for their hospitality. William, I will try to address the reforms and also slightly react to what Louis said regarding the some issues of reforms and some slowdowns and etc. So, in the context of the topic of the panel discussion, probably everyone heard that much more is done towards improving the business climate and increasing the role of the private sector in the economy. A lot of, requirements for business registration was eliminated. The process of setting up the business was eased. Tax exemptions, tax administration, and providing the better access to financial resource, better access to infrastructure, etc. So, in Uzbekistan, what we have done in recent 5 to 7 years, we can divide them into 4 main directions. The first direction is that improving the financial inclusion. So that's one thing that we can say, that we can see how the structure of the portfolio of banks has changed, and you can see that the share of the private sector borrowing and the household borrowing, the individual borrowing has increased substantially. One reason is that active implementation of family entrepreneurship programs or microfinancing programs that in order to provide the equal access to financial resources. The second thing is what I want to say is that the access, or second pillar, is access to markets. 2 key things we can, even 3 key things we can say from that is that our leadership pays a lot of attention, first of all, to improving the trade relationship with the neighboring countries. Especially, many speakers today have mentioned the importance of the connectivity and the issues with the transportation, logistics, etc. Once we have close neighbors, you are very well interested in improving the trade relationship, and also look at your neighboring not like competitors, but your trade partners. You are very interested in that. The economic development in their country will be also your opportunity as well. And another thing is that we look is that IT infrastructure, electronic commerce, especially in these times, and our government is paying a lot of attention in increasing the share of the service in GDP. And a good opportunity is there is that IT service, also taking into account that we are trying to invest more on skills training, IT skills, and getting a virtual access to foreign markets. The other measures to improve the access to markets is that improving the legal framework relevant with the public procedure, public procurement, eliminating the individual kind of preference, as Louis mentioned. Even so, we reckon that there could be some situations, but we are well intended to provide common incentives or common preference instead of providing the individuals, so provide equal access to markets. The third is that the third pillar is improving the access to infrastructure, which is very key for us. And I think it's also relevant for the countries of Central Asia. This is, you name it, first of all, the energy infrastructure, which is very important. The second is that, of course, everyone is saying that, transport infrastructure, both for the domestic connectivity and international connectivity, especially taking into account the current global situation. And the fourth, I already mentioned that the total complex of other government measures that are provided to different sectors of the economy in order to stimulate and to improve and enable them to run their business. I will not take much time, and I will tell that. I will slightly react to what Louis said. Yes, Louis, he raised the important issue. First years of the reform, we enjoyed the impact, the influence of eliminating the distortions that were created and formed for many decades. The freeing, liberalizing the FX market, liberalizing the other goods and the services markets that allowed, first of all, the increase of the public revenue, which in turn stimulated the expenditure of increasing the expenditure of on the fiscal side. The second is that low level of public debt and a good cooperation with international partners is also was helpful in terms of channeling cheaper financial resources, and so that allowed us to increase the financing of economic growth. But we understand that this cannot continue all the time. So now we strongly feel that the role is given to the private sector. The government cannot continue to support all the time. And so what I have said about is that we are the government has a clear program for creating a better environment for both domestic and foreign investors. First of all, it is a privatization program, transformation of SOEs, implementing some IPOs for key SOEs. The second is implementing PPP programs in the key sectors, the energy, transportation, and the social sphere. So we have signed a lot of contracts, in the last couple of days in Samarkand. So I see that you are showing the you're showing the clock. Okay, so we are. The key challenge for us is, of course, besides the transportation, that we have to work two things. First of all, investing in the human capital. We are saying it loud all the time, but it's not going to be easy job. I have to say that as deeply we are going inside of this, we realize that it's also a very challenging thing, and so we can discuss it in more detail during the other networking moments. But also water resources. I have to say that which will be the scarcity of water resources. We are talking about the trade, which gives integration, which has given for the last 40 or 50 years, was a good recipe for the globalization. Trade, investments and financial markets if they come together. I think, in my opinion, despite the big risk of the fragmentation in the world, we have to notice that a new thing is coming on, a new topic is coming on, which will urge, despite the fact that the different approach in the policy, the consequence of the climate change. We are saying this, but we are not fully recognizing the real impacts of this. So maybe it will take some time. Last year we see how the droughts ranging from the Europe to Central Asia all over the China impact already. And if this is going to continue, so that will raise a big issue. So I see global climate change will be the one factor that will urge us to do the more deep dive, and it will be the key factor, even higher than the trade and investments, which will drive the globalization and regional cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will not attempt to summarize everything we've just heard. I simply want to thank all of our speakers, not only for their insights and experiences, but for their discipline, so that we managed to hear from everyone quite a bit. And I ask you to join me in thanking them as we prepare to shift for the next session. Thank you all very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, my thanks for the rich contributions and thoughts you shared during our first session this morning. We will now pause for a coffee break, which will be served in the foyer outside this room. I will invite you back to your seats at exactly 11 o'clock. Thank you very much. I would like to invite you to begin taking your seats. Уважаемые дамы и господа, а также уважаемые гости, мы приглашаем всех вас возвращаться в зал и занимать ваши места, так как мы продолжим буквально через несколько мгновений. We will shortly be resuming this morning's sessions, and so I would like to invite you to begin taking your seats. Уважаемые дамы и господа, мы приглашаем всех проходить в зал и занимать места. Мы продолжим буквально через пару мгновений. Gentlemen, distinguished guests, we will shortly be resuming this morning's sessions in around 1 minute. So I'd like to invite you to begin taking your seats in the room. Уважаемые дамы и господа, мы продолжим буквально через минуту. Приглашаем всех вас проходить в зал и занимать ваши места. I'm going to just name your names and then give the word to the moderator. Yeah, I know.
Okay, so we sit so they see that get ready.
Yeah. Okay, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, I think we are ready to begin. Yes, we are ready to begin our second session on driving the green and digital transitions in Central Asia. This session features two normally separate but thematically interlinking discussions. The first of these will focus on the green transition in Central Asia, and it is my great pleasure to introduce our excellent panel of speakers for this first item. His Excellency Mr. Daler Juma, Minister of Energy and Water of Tajikistan. Mr. Mantas Anomenas, Deputy Foreign Minister of Lithuania. Mr. Leon Delvaux, Acting Director for Neighboring Countries, Industry, Goods, Regulatory Cooperation and Public Procurement, Directorate General for Trade, European Commission. Ms. Tatiana Praskuryakova, Regional Director for Central Asia, World Bank. Ms. Cecile Copri, Regional Director for Eurasia AFD. And Ms. Ainur Tumisheva, Investment Director, Svevient. And our moderator for this session, Ms. Alessandra Fidanza, Senior Advisor at the Ministry of Environmental of Italy. Dear speakers, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much for the floor, and thank you very much, first of all, to the audience for being here, and to the distinguished speakers who accepted to take part in this challenging, for the time, allocated, but very interesting for the topics that we will try to cover. Let me briefly introduce the topic, the green transition. We heard about this topic even yesterday and this morning, how important it is to move forward more resilient communities, green economy, and also creating new jobs connected with the green economy. Let me introduce myself. I'm from the Italian Ministry of Environment and Energy Security, and together with the European Commission, we co-chair the EU Central Asia Platform on Environment and Water Cooperation, which is one of the pillars for the implementation of the EU strategy for Central Asia. We recently held our high-level conference in Rome, where we had the pleasure of hosting Central Asian countries and several of the speakers here, like Tatiana. And we tried to move forward in the joint discussion about how to cooperate around topics of common interest, because there are the same problems in Europe as well as in Central Asia when it deals with climate change, for instance, and solutions might be different but similar. What is important is the approach. We try to work together and to cooperate. Before going to introduce the speakers, let me also remind the importance for doing business, but also for addressing the green transition of the environmental performance reviews of the UNECE. Environmental performance reviews are a very important tool for supporting countries in understanding how to move forward for improving sustainable development at 360 degrees. I'm very happy that Central Asian countries are active, and recently we had the EPRs of Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan. Soon we will have the EPR of Tajikistan, and hopefully soon also the one of Turkmenistan. So these EPRs are a source of good ideas to implement activities which are framed in a sustainability manner by UN experts and also negotiated with government. Let me introduce the speakers of today. We have Mr. Daler Yuma, Minister of Energy and Water Resources, Republic of Tajikistan, Mr. Mantas Adomenas, Deputy Foreign Minister of Lithuania, Mr. Leon Delvaux, Acting Director for Neighboring Countries, Industry, Goods, Regulatory Cooperation and Public Procurement, Directorate General for Trade, European Commission, Mrs. Tatiana Proskuryakova, Regional Director for Central Asia of the World Bank, Mrs. Cécile Coupry, Regional Director for Eurasia, AFD, and Mrs. Ainur Tumisheva, Investment Director, Zwevind. Before coming here, our distinguished speakers received a series of questions that they are free to address during their 6-minute interventions, which are the following. What are the most concrete opportunities to be developed in Central Asia to accelerate the green transition in the next 5 years? What barriers might prevent rapid implementation of green actions in Central Asia? What actions are required to boost a favorable environment for investments and business opportunities? What are the most promising sectors in terms of green transition in Central Asia? What is your long-term vision for EU-Central Asia relationships regarding joint work for accelerating the green transition? So let me give the floor to our first speaker, Mr. Daler Yuma, Minister of Energy and Water Resources, Republic of Tajikistan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, would like to express my appreciations to the organizers and to the government of Kazakhstan as a host, and in Central Asia we see quite an important trend in terms of regional integrations and regional cooperations, and the very strategic and timely intervention of the European Union through the frameworks of the Global Gateway and the Team Europe initiatives on water, energy, climate change, and on digital connectivity that we'll be talking later this morning, are very timely and important. So talking about the opportunities in terms of driving the green transition in Central Asia, I think we are very gifted in terms of the water resources. And I think given that the water resources in Central Asia are quite high, and I think we particularly are talking about Tajikistan and Kyrgyz Republic, I think it's a gift of the God that for us to utilize it And certainly the opportunities are that if you look at the Central Asian countries, Tajikistan is close to 100% energy is green. It's mainly hydropower plant. We are looking also in the other renewable energies. Kyrgyzstan at 70%. Talking about the other countries, other three countries, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Turkmenistan, at this stage, the fossil fuels energy base makes 80 to 100%. So if you look at the energy market of Central Asia, it's about over 400 billion kilowatt hours a year. And the potentials in Tajikistan and Kyrgyz republics actually exceeding it. Talking about Tajikistan, we have a hydro potentials of 527 gigawatt hours, so it's actually 1.5 of size of the current demand for Central Asia when it comes to energy. So I think the opportunities for us is to continue to develop the hydropower plants in those countries that we can see. Yes, the other Central Asian countries, they're looking at the renewable energy. We can see more and more renewable energy part of the energy mix, but I think the hydro has the highest potential and the most competitive. Unfortunately here, it's not only we're talking about the opportunity, but we are also, as a government of Tajikistan, very closely working with the World Bank on a mega project. It's a Rogun hydropower plant, which ultimately will produce 14 billion kilowatt hours, and 70% of it will go for export. For this, we already signed the memorandum of understanding with Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, and I think it's a matter of time that we'll discuss it with other Central Asians to do that one. We also see a good dynamics. For example, the government of Tajikistan and government of Uzbekistan have established a special project vehicle on the Zarafshan River. It's in the Fergana Valley, where a cascade of hydropower plants of 320 megawatt will be developed jointly between Tajikistan and Uzbekistan will be a sole off-taker of this one. So it's really by definition whether the projects that we develop in Tajikistan, and I believe in Kyrgyz Republic the same, significant part of it can go to the transmission. So it's really moving to the green economy from the energy, just because we do have that potential. So we also see Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan are doing a lot in terms of solar and wind. We in Tajikistan are also very much inspired by that experience and going to develop to ensure that the 10% of the national generation output should come from solar wind, so that we can diversify it. What might prevent rapid implementation of regulation? I think so. It's not only about you start from energy in terms of the generation, but I think the associated infrastructures, the transmission line, how to evacuate that electricity throughout the country. So you should have the associated infrastructure, and here we, again, together with the World Bank, with the European financial institutions, are implementing important projects like CASA 1000, where the Central Asian hydropower, again, from Tajikistan and Kyrgyz Republic will go to Pakistan through South Asia. Very important strategic project that we're doing with Tajikistan is reconnecting to the Central Asian grid. We should be connected, phase one, finishing it this year, and early next year we'll be fully synchronized with the Central Asian grid, which means that we can more export. But at the same time, I think in order to accelerate it, we certainly should look at more infrastructure projects. So the barriers, or let's say, the question is, one, do we have enough infrastructure of doing that one? And other aspects that we have already started working together, and I'm sure my colleague from World Bank, Tatiana, will reflect more on that one. But Central Asian energy market has been always seen as it's a government-to-government, product-to-product kind of market. The question is that how we can make it a, let's say, proper traditional energy market that we can also bring the investment. So in Tajikistan, together with the Rogon projects, our utilization rate of the hydro potential will be 8%, 9%. What about the remaining 90% plus? And I think for this we need to create a critical mass, the enabling environment that the other stakeholders, including the private sector that come in. Other aspects about it, it's really about the heavily regulated market. Tariffs are not at full recovery cost, and I think what we should think about, and I'm referring to the experience of the European Union for the market, is to put the incentives, for example, on the production side. If Central Asian businesses are focused on exporting goods and products to the European Union, I think there should be certain criteria in terms of meeting the green production requirements, if that's the right word. So to put incentives that how we make sure that the social protection costs are there, but whether or not we could we have a good balance of attracting investment to boosting that sector, but at the same time to make sure that accessibility to the electricity throughout the region is done. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sticking to the time allocated. And now, without further ado, I give the floor to Mr. Mantas Adomenas, Deputy Foreign Minister from Lithuania.
Thank you. Dear Ministers, Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends, thank you for this opportunity to say a few words on the topic of green transition. But before I do that, I'll take a minute to react to the speech from the previous panel, where the Hungarian minister kindly provided us with Moscow perspective of things. As a representative of Central and Eastern Europe, I know the value of solidarity. So the policy of national egoism, which was preached to us, doesn't lead anywhere. In the last 10 years, Lithuania has overtaken Hungary in terms of GDP per capita, even though we started from much lower basis. And in the current geopolitical challenges, as well as other challenges, it is the solidarity which provides the key, not sticking to egoism and scrapping these structures of cooperation which can help us together to weather these very tough times. And now, reverting back to my topic. Thank you. That's too kind. Look, we see green transition primarily in terms of building and strengthening our resilience against challenges of various kinds. And in the last couple of years, we saw a perfect storm of several challenges coinciding together. COVID, the connectivity and sort of global trade disruption which followed that challenge, and then war in Ukraine and with its associated impact on global trade development and logistics sectors and markets. So and these challenges also affect Central Asian region, just as they affect Europe, and but with also the specificity of added acuteness of climate-related challenges such as water scarcity, desertification, pollution, and that affects economic security at all levels. So we believe that green transition is a very important part of the solution of building more resilient economies, more resilient societies to face these challenges, which will not cease. I mean, we have to be prepared that we're entering a stage where challenges will come, new ones, unexpected ones, unknowns will multiply, and being resilient is the only way to be ready to face them. So that's why green transition is priority for EU energy system, and our sort of goal to be first carbon neutral continent by 2050. And Lithuania's EU member states also has this goal to be among the leaders of green transformation, and we're building capacity to build strong partnerships to assist Central Asian countries in their own energy transition. Lithuania has set an objective to generate 50% of electricity from renewables by 2030. Currently, in our current energy mix is 28%, which is from renewables, and in heating, which is an important sector, it's 80%. And we want to reach 100% by 2050. Our goal is to become a green energy exporting country by 2030, and we have committed to have 3.6 gigawatt installed capacity onshore wind, and by 2030, and 4.5 gigawatts of solar photovoltaic plants. Also very important is that we're the first country in the EU to diversify our energy imports to become totally independent from Russian energy resources, and we are already ready to switch off to the Western European electricity grid. We are just waiting for our colleagues in the other Baltic countries to catch up with us. We have great complementarity between, I think, EU interests and some countries in Central Asia, which are famously rich in clean energy resources, such as solar, wind, and hydropower. And we heard about sort of Tajikistan's experience and plans for hydropower. So green transition should be a way, at the same time, to modernize not only energy consumption, but also to provide the foundations for modern, higher value-added economy. And EU, as a smart power, as a balancing player, and with the interest in regional stability, we can provide, and I'm speaking here on behalf of Lithuania, technologies, our experience in creating ecosystem, for example, our energy usage market, electricity market with decentralized, diversified contributor user sort of profiles is I think one of the more advanced ones, and this is something that we can share sort of with countries who want to build this sort of decentralized electricity market. Likewise, we're already working with Kazakhstan in energy management software and other areas. So together, decreasing our sort of dependence on fossil oil and by moving towards more sustainable, renewable and environmentally friendly solutions, we could contribute to our both regions' energy security. And I would like to underline the regional cooperation. We have a very good example of either three Baltic countries which help to complement each other's sort of energy needs and capacities, or more in a broader context, Nordic Baltic 8 countries, which is increasingly closer context of our cooperation. But of course, this transition is not impossible without private sector, and while Lithuania's business community is ready to share our best practices and very much looking forward to expanding its footprint with the joint projects in Central Asia countries, the need to ensure open, transparent and predictable business environment is very much the homework which needs to be done, and I'm very happy for the previous panel which has found time to discuss that topic as well. So that's my contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the interesting information and approach. Now I leave the floor to Mr. Léon Delvaux, Acting Director for Neighboring Countries, Industry, Goods, Regulatory Cooperation and Public Procurement, Directorate General for Trade, European Commission. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to everybody, and thank you very much for invitation and the attendance to this event. I should maybe start with apologizing for the very long title that it's very unpleasant to read out. Sorry for that. Now, let me maybe start with echoing, well, Mr. Minister, sorry, Mr. Deputy Minister, echoing the words of the Lithuanian Deputy Foreign Minister. I think the spirit in which we come to this conference, I think, is very much a spirit of cooperation, of trying to find synergies, added value in cooperation between member states of the Union and Central Asia, and the Central Asian countries also together. I think the Commission, well, I think the core of our raison d'etre is to create added value for a group of countries. And I think the track record of the European Union is not so bad on that. So I think we strongly believe in cooperation and in creating synergies and added value. I come here, I have the honor to accompany today the Executive Vice President of the Commission, who was yesterday in Uzbekistan, or still this morning rather, and is today here in Kazakhstan meeting all the prime ministers of the region. And I think this is very much a message to reinforce our willingness and our interest to cooperate and to deepen our economic relationship. As most of you will know, we have been in the process of revising our partnership agreements with the countries of the region. I think Kazakhstan is already in place. Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan is concluded, Uzbekistan is almost done, and we are now starting the negotiations with Tajikistan. So I think it really showcases the very strong interest that the European Union has for the region and its will to further integrate the economy. So, Mrs. Moderator, I think you referred to a very important angle of our cooperation between the European Union and the Central Asian states, which is in the field of environment, which is one of the key pillars of our strategy for the region. And I think in the environment field there are three priorities, which are environmental governance, sustainable water management, and circular economy, which we think is a link between a lot of the topics which are key for this transition. So the flagship project that we are currently implementing together with member states and also European international financial institutions is the so-called Team Europe initiative on water, energy, and climate change, which is there to promote sustainable and just blue and green transition. And with this initiative, we intend to contribute to managing water and energy resources sustainably, addressing environmental challenges and tackling climate change across the region. I think let me maybe finish, and I took your point on being short, with mentioning another, I think, very relevant instrument for this relationship, for this partnership, which is going to be announced actually today by the Executive Vice President and the Kazakh Prime Minister, which is a roadmap on implementing our strategic partnership on critical raw materials, batteries, and green energy, green hydrogen, production. I think this is a very clear and concrete, targeted area of work, which also includes, I think, areas which Mr. Minister, you mentioned, in let's say the certification issue, so the regulatory issue, so that we make sure that what is being produced in the region can actually access also markets, and especially the union. So I think this is it's going to be a very important track of our work, and of course, what it aims to do is increase and attract investment in the region in these sectors. So I think I'll, given time constraints, I'll leave it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much also for mentioning the Team Europe initiative on water, energy and climate, on which we are all working and which is directly connected with the EU Central Asia platform on environment and water cooperation. Now I leave the floor to Mrs. Tatiana Proskuryakova, Regional Director for Central Asia, the World Bank. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Alessandra. It's a great pleasure for me to be here and to be on the first gender-balanced panel. So this is I think we're having an excellent discussion. In the interest of time, I would only like to make 3 points on this important topic. The first point I would like to make is that we all need to believe and communicate to our audiences that there is no choice between green growth and growth, that it's actually a win-win. And this is the premise on which the World Bank is operating, and we have launched a series of flagship reports which will eventually be produced for every country. But in Central Asia we started with Kazakhstan, now we're working with Uzbekistan, and we're launching this report, preparation of this report in Kyrgyz Republic and Tajikistan now. It's called Climate Change and Development Report, and the point is to find the pathways where countries can actually perform green transition while at the same time accelerating growth. And these pathways exist. So I think that's the first thing. We need to be positive and we need to understand that climate change creates risks, but it also creates fantastic opportunities. Countries of Central Asia are well positioned to take advantage of these opportunities. My second point is that this green transition cannot happen if it does not look at the social aspect of it, because we cannot afford for people to be left behind. We have been burned before by other transitions. Green transition has to be just. And I think this is what the previous speakers also alluded to. So be it through social protection, of creating safety nets for people who, for example, if you go to a higher price of carbon and higher tariffs, energy tariffs, you need to make sure that people are not impoverished by that, or be it by reskilling the labor force, because to take advantage of the new green economy, you need to really invest in the skills for the 21st century. And this is something that is an agenda that's very dear to my heart, and this is something that the World Bank is really trying to work with all the countries in Central Asia and very closely with our development partners such as the European Union. My final point is that this is such a huge task that to be successful, we have to stand together. And this means many different things. First of all, we need to stand together as development partners because financing needs are huge, be it in reskilling the population, providing social protection, or be it in infrastructure investments, as previous speakers also mentioned. So World Bank alone cannot do it. European Union alone cannot do it. Countries with their internal resources alone cannot do it. We all need to stand together, including with the private sector. So I'm very happy to say that on this we completely see eye to eye with the European Union, and I would like to take this opportunity to also thank our colleagues in the European Union for their steadfast support, for example, for Central Asia Water and Energy Program that is now entering its 4th phase. It's very, very important. It's catalytical for a lot of work that we do, and we're grateful both to the European Union and to the governments of Switzerland and the United Kingdom for continuing support to this program. But it also means, as I think previous speakers also mentioned, that we need to explore more cross-country solutions. And this is the work that, again, Minister Juma was talking about this. We're working together with 4 countries and maybe hopefully 5 countries eventually with Central Asia right now, launching the regional energy trade platform. We had a wonderful meeting in London where we agreed preparation of this project. We're going ahead with this. I think it's very promising. We also have a wonderful program which has been several years already implementations on resilient landscape restoration in all countries of Central Asia. This is an example of how countries can work together to find win-win solutions. I think the next agenda item on this is going to be water. Water is much more complicated, but I'm really hoping that we will make a dent on this because there are win-win solutions, and again, Minister Juma alluded to that as well. So this would be fantastic, and I'm very glad that we're working together on this agenda. The final aspect of, standing together is that we need to be able, it's just wonderful for us to kind of preach the choir. We have development practitioners here, governments, IFIs, European Commission, we're all sitting here, we understand each other. We need to reach out and make sure that there is demand for the green transition in the countries themselves. And for example, I just came from the conference, climate change conference in Dushanbe, and I was so pleased that there was a whole group of young people from across the region that were very active and they participated in this conference. So I really do feel that we need to involve our citizens, the citizens of these countries, not just the governments, and particularly the young people. We need to reach out to them and stand together because the young people are going to live with the consequences of decisions made today. They need to realize this, they need to speak up, and this would be, I think, a really great platform to promote green transition in Central Asia. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much, Tatiana, and also for mentioning the regional climate change conference which preceded this meeting here. And let me add that it was, as usual, a very important gathering, putting together experts and the public around a very urgent topic for Central Asia. Now I leave the floor to Cécile Coupry, Regional Director for Eurasia, Balkans, Moldova, Turkey, Caucasus, Central Asia, based in Istanbul, of AFD. The floor is yours. Thank you.
So I'm sorry for the long list of countries. So, dear ministers, dear colleagues and friends, it's not easy to be the fifth one. Many things have already been said. I wanted to first to mention that many things have already been undertaken, and that the first thing is to set objectives and goals. And for instance, Kazakhstan announced its 2060 carbon neutrality ambition, and Uzbekistan adopted a presidential decree in December 2022 on the green economy. So we see that things have started, and we see these first steps, and we see that we have a goal. Second, how are we going to achieve it? I think we also, maybe it's the French touch, but we think that we have to have a special organization and special bodies. So, for instance, in France, we have created a large Ministry of Ecological Transition, which brings together the former ministers of Energy, Transport, Environment, and Urban and Housing Policy. So each country, of course, must organize according to its own characteristics, but it is an illusion to think that the green transition can take place without an administrative reorganization. So if we have the goal, we have the organization. What are the barriers? We must not be naive. Green transition is not simple. The aim is to adopt measures designed to change the incentives and behavior of households and businesses. And we have to encourage them to turn to goods and services that are less emissive. And to obtain this, we have to make the emissive products more expensive to the actors, so that actors save these goods. And to this aim, a reduction in subsidies for both energy and other basic necessities such as water is necessary. So we are talking about increasing prices for consumers, which is never easy. International experience shows that it is possible to do so, but only if these increases are well conceived and gradual. Above all, we must also protect the most vulnerable households, and there are many ways of doing this, including a lower price for the first units of consumption. So this is what you call the just transition, the social part of it. So we have to find the equilibrium between incentive to stop subsidizing energy prices and how to make energy affordable for low-income people. Of course, we have talked a lot about producing energy, but green transition is also reduced consumptions, and it is also transportation. So the region is very strong on railways, but we know that there is a strong transportation problem, and we also know that many countries want to invest in roads, and we know that roads and road transportation is very emissive. So this is also a difficulty. So which actions are required to boost a favorable environment? So of course, investors need visibility and clear rules of the game. I think that was the subject of the last panel. And as part of green energy strategy, the region is working on economic and financial policy tools to determine clearly what are the rules of the game. One example, and I must mention that AFD is supporting Uzbekistan government in working on green economy and what it implies in changing policies at country level. And for instance, one of them is public tenders. It is a powerful vector for changes in company behavior. And if the states of the region decide to be more demanding in the environmental clauses of public tenders, public calls for tender, this could have diffusion effects on other sectors of the economy. So this is one aspect. I would also like to mention that relying only on private financing seems to be a wishful thinking, because we know that all this energy produced from renewable has to be transported and has to be dispatched and distributed. So green and dispatch capacity have to be improved, and this requires public investment. So this is what you mentioned, that we have to stand together in this financing. Of course, there's also the human resource capacity. It was already mentioned. And I understand that many of the private companies have taken, have said that they would train people, and that this is, the process is happening, but will we have enough capacity when the programs will be ready? This is the question. So what is the long-term vision for EU and Central Asia relationship regarding joint work for accelerating the green transition? I wish to mention that European companies are at the forefront of green transition, because it is in Europe that the rules of the games are the most demanding in the world. And so European companies can bring their experience to the countries of Central Asia.
Thank you very much for touching the requested points with a very comprehensive approach. Now I leave the floor to our last speaker, but not least, Mrs. Ainur Tumisheva, Investment Director from Zwewind. I was told that she has a presentation, so I pray the organizers to make the necessary arrangements for this presentation to be seen on the screen.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the brilliant transition to me, to the last speaker. Firstly, I would like to thank everyone for invitation to present the private sector on this very important discussion. Dear Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished guests. Secondly, I know that I'm the only thing standing in between yourself and your lunch. Therefore, I promise to be... Oh, another session. Apologies. I was still explicitly told to present under 6 minutes. So I will do as much justice as I can under 6 minutes to present our project. So HiRasia 1 is the green energy project being developed in Kazakhstan and Mangistau region. Very ambitious, very large goals. We're trying to become a hub, green energy, green hydrogen hub in Central Asia, very close to what is being done in South America, in Australia. So please take a look. I will try to present as much information and cover all the questions that were presented at the beginning of the panel within this presentation. HiRasia 1 is a hydrogen from Eurasia, one of a kind. And the project is being developed by Svevind. Next slide, please. Svevind Group is a fully European, privately owned. Okay, thank you. Okay, here. So Svevind Energy is a fully privately owned European company, German, Swedish, and one of the large projects that it's known for is Mark Bigden 1101. That's a full onshore wind farm in Sweden, in Arctic Sweden, that currently is providing approximately 8% of all electricity consumption of Sweden. So Svevind has been doing this green electricity projects for over 30 years. Headquarters in Germany, now we have representation offices in Sweden and 2 offices in Kazakhstan, because we're working on such large project in Kazakhstan since 2019. So regarding the project itself, quickly, it's a large gigawatt scale, own high voltage grid to produce green hydrogen and green ammonia for transport purposes in the future. We're happy to say that there's a full commitment from the government of Kazakhstan, full support, as well as the support from the European Union. All underlying land plots have been reserved, all the survey works are ongoing on those land plots, and there has been an investment agreement, a binding 25 years investment agreement signed with the government of Kazakhstan on this project. I'll tell you a bit more on that. So the project itself, the electricity production, approximately 40 gigawatt. Yes, you have heard it right. 40 gigawatt of green electricity, both solar and wind, which would fit into 20 gigawatt of electrolyzers to produce 2 million tons of green hydrogen. And if fully converted, that comes up to 11 million tons of green ammonia for the future uses. I know it sounds extreme at this point, but I would like to remind that International Energy Association says that we would need the market with demand, world market with demand by 2030, which is only in 7 years, approximately 100 million tons of green hydrogen. And we're producing only 2 million tons, being this ambitious. By 2050, the world market would need approximately 500 to 800 million tons of green hydrogen if we want to achieve the net zero goals. So this kind of large gigawatt scale projects are necessary to transition into green technologies. The start of construction and the end of phase financial close is early 2027. Start of production by then is planned for 2030. That's where the green hydrogen market would develop. And full completion and full capacity starting 2032. All the industrial site and land surveys are being ongoing, as I said. And we're also looking at transport routes and potentials, of course, since we want to produce this hydrogen for product for the world market. Not only for export, we're also studying the internal market and inter-regional connection as well. However, at this phase of the project, we are studying all the possibilities. I'll tell you a bit more on the transport routes and studies that are being done. So the story of HyRegio 1, why Kazakhstan, why Mangistau, why the gigawatt scale? Yeah, so green hydrogen is the transition to net zero. This is understood by now. Central Asia is a new big player in geopolitics in the last few years. Kazakhstan is ideal for extra large scale with the vast lands, with tremendous wind power, with the solar power. And Europe is the most advanced, as have been said already by the previous panelists. Logistics is already approved, I'll tell you a bit more, and key for success specifically for this project is the political support at all levels possible in this country, a very tailored approach to the investment guidance. Resource of wind, this is where our project would be located, right at the shore of the Caspian Sea in the west part of Kazakhstan. As you see the red color, it's very much comparable to offshore European wind resources. Solar resources is for balancing the generation of the electricity, which is still quite high. So what is ongoing right now? The environmental studies and surveys have been ongoing. There's breeding birds mapping in the region, seawater sampling, geological surveys on the grounds, resource data collection by the wind measurement masts that we have put in the region already for almost a year, archaeological studies because the region is known for underground mosques and former Silkway Road. So all of that is being accounted for and being studied. And these are some of the photos from the signing of the investment agreement with the Republic of Kazakhstan. As I mentioned, this document was signed on October 2022, and it underlines, if I may say, rules of the game at this point, whatever is understandable. for the project development for the next 25 years. So these are including the licenses, permits, the overall procedure of the project development, construction, imports, exports, certification, whatever is available in the current state. We have to understand that Kazakhstan doesn't have a legislation separately for the hydrogen, that being green hydrogen or green ammonia. There is not much of understanding of the alignment with the world certification process. So all of that being in mind, we, along with the government of Kazakhstan, have agreed to put a document of 500 pages document that would align all those terms at this stage so we can further develop the project. Oh, and important thing that the document was signed in attendance of the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan and President of the European Council as well. Yes, okay, my time is up. So the project is about 50 billion US dollars overall on the preliminary calculations. And the transport study has been done by Deutsche Bahn. The only thing I'll say about this is that at this point we have identified that logistics costs are economically competitive. Comparing to green ammonia transportation from Chile or Australia. So that's a good economic basis for us. Industry integration creates new opportunities in the region, and the timeline. That's all for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. Now we have a few minutes left before our panel ends. I would like to open the floor for at least one question. If there is someone from the audience. Otherwise, I myself, I have a question. It was mentioned. I can't see, sorry.
There's somebody in the audience.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, hello, thank you for the great presentation. I'm Paulina for Cooperation Section, EU Delegation to Uzbekistan. My quick question to Mrs. Tumashayeva. 3 challenges to your project, environmental impact, and the third question, you just showed your route goes through Russia. Is there any intuition about that in the future? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Environmental studies are ongoing. We're working with the government on the water code, etc. We're working closely with European Union as well, complying with the all environmental ESG standards, highest standards possible. Challenges, as I already mentioned, legislation basis and overall the market demand, market maturing, green hydrogen market maturing by 2030 and onwards. Quickly talking about the routes, the Russia, yes, you have seen one of the potential routes, that's existing routes. As doing study at this phase, we had to consider that as one of the options because that is what is available as of today. However, with Deutsche Bahn together, we have calculated and explored 5 different transportation routes, including the new middle corridor that is now being developed. And this was done, the slide was to show, unfortunately I didn't have enough time to explain, was to show that all 5 routes are being calculated and compared, and we need to understand what kind of infrastructure is needed for 11 million tons of green ammonia to be transported from Mangistau region to Europe. At this point, no decision has been made. We're at the studying point. I hope this answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I was told that unfortunately our time is over. My copy of the agenda maybe was not updated. So I thank all the panelists for their interventions and for the very constructive discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My thanks for all of our excellent interventions, which set us up perfectly for the next of this session's discussions, this time on the topic of digital transition. I would now like to welcome to the stage our new panel of speakers. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Malik Olzhabekov, Vice Minister of Digital Development, Innovation and Aerospace Industry of Kazakhstan. Ms. Miriam Firan, Deputy Director General, Directorate General for International Partnerships, European Commission. Mr. Mert Volma, Undersecretary for Global Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Estonia. Mr. Azamat Burjuev, Chief of Digital Development, Department of the Presidential Administration, Kyrgyz Republic. Mr. Oleg Pekas, First Deputy Minister of Digital Technologies, Uzbekistan. Mr. Timur Sarsenov, Senior Sales Manager, SES. And Mr. Arman Kuzyatov, Senior Country Officer, Nokia. And of course, our moderator for the session, Ms. Yelena Bычkova, Managing Director, Digital Kazakhstan Association. Dear speakers, dear moderator, the stage and the floor is yours.
Так, микрофоны включены, да? Или как включить? Все работает? Okay. Dear colleagues, dear guests, my name is Yelena Bычkova and I'm Managing Director of Digital Kazakhstan Association that includes huge Kazakhstani digital companies, and I have a pleasure of moderating today's session. So let's start. As the political and economic importance of the digital sector has grown during the COVID pandemic, Central Asia governments integrated a component on digitalization in their policy responses to the crisis. In particular, the digitalization of government services has made great strides since the pandemic. Broadband penetration in Central Asia is closely connected to income levels, and digital infrastructure is really affordable. Despite this rather affordable access, fixed broadband penetration and internet speed are low, and wide regional disparities still remain in terms of access to the internet. Central Asia remains one of the less digitally connected regions in the world, with a significant digital divide, which is likely to deepen social inequalities and hamper the potential for economic growth in the region. Digital connectivity is essential for the transformation of the private sector, which is responsible for the largest share of employment in the economy. According to the World Bank estimates, a 10% increase in broadband penetration in Central Asia could add at least 1% to GDP growth, and 1% increase in the internet connectivity would lead to 4.3% export growth for the region in the long run. Digital transformation can also support the transition to more sustainable and environmentally friendly economies. Governments in the Central Asia region need, therefore, to do more to improve the equality of broadband infrastructure and foster the diffusion of digital technologies among the business population, especially small and medium businesses and entrepreneurs. As access to digital infrastructure is the basic step for business in going digital, national broadband policies can incorporate programs to expand digital infrastructure, addressing competition issues on domestic markets, and developing last-mile connectivity plans. Providing targeted financial incentives to help businesses invest in broadband connectivity and digital skills development can also support demand from small and medium businesses once the supply of fast broadband connection is made available. The European Union has been harnessing the digital transformation to support gains in welfare to its citizens and increase the competitiveness of its companies with the Digital Decade Policy Program. The European Union is happy to share lessons learned and ongoing work on these issues with its partners in Central Asia. The objective of this panel on digital connectivity is to explore how to improve digital connections among Central Asia countries and between Europe and Central Asia, respecting the highest international standards for sustainable, human-centric, inclusive and safe digital transformation. Cooperation with the European Union has resulted in a Team Europe initiative that aims to provide a direct contribution to this effort and support the reform necessary for digital transformation. The panel will provide the opportunity to discuss ways to improve digital connectivity, hearing from experiences and perspective from European Union member states, Central Asia government representative, and the private sector. Each panelist will have 7 minutes to share their views of digital connectivity, and our session is bilingual, so let's start our discussion. And my first question is to the Vice Minister of Digital Development, Innovation and Airspace Industry of Kazakhstan, Mr. Malik Olzhabekov. Malik Serkevich, thank you very much for taking the time to participate in our session, and I would like to commence my first questions. Could you please tell us about the government policy in the sphere of digitalization and satellite communications, and maybe you will tell what projects or opportunities for cooperation within the Team Europe initiative are considered in the sphere of space activities. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Elena, for having us here, and for the organizers for, inviting us and giving us the chance to be here and discuss the very important issues of digitalization. And first of all, I would like to welcome all the parties, all the participants on the second Economic Forum, European Union, Central Asia, and I would like to wish every one of you success and fruitful work. We actually worked hard for the decade within the government to digitalize, to transform digitally, and to assess how good we are, we can refer actually to UN ranking, and it says actually by the results of 2022 that we are on a 28th place on the index of electronic government. The index of electronic government itself consists of 3 sub-index. So one of them is actually the online services, development of online services, and on that sub-index we are number 8 in the world among 140 countries. And there is another 2 ranking showing actually the issues of telecom, which is sub-index on telecom infrastructure development, and we are by 2022, we're ranked on a 65th place. And the human capital, which is the 3rd one, we are on a 28th place. So it's obviously that we are good on online services and we have some issues with the telecom infrastructure. But today we are working towards the concept of invisible government, which means the implementation of projects. This project will allow us to provide public services to citizens and business in proactive format, based on the analysis of their requests and needs, those data that we have within the different data sets together as a big data. And we also have started the digital transformation of public administration and transition to a platform model in the GovTech sector. We are working on digitalizing of spheres of economy based on the space technologies. As an example, I can provide actually the recently developed minerals.gov.kz platform. This platform is kind of unified platform for subsoil users. It contains an interactive map with the requested geological information, geospatial data, and it allows in a new format within online format, in a digital format, let's say, for the subsoil companies to apply to have a license in the field, to investigate the territory and doing their business there. It makes a relationship between the subsoil companies and government more transparent in that way. To solve, we are well aware that in order to implement the state programs like this one I mentioned, and the field of digitalization, is necessary to ensure the equal access to the internet for all citizens of the country. So this is, the problem, the issue of the digital divide in Kazakhstan is actually well known. To solve that issue, we have prepared a national project, Accessible Internet. It covers the period from this year up to 2027. And the purpose of that program is to provide the population and business entities with a high-speed internet access at a speed at least 100 megabits per second, which is essentially a solution to the social program of overcoming the digital inequality between the city and the countryside. To solve the issue of providing the broadband access, we are working especially on those villages that are not connected to the internet, or the infrastructure, connectivity infrastructure is quite old, and we actually investigated that there is at least 504 villages with have no any the telecom infrastructure there. So the idea is to bring the connectivity through the satellite technology. And you were asking actually about the ways to cooperate with the European companies. And we're discussing with some European companies to use their satellite technology to bring the high-level internet connectivity services to the villages. And the idea is to start the project this year in order to bring the connectivity, to build infrastructure starting from this year. By infrastructure, we need to build, first of all, we need to build the gateway station in order to be connected with the satellite constellation fleet, and to have the VSAT terminals, the user terminals, within every village. So if we start to build the gateway and VSATs this year, we can connect, at least the half of those 504 villages, starting from the beginning of the next year. And we are working on budget allocation on this project, discussing with the operators the technical solutions. We had a demo test within, the Q4 last year and beginning of this year. So technology shown that it's kind of proven technology that could solve easily our needs to provide the broadband access to the villages. And based on that infrastructure, we hope that with those sub-index of telecom infrastructure, the country will rise in UN ranking. In this regard, we hope that European Union will support this project of Kazakhstan within the framework of the preparation by the European Commission of the regional initiative Global Gateway, Digital Interconnection, Team Europe on Digital Connectivity in Central Asia. So we also ready to consider various possibilities of cooperation between Kazakhstan and European satellite operators to solve the connectivity issue. And in conclusion, I would like to note that Kazakhstan, is always open for cooperation for the new project. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comprehensive response. And I'm, as a representative of private digital sector, just let me make one very important addition about the significant role of digital private companies in the sphere of digitalization in Kazakhstan. We know that Kazakhstan is one of the leading countries in the digital government services, and we cannot underestimate the role of digital private sector in this, and we are really proud of this. Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Miriam Ferran, Deputy Director General, Directorate General for International Partnership, European Commission. Ms. Ferran, thank you very much for being here in Almaty, and could you please tell us how the Global Gateway Strategy can support Central Asia digitalization agenda? Thanks.
Ministers, Excellencies, dear colleagues, let me first say how happy I am to represent the European Commission this morning in this panel on such an important topic. Digitalization, as we see it, is a make it or break it element of sustainable development in the 21st century. And this is why we have made digital connectivity at the core, one of the top 5 priorities of our new sustainable connectivity strategy, which is called Global Gateway. With Global Gateway, the European Union aims at supporting all its partners in the world to achieve the sustainable development goals in a sustainable manner and according to principles which are at the core of the EU standards and values. By doing this, we work in a very comprehensive manner, be it on the objectives of the projects we can be supporting or in the way we are coordinating. When I say comprehensive, this Global Gateway strategy is first and foremost focused on infrastructure connectivity, but by far not only. What we aim at developing in partnership with the countries are comprehensive offers which allow to support at the same time as the infrastructure all the enabling environment which allows a safe, secure, transparent and human-centric use of any infrastructure. And this is by this comprehensive 350 approach that we aim at having a transformational impact on the countries or regions we are cooperating with. So in terms of digitalization, this means that we first support all types of infrastructure overall in the world, be they undersea cables or broadband cables, but also satellite solutions, and we come back to that. And we also work on the regulatory environment, which is, in the case of digitalization, is extremely important. I was saying human-centric digitalization approach. This means an approach which is based on data protection, protection of private information, which is based on transparency in public procurement, which is based on all rule of law parameters. So this is for the overall approach. This is the soft component. We also pay a lot of attention that digitalization be inclusive. And inclusive means reaching all segments of the population, including the most vulnerable or the most remote ones. And for this, we work with the private sector, but with the public component to enable reaching out to, in an inclusive manner, to the whole of the population. And this also answers part of the 504 villages or cities you mentioned. So working on the enabling environment, working on the business environment to allow the private sector, private sector is extremely important in digitalization, to allow the private sector to invest, And for this, we have developed a full toolbox of elements from technical expertise when we speak of regulatory environment to access to finance and in particular a new guarantee instrument, the European Fund for Sustainable Development Plus, which allows de-risking private investment. Because to implement a sustainable connectivity strategy, governments can't do it alone, but equally, the private sector is not necessarily enabled to completely invest. So through this guarantee instrument and private-public partnership, we aim at supporting increasing private investment in digitalization. This is for the overall global gateway strategy, and if you let me move to Central Asia in particular, Central Asia is targeted as one of the main beneficiaries of this strategy, in particular in the digital field, being one region where the digital divide is quite acute. We aim at supporting all the governments in the region in accelerating the digitalization in a human-centric and open, secure manner. And when I say secure, I mean also within the enabling environment, support to cybersecurity, support to all elements that make the utilization of the digitalization progress safe for the citizen and preventing from being abused. So in this framework, the European Union launched last year a big initiative which we call the Team Europe Central Asian Digitalization Team Europe. This initiative is a regional one aiming at ensuring broad access to internet to the whole region, at least 80% of the population of the whole region. And for that, within this initiative, we have launched a lot of expertise and came to the conclusion that satellite solution was the most inclusive one and the best possible for the region. So we have an offer on the table to the 5 governments to join us in this initiative, which is made of 2 components. One on the soft skills, so support to the regulatory environment, support in particular on security to ensure safe use of digitalization, also support to local solutions, to have hotspots, access for hospitals, schools, in basically the whole territories, and for this we would work with civil society organizations, and of course we would like to work with the governments and at national level but also at local level, bringing in the private sector. For the implementation of this initiative, we are in contact with European investment institutions, financial institutions, and of course with the private sector. And a very important element, when we say Team Europe, we mean that all European players come together and join forces to improve the impact of our support. And by this I mean our member states, and we have several member states keen to join us in this support, European financial institutions, and I see representatives of the European Investment Bank and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development in the room, and also the European private sector. So these are all, and the EU institutions, of course. So these are all those European players that come together, agree on common objectives, share activities and join forces to increase the impact on the ground of this initiative. I spoke about partnerships. I will accelerate. I spoke about partnerships, and this is very important for us. And just to show how much we care about working in full agreement and transparency with the government that would benefit from this Team Europe initiative, Commissioner Urpilainen, in charge of international partnership, just sent letters to all her counterparts in the 5 countries at ministerial level in the 5 Central Asian countries to present this offer and ask them to which extent they would be interested. I'm very happy to report that as of today, we have received positive, and I would say sometimes I hope enthusiastic, replies from the governments of Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan, and we are very hopeful to get positive reply from the other. So I would see that the implementation of this Team Europe initiative on Central Asia digital connectivity can be seen as one of the deliverables of this of today's economic forum as a very important initiative for the region. We have complementary action at national level, but I'm running short of time, so I will stop there. Just to mention that we also support the countries bilaterally in this endeavor, and we have, for instance, one budget support program with the Republic of Kyrgyzstan, which is focused on the enabling environment, and for sure, I'm sure that this satellite project you are mentioning is 100% aligned with the objective of the Team Europe initiative, so I have no doubt that the Team Europe initiative will be of direct interest and direct benefit for Kazakhstan. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your experience. And the Digital Kazakhstan Association is very often involved in a project of development legislation in the sphere of digitalization and some state projects. And very often we hear that our state agencies exemplify Estonia experience as an experience to follow, the example to follow. And now we have a chance to hear right here about their experience in digitalization sphere from Mr. Matt Volman, Undersecretary for Global Affairs, Estonia. It's a real pleasure to see you here, and we are all aware of that Estonia is a champion in Europe in the provision of digital public services. What are success factors of this achievement?
Well, thank you, Yelena, and thank you, organizers. It's really good to be here. Since we are in a digital panel, then it's almost trivial to note that actually we are all already living in a digital society. And if I look at you, good audience, then sort of half of you is multitasking in your mobile devices. So you are in a digital society right now when we are speaking about, and that's okay. Our kids are even worse. I mean, younger teens spend about 4 or 5 hours watching their screens, and the older ones almost 8 hours. So we are there. I mean, it's there. We are in the digital life, and it touches every person and every day of our life, even if we don't really consciously realize that we are actually there in a digital world, spending a lot of our times. And in Estonia, as to answer your question, I think we were happy to, in the 90s, to have a good number of visionary people and visionary politicians who saw that coming. And they probably didn't saw everything coming. Probably this huge surge of AI today that we see, the chat GPT and others, not that detailed, but we saw these technologies coming. And there was a political consensus among Estonian politicians that we will embrace it. We will jump right to the latest technology. We will go there. And it's an important part is that was this political consensus. No political party or nobody actually challenged it or tried to put it into a political fight. So we did it together. We did together with businesses. It was a very strong private-public partnership because the government cannot do it alone. You need the society, you need the businesses, especially banks. And what we see here in Kazakhstan is excellent to see how much banks are already actually at the window and the sort of avant-garde of these e-government services here. So it's really congratulations. It's excellent that is already happening in Kazakhstan. So, and what we also realized very quickly that all this nice digital lifestyle, it comes with a risk. There's opportunities, but big risks. We learned the importance of cybersecurity and cyber defense very early in our development. So that goes in hand. I mean, you cannot really develop digital society without developing cyber defense. So it's a little bit like night and day. I mean, the digital life makes our days pretty beautiful, but then the night comes, inevitably. And so you need cyber defense when you have digital lifestyle. And cyber is sort of enabler of those good things that we're doing. And I'm very glad to hear also the Global Gateway and the Europe initiatives are pretty much also looking at that aspect of digitalization. So we in Estonia, we really enjoy this digital lifestyle and digital government services, and we want to make sure that also other people and the places where we go and do business, that every person benefits from digitalizations and feels good in the virtual world. There are actually maybe two messages that I would like to highlight that are kind of universal and that we would like to tell other governments maybe to follow. One is that governments have to, not should, but have to guarantee the people the digital identity. I mean, if you are in the digital world, then the government is the one who should give you the safe and secure identity, not Google or not Facebook, but the governments. And then the other message is that also the government should guarantee you your cyber defense. When you live there in your digital gadgets, the government is the one who should take care of that. It's not optional; they have to. Those two things should be some kind of universal messages. So, as the European Union said, I mean, we are cooperating, assisting others, do it in this Team Europe spirit, working hard, and this is. From our point of view, it is not that much of assisting someone, but sharing and building the capacity of others so that they could do their own work. So that this is sort of in essence of our partnership with other countries is more of building up the capacity and enable countries to go the path that they have been choosing. And of course, one size doesn't fit all, so it's good when we do that, then we can learn from each other's mistakes. I mean, in Estonia, we did a lot of massive mistakes during our digital way, so if anyone asks, we can tell you what not to do, and actually what works. And this is the sort of spirit of cooperation also among the European countries when we do those things together. We have been really glad to actively work here in this region. Already many decades with Kazakhs, we have a lot of cooperation going on, many working groups, delegations going, and our delegations and sharing experience goes up even to deputy ministers levels. So all different ways of cooperation are ongoing. In Kyrgyzstan, also very active work is going on. The Kyrgyz have excellent platform for their data exchange, which is called Tunduk. And this is the daughter of Estonian X-Road, so there's this enables you to exchange data between different databases. So it's one of the two enablers of e-government, the infrastructure, and the other one that I mentioned is the digital identity. If people are identity and there's infrastructure, the sky is the limit, you can build anything. And so in Kyrgyzstan that has been going very well. And now we have been enlarging into field of education, digital education, vocational education, so it's a good cooperation also there. And there's also a EU twinning. Actually, that's good to mention because it was actually launched in the first summit a few years ago here, EU twinning project, and we do it together with Finland and Italy. And that is also, I'm sure, being a success story. In Uzbekistan, we just are finalizing a project with cooperation with United States, and in Turkmenistan, actually with UNDP. And in Turkmenistan, there will be, I hope, we'll be building a data exchange pilot there. So there's many things ongoing where we can try to change the lifestyles and the governance if the governments want to do that here. And maybe the last observation I would do here is that when we speak of digitalization and then changing our governments, then it's not about technology. It's not about digital solutions. It's not that's about information systems. It's about change management. It's reform question. It's a leadership issue. It's not a technology issue. If you want to digitize your country, it's a question of management and leadership. Technologies are the means to reach the aims, to implement the political will. But the main thing is I want to do that with this means of digitalization, and so this is probably one important aspect when you look at it. So technology is important, but let's focus on how to transform our societies, how to accelerate economic efficiency, and of course technologies are very helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Volmer. And our next speaker is Mr. Azamat Burjuev, Chief of Digital Development Department of President Administration, Kyrgyz Republic. Azamat Chulpanbekovich, welcome to our forum, and we are happy to have you here. As your country is known for its democratic values, could you please tell us about your government's latest initiative to support democracy digitally?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for hosting today us. I think it's a great platform to exchange, to talk about our accomplishments and cultures. And unfortunately, I prepared my presentation in Russian. And if you don't mind, I would like to continue in Russian. And please take your devices to translate. Yes. Уважаемые друзья, большое спасибо, во-первых, что вы сегодня нас принимаете. Я думаю, вопросы инфраструктуры, вопросы возможности подключения населения к интернету, они очень сейчас актуальны, важны. Как наши коллеги сказали, мы тоже сейчас очень плотно в этом направлении работаем. Прорабатываем вопросы доступа к спутниковому интернету, чтобы у нас тоже есть очень горные регионы, где для населения необходимо предоставить качественные услуги через подключение к интернету. И в этом направлении мы тоже работаем сейчас с Европейским Союзом. Я думаю, что в ближайшем будущем у нас будут какие-то договоренности. Ну и спасибо нашим коллегам из Эстонии. Мы очень-очень плотно работаем с эстонскими коллегами. Практически, вот как господин заместитель министра сказал, мы адаптировали эстонскую модель цифрового взаимодействия X-Road в Кыргызстане. И сейчас она показывает свои довольно-таки большие успехи. И тема сегодняшней моей маленькой презентации, ну даже не презентации, а я бы хотел поделиться небольшим опытом Кыргызстана, тоже связана с возможностью информационного взаимодействия, реестров населения и выборной системы. Чтобы в Кыргызстане запустить онлайн, значит, вообще перейти на новый этап цифрового взаимодействия, первая задача, которая стояла перед правительством, была возможность их идентификации. Понять, государство должно знать, кто его гражданин, и всегда быть уверенным в его идентификации. И в 2016 году мы начали масштабную кампанию по сбору биометрических данных. Я вам сразу скажу, что это была очень сложная работа. Многие эксперты, в том числе международные, многие правозащитные организации высказывали большие опасения. И до сих пор высказываются большие опасения относительно сбора этих биометрических данных. Ну, опять же, мы здесь очень изучали плотно международный опыт, и практически к 2017 году все трудоспособное население прошло биометрическую идентификацию, и у нас появилась биометрическая база данных, на базе которой в 2017 году мы начали выдавать нашим гражданам биометрические паспорта. Это были первые биометрические паспорта в регионе. Как вы видите, они были оборудованы специальными чипами, куда записывались электронные подписи наших граждан. И на сегодняшний день уже выдано около 2 миллионов таких паспортов, то есть 2 миллиона наших граждан имеют физические электронные подписи, через которые они могут взаимодействовать с цифровым государством. Но я хочу с вами поделиться небольшим секретом. Вот, если вы обратили внимание, чипы, да, которые мы тогда внедрили, вообще оказались бесполезны. То есть спрос на них, то есть на использование этих чипов абсолютно отсутствовал, потому что мы, когда начали развивать наши сервисы, они все были облачные, и не требовалось никаких чипов и так далее. И я думаю, что в этом есть как бы для нас урок, потому что сейчас мы тоже испытываем определенные уроки, касающиеся вот, интернета. Да? То есть, если, например, западные страны, граждане там, западных стран познали интернет через компьютер, то в нашем регионе, в Центральноазиатском, наше население познало интернет через мобильные телефоны. И мы сейчас очень плотно об этом думаем, насколько будет эффективно вообще развитие проводной инфраструктуры. Да? То есть даже если мы до каждого дома доведем оптику, способен ли будет и нужно ли будет нашему гражданину приобретать персональный компьютер, если все его задачи и все его взаимодействие сосредоточено в его мобильном телефоне. И вот тоже господин заместитель министра сказал, что вот буквально все здесь сидящие сейчас используют телефон. Если их отобрать, наверное, многие не пришли бы, да, на эту конференцию. Но, тем не менее, вот мы сейчас тоже это сильно обсуждаем. Нам кажется, что именно государство должно иметь возможность взаимодействовать с гражданином, в первую очередь, через сотовые телефоны. И на данный момент все наши идентификационные карты и заграничные паспорта, они все биометрические. И один из таких хороших примеров использования этих биометрических паспортов – это автоматизированные электронные ворота при пересечении границы. Это вот я недавно, буквально на прошлой неделе, был в городе Ош, это южная столица Кыргызстана, спокойно пересек границу, никакой пограничник, ни один государственный служащий со мной не взаимодействовал, и то есть я прошел без очереди, просто приложил паспорт и смог пересечь границу. Но возвращаясь к теме выборных процессов, мы в Кыргызстане уже несколько раз провели президентские выборы с использованием биометрической идентификации, провели несколько парламентских выборов, то есть выборов депутатов, постоянно проводим выборы на местном уровне, местные власти все у нас через биометрическую систему проходят и проходят избиратели. Вот вы, если обратить внимание, это вот действительно на фотографии наша система. Сейчас все это было разработано нашими отечественными разработчиками. И я скажу, что для реализации всех этих проектов больших каких-то высоких технологий не было необходимости. Не было необходимости там закупать суперкомпьютеры какие-то, проводить какую-то оптику. Мы смогли решить задачу по обеспечению прозрачности выборов именно самыми простыми инструментами. И эти простые инструменты на самом деле стали наиболее эффективными и стабильными. Буквально вот недавно мы впервые в регионе провели онлайн-голосование. Тоже вот наши коллеги из Эстонии нам помогли. Мы провели выборы органов местного самоуправления в одном из южных регионов. Выборы через мобильное приложение. 5,2% избирателей, они были онлайн, они были не в Кыргызстане, они были на заработках за границей. И с использованием, то есть сопоставлением через Face ID, через Liveness Detection мы смогли обеспечить эти выборы. И на основе этих выборов были выбраны руководители села и депутаты местного парламента. Сейчас он у нас действует в пилотном режиме, мы будем потихоньку опробовать на местных выборах, но надеемся, что к концу текущего года у нас будут какие-то результаты, и мы сможем уже на более высокий уровень дать возможность поднять. Но все это, конечно, как бы технологические аспекты, мы поэтому не должны забывать про законы, про нормативно-правовые акты. И в этом направлении мы сейчас понимаем, что у нас очень много противоречий в законодательстве, очень много противоречий, какие-то, значит, правила, регуляторные документы были разработаны с учетом бумажных бизнес-процессов. Сейчас технологический мир требует пересмотра вообще основ подхода. И чтобы это пересмотреть, нашим правительством и президентом было дано нам указание, чтобы мы разработали единый комплексный документ, который отражал бы все аспекты цифровизации. И в этом направлении сейчас идет разработка цифрового кодекса в Кыргызстане. Мы планируем до конца этого года принять. Очень активно в эту работу вовлечены множество международных экспертов, в том числе с Европейского Союза нам сильно помогают, с Организацией Объединенных Наций. Я думаю, что в этом направлении мы сейчас будем активно двигаться и будем внедрять этот цифровой кодекс в жизнь. На этом у меня все. Уважаемые дамы и господа, большое вам спасибо за то, что уделили время. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое. Я передаю слово нашему следующему спикеру, Олегу Пекасю, первому заместителю Министерства цифровых технологий Узбекистан. Олег Андреевич, добрый день. Большое спасибо, что вы сегодня с нами. И мы просили бы вас рассказать об опыте, который проделал Узбекистан в сфере цифровизации. Мы знаем, что ваша страна очень активно развивается в этом направлении. И также немного об опыте сотрудничества с Европейским Союзом, который был бы интересен и полезен другим странам Центральной Азии.
Большое спасибо, Елена. Уважаемые коллеги, дамы и господа. В первую очередь, позвольте выразить благодарность за приглашение принять участие в работе второго экономического форума ЕС Центральная Азия для обсуждения актуальных вопросов дальнейшего развития и интеграции цифровых технологий на региональном уровне. В современных условиях бесспорна значимость совместной работы в области цифровизации в целях обеспечения роста национальных экономик и развития социальной сферы. По инициативе уважаемого президента Республики Узбекистан Шавката Мирамоновича Мирзиёева в нашей стране принимаются комплексные меры цифровой трансформации отраслей и общества в целом. В течение последних нескольких лет в стране принято и исполняется ряд стратегически важных программ по ускорению цифровизации и развития электронного правительства. Именно цифровая экономика определена в качестве основного драйвера развития нового Узбекистана. Цифровая повестка принятой стратегии развития нового Узбекистана предусматривает в ближайшей перспективе реализацию приоритетных направлений по развитию электронного правительства, телекоммуникационной инфраструктуры, IT-индустрии, а также цифрового образования. В первую очередь хотел бы отметить важность ускоренного развития индустрии и IT-предпринимательства. На сегодняшний день Узбекистан придает большое значение развитию IT-экспорта. Для этого в стране созданы все необходимые условия для развития сферы информационных технологий. В частности, в целях поддержки IT-компаний и стартап-проектов в Узбекистане был создан IT-парк, а его резиденты до 2028 года освобождены от уплаты всех видов налогов и таможенных платежей. Для резидентов IT-парка предоставлены следующие льготы и преференции. Полное освобождение от всех видов налогов, налог на дивиденды иностранных компаний снижен до 5%, импорт оборудования освобожден от таможенных пошлин, возможно осуществление деятельности дистанционно без аренды офиса, возможно выплачивать дивиденды учредителям и заработную плату в иностранной валюте, осуществлять экспорт посредством электронных торговых площадок без наличия экспортного контракта. Помимо этого, для иностранных инвесторов в сфере IT, учредителей IT-компаний и зарубежных IT-специалистов, а также членов их семей, внедрен порядок выдачи многократной IT-визы сроком до 3 лет. Благодаря созданным в стране условиям для IT-компаний на сегодняшний день более 1300 компаний осуществляют деятельность в сфере разработки программных продуктов, оказания услуг BPO и KPO. В результате объем услуг, указанных резидентами, только за первый квартал 2023 года превысил $200 миллионов, а их экспорт $57 миллионов. При этом ежегодный объем экспорта растет в среднем в 2 раза, а число экспортеров в прошлом году увеличилось более чем в 3 раза. В течение следующих нескольких лет мы поставили перед собой задачу довести экспорт услуг и программных продуктов на сумму не менее $1 миллиарда. Кроме этого, в прошлом году нами завершена реализация свыше 200 проектов цифровизации государственных органов за счет внедрения различных информационных систем, а также организации межведомственного электронного взаимодействия были упразднены 73 вида справок и документов от граждан, а также 132 процедуры лицензирования и разрешений для предпринимателей. Сегодня для населения доступно более 400 видов электронных государственных услуг, которыми воспользовались в прошлом году почти 13 миллионов раз, что в свою очередь составляет более 70% от всего объема оказанных услуг государственным органам. Кроме того, с прошлого года коммерческим банкам разрешено предоставление на базе своих цифровых платформ электронных государственных услуг, что позволяет более 28 миллионам пользователям получать дополнительные сервисы в рамках банковской экосистемы. Посредством межведомственной интеграционной платформы, которая считается основой электронного правительства, было обеспечено более 1,8 миллиарда обменов информацией на более чем 150 веб-сервисах государственных органов. В результате принимаемых мер был создан самый крупный в стране Центр хранения и обработки данных электронного правительства, которым присвоен международный сертификат Tier-3. Что касается опыта взаимодействия с Европейским Союзом, Узбекистан имеет богатый опыт сотрудничества с ЕС. Особо необходимо отметить, что большую долю экспорта IT-услуг Узбекистан приходится именно на страны Евросоюза. В частности, буквально в марте текущего года для координации деятельности IT-парка Узбекистана в Европейском Союзе был открыт офис IT-парка в Штутгарте, Германия. Совместные проекты и программы, организованные в рамках сотрудничества, включают в себе сотрудничество по созданию необходимой инфраструктуры, созданию инновационных стартапов, повышению квалификации специалистов, разработку и внедрению новых технологий, а также поддержку малых и средних предприятий в IT-секторе. Сотрудничество Узбекистана с ЕС в области информационных технологий может служить хорошим примером успешной партнерской работе на благо развития IT-сектора в Центральноазиатском регионе. Узбекистан активно развивает свою IT-отрасль, и сотрудничество с ЕС в этой области помогает реализовывать данный потенциал. Уважаемые участники форума, убежден, что успешная реализация вышеуказанных приоритетных задач невозможна без взаимовыгодного сотрудничества. В этой связи мы настроены на активное взаимодействие с европейскими институтами и заинтересованы в продолжении интенсивных контактов и углублении цифровой коллаборации. Необходимо консолидировать имеющие возможность наших стран в целях превращения регионов в передовой центр цифровых технологий. Считаем важных на полях настоящего форума, проходящего в прекрасном городе Алматы, обозначить основные задачи и приоритеты выстраивания более тесного регионального партнерства в цифровой среде. Пользуясь случаем, хотел бы пригласить всех участников на ежегодную неделю информационных технологий, которая состоится в Ташкенте с 23 по 27 октября. Благодарю за внимание.
Спасибо большое. Спасибо большое. Коллеги, мы выслушали представителей государственных органов, не знаю, вот как у слушателей, но у меня сложилось как бы абсолютно такое понятное мнение о том, что все-таки процессы цифровизации – это процессы глобальные, и мы понимаем, что, безусловно, у каждого государства как бы есть и свои юрисдикции, интересы и так далее, но, тем не менее, мы слышим о каких-то сходных вещах, но в то же время понимаем, что есть различия, которые, безусловно, какие-то они должны остаться, но тем не менее, поскольку это глобальные процессы, и это мнение, которое выражает достаточно часто наша ассоциация, обмен информацией в плане проектов, в плане развития законодательства, в плане того, какие мы там правовые институты внедряем, я юрист, да, как понятно, это очень важно, потому что вот это именно та ситуация, где совсем в разнобой, наверное, если мы пойдем в какие-то ближайшие страны, центральноазиатские, то в будущем это может создать сложности. Теперь я хочу передать слово двум представителям частного сектора. Тимур Сарсенов, это представитель компании СЭС. Мы хотели бы услышать о том, какие возможности ваша компания в сфере диджитализации, цифровизации предоставляет Центральной Азии. Коллеги, я прошу прощения, у нас очень мало времени, поэтому буду признательна, если недолго.
Елена, спасибо за предоставленное слово. В первую очередь я хочу поблагодарить организаторов за приглашение компании СЭС поучаствовать в этом форуме и конкретно выступить на панели, посвященной цифровизации. Я, наверное, буду выступать на русском языке, чтобы донести как можно больше информации. Да? В первую очередь я хотел бы представиться. Меня зовут Тимур Сарсенов, я представляю компанию СЭС. Это ведущий лидер, мировой лидер в спутниковой связи. Нашей компании больше 35 лет, у нас огромный опыт, и мы оперируем спутниковым флотом на 2 орбитах. Это уникальная ситуация. В первую очередь, конечно же, это геостационарная орбита, всем известная, давно используемая. Там у нас больше 50 спутников. Но помимо этого у нас есть и первая в мире уникальная группировка, коммерчески успешная, не геостационарных спутников, которая называется O3B. И эта группировка была запущена в 2014 году, состоит из 20 спутников и полностью себя окупила, оправдала. И видя все преимущества не геостационарных спутников конкретно этой группировки, мы сейчас занимаемся вводом в эксплуатацию группировки O3B Empower. Это уже 2-е поколение спутников, проверенная технология, но дает нам больше, гораздо больше пропускной способности и гибкости. Если говорить о преимуществах спутника в целом, как технологии и проблемах цифрового разрыва, то важно отметить, что цифровой разрыв случается в государствах, когда в больших городах или в больших сельских населенных пунктах движимый бизнесом подключение обеспечивается наземными технологиями, и люди имеют доступ, потому что есть, так сказать, коммерческая составляющая, которая позволяет компаниям зарабатывать и приходить и обслуживать население. А государству, соответственно, используя уже имеющуюся инфраструктуру, предоставлять свои цифровые услуги. Но когда мы говорим о сельском населении, сельской местности, особенно, допустим, для этого региона Центральной Азии, где более 50% населения проживает в сельской местности, а каждая страна в этом регионе очень большая и плотность населения очень маленькая, порой построение наземных линий связи, оптоволоконных или беспроводных линий связи связано с огромными экономическими затратами, абсолютно невыгодно, или же физически невозможно, если мы говорим про какой-то горный рельеф, да, где прокладывать оптоволоконные линии будет просто очень тяжело. Вот как раз здесь приходит на помощь спутник. Спутниковые технологии, они не конкурируют с оптоволоконными технологиями, они их дополняют. Понятно, что вот старые спутники, так сказать, традиционные спутники на геостационарной орбите в свое время использовались, но как последний такой резерв, когда уже ничто другое невозможно сделать, давайте использовать геостационарные спутники. Потому что у них были свои ограничения, это довольно большая задержка и низкая скорость предоставляемых каналов. Очень важно, что при решении задачи устранения цифрового неравенства, доступ и качество сервиса, который будет предоставляться на сельской местности, был таким же, как и в городе. Да? То есть, чтобы пользователи могли спокойно пользоваться всеми своими устройствами, получать государственные услуги, смотреть Netflix и так далее, и так далее. И, конечно же, технология геостационарная в сегодняшний момент не может максимально удовлетворить эти потребности, но здесь как раз-таки выходит на первый план, это не геостационарные группировки, которые сейчас очень хорошо развиваются и могут предоставить связь по качеству, соизмеримому с качеством оптоволоконных линий. То есть конечному пользователю абсолютно не будет заметна разница, по какой технологии он получает эту услугу. Очень важно заметить, что не геостационарные группировки могут давать различные сервисы до 100, 200, 300 мегабит. То есть это те задачи, которые ставят перед собой государственные органы, абсолютно выполнимы, но каждая спутниковая группировка разная. Особенность нашей группировки – это то, что мы предоставляем связь операторского класса, и мы гарантируем всегда качество предоставляемых услуг. Кроме этого, мы не компания-стартап, у нас есть 30 лет опыта, мы знаем, как реализовывать такие проекты и готовы применить наш опыт по реализации проектов и в этом регионе. Такие огромные проекты были реализованы в Южной Америке, в азиатском регионе. Допустим, мы подключили Гренландию, да, там, где вообще нет никакой другой связи. Мы приветствуем инициативу Еврокомиссии, Team Europe, Digital Connectivity, потому что эта инициатива действительно нацелена на устранение цифрового неравенства. Позволяет в кооперации с частными партнерами построить инфраструктуру именно в сельской местности и предоставить услуги для сельского населения. Таким образом, каждый гражданин получит эквивалентную связь. Мы сотрудничаем, конечно же, и ведем свою работу в регионе. Мы очень глубоко и довольно долго работаем с правительством Казахстана, с Министерством цифрового развития, обсуждаем возможное наше участие в проекте по подключению вот этих 504 сельских населенных пунктов. Мы работаем в Таджикистане, мы работаем в Узбекистане, и вот мы бы хотели, конечно же, также продолжить наше общение и в Кыргызской республике, потому что мы верим, что наши технологии могут помочь вам решить основную задачу. До того, как вы перейдете к предоставлению услуг, это построить эту инфраструктуру и дать населению доступ к сети интернет. Поэтому мы надеемся на совместное сотрудничество с Еврокомиссией. Мы уверены, что наша технология абсолютно подходит для решения этих проблем. И ждем также положительных откликов от правительств этих стран. Спасибо большое.
Спасибо большое, Тимур. И у нас остался еще один спикер, и, к сожалению, совсем мало времени. Мистер Арман Кузетов, это country-менеджер компании Nokia в Казахстане. Арман, будьте добры, поделитесь с нами, пожалуйста, о том, что сейчас делает Nokia в Казахстане, в том числе, как она содействует продвижению, развитию цифровизации. Как, может быть, это координируется с повесткой Европейского Союза? Спасибо.
Большое спасибо, Елена. So, we have decided also to have the presentation in Russian language. It's going to be in Russian. Keep your earphones there. So, уважаемые участники стран Европы и Средней Азии, да? Уважаемые партнеры и друзья. От имени компании Nokia хочу сказать, что мы рады принять участие в этой открытой и вдохновляющей дискуссии, посвященной цифровизации в Казахстане и в регионах Центральной Азии. Позвольте подчеркнуть, что компания Nokia присутствует в 130 странах и является надежным партнером для стратегически важных мобильных, фиксированных, оптических и облачных сетей связи. Мы являемся европейским партнером с глобальным присутствием, включая Центральную Азию. Мы инвестируем в наши локальные платформы и наши локальные команды высококвалифицированных специалистов почти в каждой стране региона, включая Казахстан, Узбекистан, Азербайджан, Киргизию. И являемся как раз одним из ключевых клиентов, наверное, ключевых партнеров на пути перехода к цифровым технологиям и 5G. Мы не только предоставляем передовые решения нашим партнерам, но также поддерживаем инициативы. Совместно с нашими партнерами вносим свой вклад в национальные программы развития реформ и развития регионов. В Казахстане Nokia присутствует уже более 25 лет и сотрудничает с локальными поставщиками услуг и предприятиями для поддержки цифрового развития, цифровизации мирового уровня. Мы сотрудничаем с крупнейшими операторами в Казахстане, такими как Картел, под маркой Билайн известен, Казахтелеком, и принимаем участие в строительстве сетей 4 и 5 поколения. Кроме того, мы являемся партнерами для ключевых участников в Казахстане в сфере создания цифровой экономики и различных отраслях. В том числе мы работаем с некоторыми университетами в рамках совместного тестирования инноваций. Компания Nokia твердо верит, что цифровизация – это мощнейший и высокопотенциальный двигатель роста экономики в мире. Цифровая инфраструктура обеспечивает повышение производства, производительности, декарбонизации и обеспечивает широкий доступ к возможностям для всех. Однако одних частных инвестиций недостаточно, чтобы полностью изменить ситуацию. Мы благодарим Европейский Союз за стратегию Global Gateway, глобального интерфейса, и конкретные предложения по преодолению цифрового разрыва, что предоставляет схему развития сотрудничества для стран-партнеров, желающих развивать цифровую инфраструктуру. И это соответствует целеустремлениям стран Центральной Азии. Действительно, мы понимаем и высоко ценим планы правительства региона Центральной Азии, правительства Казахстана по созданию цифровой экономики и новых возможностей для экономического роста. Я работаю в отрасли, которая способствует устойчивому цифровому развитию. Хотел бы сосредоточить на 3 основных аспектах, такими как связь и доступ к ней, безопасность и стимулирование рынка. Позвольте мне начать с первого пункта. Важности равного доступа и подключения. Цифровой доступ означает доступ к большому количеству возможностей и развития навыков, которые способствуют экономическому росту. По данным Всемирного банка, увеличение проникновения широкополосной связи на 10% способствует развитию внутривалового продукта на 1,4%, что довольно много. Основой трансформации являются современные возможности подключения и доступа. Связь должна быть доступна для каждого и для всех во всем мире. Я считаю, что взаимные обязательства и партнеров, наши обязательства и наших партнеров обеспечить эту доступность. Вместе с нашими клиентами, партнерами в Центральной Азии мы разворачиваем передовые ключевые инфраструктурные объекты во всех странах нашего региона. Еще один важный аспект на пути цифрового развития – это выработка правильных навыков. Цифровая экономика предъявляет новые требования как к потребителям, так и к специалистам этих цифровых услуг. Правительство должно уделить достаточно внимания формированию необходимых навыков для цифрового развития и для цифрового сектора. Навыки, необходимые для работы в различных отраслях, становятся очень разнообразными. Для подготовки специалистов для цифровой трансформации необходимо внедрить программу обучения. Nokia способствует созданию сильного потенциала специалистов в регионе, и мы намерены продолжать инвестировать в это направление. К примеру, в Казахстане Nokia сотрудничает с Назарбаев университетом. Мы предлагаем наши решения для тестирования передовых приложений. То есть мы с ними сотрудничаем, чтобы любые вот эти инновации и нововведения перед тем, как поступали дальше, должны быть протестированы, опробованы и проверены. В Азербайджане у нас есть также активная программа по сотрудничеству в сфере образования. Следующий момент – безопасность. Здесь много коллег передо мной выступало, и безопасность – это также один из ключевых элементов, поскольку сегодня сети становятся одним из центральных элементов. Безопасность стратегически важной инфраструктуры всегда должна быть главным приоритетом, и это очень хорошо видно на сетях 5-го поколения. Потому что сегодня сети 5-го поколения, они не просто предназначены для связи, и в том числе и для управления такими важными инфраструктурными объектами. Например, возьмем энергетический сектор, в некоторых странах уже строится исключительно на сетях 5-го поколения, и очень много полагается на это. Исходя из всех этих вещей, безопасность – это, наверное, один из ключевых элементов. Вот почему принципы компании Nokia являются добросовестное, ответственное, этичное ведение бизнеса. По исследованиям института, эти сфер мы уже в 7-й раз нас включили в список самых этичных компаний в мире. Также я бы хотел отметить важность открытого рынка. Стабильное и благоприятное нормативно-правовое регулирование с четкими условиями для всех участников важно для продвижения цифровизации. Как пример, ускорение распределения частотного спектра, в том числе и 5G, регулирование разворачивания оптоволокна, важны для развития цифровизации как в Центральной Азии, так и связью между Центральной Азией и Европой. Следующий момент: инвестиции должны быть стабильными. И здесь инвестиции должны быть направлены на проекты, поддерживающие существенно деловых, этических и экологических стандартов. Правительству и государству необходимо ориентировать свою экономику на поддержку цифровизации. Политика в сфере информационных данных определит будущий торговый ландшафт, как мы будем дальше взаимодействовать друг с другом. Нам нужна структура, обеспечивающая безопасный, бесперебойный и конфиденциальный поток данных. Компания Nokia считает, что доступ к надежной связи должен осуществляться в рамках открытого, но регулируемого рынка. И нам необходимо сотрудничать с госорганами и остальными институтами для более правильного распределения и определения дальнейших взаимодействий между странами и между структурами бизнес-единиц. Nokia является одним из надежных партнеров в Центральной Азии. У нас есть мировой опыт поддержки правительств, отраслей и в том числе в движении в цифровизацию. Мы готовы поддерживать наших партнеров в Центральной Азии и предоставлять наши инновационные решения. Цель компании Nokia – создать технологию, которая поможет миру взаимодействовать сообща. И только объединив наши усилия, мы сможем помочь миру создать эту более сильную экономику и общество в Центральной Азии и мира, и в мире. Большое спасибо.
Я хочу поблагодарить всех наших спикеров за их, во-первых, за информацию, которую нам рассказали, о каких-то вещах мы действительно слышали впервые, за рекомендации, за инсайты. Я хочу сказать большое спасибо аудитории за внимание, несмотря на то, что мы немножко больше времени заняли. Мы закрываем нашу сессию. Спасибо всем.
Большое спасибо вам, большое спасибо всем спикерам. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, thank you all for your excellent contributions during what has been an extremely rich set of discussions. I would like to ask those participants who have received a prior invitation to the VIP lunch to immediately make your way to the elevators and from there to the 28th floor. For all other participants, lunch will be served in the foyer and also on the terrace. Please enjoy, find some time to exchange with colleagues and friends, and I invite you to be back in this room for exactly at 14:25, so that we can begin our high-level roundtable promptly at 14:30. We'll see you at 14:25. Thank you very much.
Всех занимать свои места. Прошу садиться. Скоро придут наши самые высокие гости. Премьер-министр Республики Казахстан со своими коллегами. Круглый стол начнется ровно в половине третьего. Прошу всех немедленно садиться. Спасибо.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we will shortly beginning our high-level roundtable. I would like to invite you to start taking your seats so that we can begin promptly at 14:30.
Yes, thank you. In English to everyone to get seated. That's not. Yeah. Should it say frequently? Yeah, because Prime Minister is going to exactly.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, совсем вскоре мы начнем наш круглый стол высокого уровня. Я хотел бы пригласить всех вас занимать ваши места, так как мы начнем ровно в 14:30. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we will shortly beginning our high-level roundtable. I would like to invite you to start taking your seats because we are going to start 14:30 sharp. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we will shortly begin our high-level roundtable. I would like to invite you all to start taking your seats, because we are going to start in exactly 3 minutes. Уважаемые дамы и господа, мы приглашаем всех вас занимать свои места, потому что мы начнем наш круглый стол совсем скоро, через 3 минуты. Всех приглашаем занимать места в зале. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are inviting you to take your seats in the audience, because we are going to start in exactly 1 minute. Уважаемые дамы и господа, мы приглашаем всех вас занимать места в зале, так как мы начнем наш круглый стол ровно через минуту. Уважаемые гости, приглашаем всех занимать места. Мы начнем через мгновение. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are inviting you to take your seats at this exact moment. We are going to start very soon.
Да.
Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is now my great privilege to welcome you to our high-level roundtable on strengthening European Union Central Asia trade and economic relations. We have a very special, distinguished panel of speakers, and it is my pleasure to welcome them all on this stage. His Excellency, Mr. Alihan Smailov, the Prime Minister of Kazakhstan. His Excellency, Mr. Valdis Dombrovskis, Executive Vice President of the European Commission. His Excellency, Mr. Akalbek Japarov, Chairman of the Cabinet of Ministers of the Kyrgyz Republic. His Excellency Mr. Kohir Rasulzoda, the Prime Minister of Tajikistan. His Excellency Mr. Jamshid Khodjayev, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Investments, Industry and Trade, Uzbekistan. His Excellency Mr. Serdar Jorayev, Minister of Finance and Economy of Turkmenistan. Ms. Teresa Chervinska, Vice President of the European Investment Bank. Ms. Odile Renaud Basso, the President of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. And the moderator for this session, Ms. Teri Hakkala, the EU Special Representative for Central Asia. Ms. Hakkala, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon. Excellencies, Executive Vice President Dombrovskis, Prime Ministers, Deputy Prime Ministers, Ministers, President Renaud Basso, Vice President Chervinska, dear friends. It is my great honor to welcome you to the high-level roundtable of the second in-person European Union Central Asia Economic Forum in Almaty. Let me again start by thanking the Kazakh government for the hospitality for organizing this economic forum, and especially also the Akimat of Almaty for providing all help assistance to make this happen. At the outset, I would like to underline that cooperation between the EU and Central Asia has increased substantially in political importance, potential, and ambition. Our dialogue has reached a new level of engagement. Last year, 2022, we had our first meeting at the level of heads of states of Central Asia, and the President of the European Council, Charles Michel, as well as very timely exchange at the EU Central Asia Connectivity Conference led by High Representative Borrell. In line with the EU strategy for Central Asia, and following the launching of the EU Global Gateway initiative, our goal remains unchanged. We want to see the Central Asian region prosperous and resilient. To reach this goal, we share a strong commitment to intensify cooperation in many strategic sectors: energy security, sustainable and secure digitalization, improved transport connections, and transitioning to a green, sustainable, climate-neutral economy and sustainable connectivity. Economic Forum builds on the goals of the EU strategy for Central Asia. Our first in-person Economic Forum took place in Bishkek, 2021, and it was preceded by the online forum in 2020. This year's forum confirms that our cooperation dialogue is growing, and it is an excellent platform to take our dialogue further. This forum is also yet another proof that against the background of rapidly changing geopolitical situation, we stand by our partners in Central Asia to extend our assistance and support in overcoming the economic challenges and help our partner countries build sustainable economies. We support our partners' diversification efforts, trade facilitation. We offer new digital solutions and help to create new job opportunities for very many young people in Central Asia who are entering job market every year. It is clear that in order to reach our mutual goals, we not only need government-to-government dialogue, but also very active engagement by the private sector, both from the European Union and Central Asia. Therefore, I'm very pleased that yesterday's discussions were particularly dedicated to private sector cooperation issues, challenges and opportunities. I'm pleased to see that we have many private sector representatives from Central Asia and EU member states also here with us today. This year's forum not only focuses on green and digital transitions in Central Asia, improving the business climate, but also on enhancing trade and transport connectivity between the EU and Central Asia. This gives us a timely opportunity to follow up on the discussions from the EU Central Asia Connectivity Conference last November and present the progress made since then. In current circumstances, it is vital to see what we can do better to pursue the goal of closer connectivity goals and enhance trade. I'm convinced that the results of the long-awaited study supported by the EU and implemented by the EBRD will give more insight on this day. We look forward to hear your views on the main focus areas of this year's forum and future prospects for facilitating intra- and interregional economic dialogue, as the EU strongly supports further development of the regional dialogue and welcomes Central Asian efforts in that regard. And now, dear participants, without further ado, I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Alihan Shmailov, Prime Minister of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Құрметті форум қонақтары мен қатысушылары, ханымдар мен мырзалар, Алматы қаласында өтіп жатқан бүгінгі Орталық Азия Еуропалық Одақ екінші экономикалық форумына қош келдіңіздер. Ең алдымен Еуропалық тарапқа және Еуропалық комиссияның атқарушы вице-президенті Валдис Домбровскис мырзаға форумды бірлесіп ұйымдастыруға және оған осындай өкілді делегацияның қатысып отырғаны үшін алғысымызды білдіргіміз келеді. Қырғыз Республикасының министрлер кабинетінің төрағасы, президент әкімшілігінің басшысы Жапаров Ақылбек Усенбекұлы мырзаға, Тәжікстан Республикасының премьер-министрі Кохир Расулзада мырзаға, Өзбекстан Республикасы премьер-министрінің орынбасары Ходжаев Жамшид Абдухакимұлы мырзаға, Түркменстанның қаржы және экономика министрі Джораев Сердар Ачилдурдыевич мырзаға, Еуропалық қайта құру және даму банкінің президенті Адил Рено Басо ханымға және Еуропалық инвестициялық банктың вице-президенті Тереза Червинская ханымға форумға қолдау көрсеткендері және қатысқандары үшін ризашылығымызды білдіреміз. Форумның Қазақстан мен Еуропалық одақ арасындағы дипломатиялық қатынастардың орнағанына 30 жыл толуына тұспа-тұс өтіп жатқаны ерекше маңызға ие. Астана мен Брюссель арасындағы тиімді серіктестік қатынастар көп жылғы прагматикалық және дәйекті ықпалдастықтың нәтижесі болып табылады. Біз Еуропалық одақпен ынтымақтастықтың екі жақты форматта және өңіраралық деңгейде қарқынды дамуын қолдаймыз. Өңір елдерінің ортақ күш-жігерінің арқасында бүгінде Орталық Азия белсенді дамып келе жатқан үлкен мүмкіндіктер аймағы болып табылады. Елдеріміз бір-бірін үйлесімді түрде толықтырады. Ал басты тірегі сауда-экономикалық саладағы ынтымақтастық болып қала береді. Өткен жылдың қорытындысы бойынша Орталық Азия мен Еуропалық одақ арасындағы тауар айналымы 61%-ке ұлғайып 49 миллиард долларды құрады. Экономикалық әлеуетіміздің толық ашылуына қарай біз еуропалық серіктестерімізбен бірлесіп бұл көрсеткішті айтарлықтай арттыра алатынымызға сенімдіміз. Ол үшін бізде белсенді пайдалануды және ілгерілетуді қажет ететін елеулі резервтер бар. Уважаемые коллеги, прошедший год стал прорывным в сотрудничестве между Центральной Азией и Европейским Союзом. И этот форум является успешным продолжением ряда важных встреч в Астане, Самарканде и Брюсселе. По инициативе президента Республики Казахстан Касым-Жомарта Кемелевича Токаева в октябре прошлого года состоялась первая встреча глав государств Центральной Азии и президента Европейского Совета. Данное мероприятие стало важной вехой в развитии отношений с Европейским Союзом. Мы запустили сотрудничество в новых для нас областях. Так достигнуто важное соглашение с компанией Свевинд по установке ветряных солнечных электростанций в Казахстане и производству 3 миллионов тонн зеленого водорода. Это 1/5 часть потребностей Европейского Союза в зеленом водороде. В рамках КОП-27 в Шарм-эль-Шейхе мы с президентом Европейской комиссии Урсулой фон дер Ляйен подписали меморандум в области редкоземельных металлов. Этот документ будет способствовать установлению финансового и технологического сотрудничества Казахстана с промышленными альянсами Европейского Союза. Сегодня Европейский Союз является крупнейшим торговым и инвестиционным партнером Казахстана. На его долю приходится 30% внешней торговли страны, а общий объем прямых иностранных инвестиций превышает 170 миллиардов долларов. Мы заинтересованы в дальнейшем расширении инвестиционного сотрудничества и диверсификации взаимной торговли. Уже сегодня более 3000 компаний с участием европейского капитала успешно работают в различных секторах экономики нашей страны, включая такие мировые гиганты, как Shell, Eni, Total, Air Liquide, Alstom, Siemens, Linde Group и многие другие. Казахстан может предложить более 175 видов обработанных товаров на сумму свыше 2,3 миллиарда долларов в год в таких отраслях, как машиностроение, производство железа и стали, пищевая промышленность и сельское хозяйство. Будучи крупным производителем зерна, наша страна также могла бы стать стратегическим партнером ЕС в реализации глобальной продовольственной повестки. Мы заинтересованы в реализации совместных технологических проектов с европейскими инвесторами в сельскохозяйственном секторе Казахстана. Достижение углеродной нейтральности к 2060 году является для нас стратегической задачей. В этом году мы приняли соответствующую национальную стратегию. Зеленая энергетика составляет 5% от общего объема производства электроэнергии без учета крупных гидроэлектростанций. Наша цель – ввести к 2030 году еще не менее 7 гигаватт, доведя долю ВИЭ до 15%. Казахстан готов стимулировать зеленый переход в Центральной Азии. В этом контексте хотел бы отметить возможности Международного финансового центра Астана. Он является важной платформой для привлечения зеленых инвестиций, основанной на британском праве, с независимым судом и Международным арбитражным центром. Dear colleagues, Central Asia is a concentration of major transport routes and fast-growing markets. Kazakhstan's geographical location and well-developed transport infrastructure offer many opportunities for cooperation in the field of transport and logistics. Our country has the capacity to develop truly global sustainable supply chains. Therefore, Kazakhstan is promoting the creation of logistics centers of the wholesale distribution network, such as the International Industrial Cooperation Center with Uzbekistan and the Industrial Trade and Logistics Complex with Kyrgyzstan. At the same time, we are implementing 2 large trade and logistics hubs on the territory of Kazakhstan, in the Almaty agglomeration and the West Kazakhstan region. These hubs will connect trade and logistics routes between China, Central Asia, Europe, and the Middle East. Over a period of 10 years, our country has served as a stable channel for more than 80% of overland transit traffic of the China-Europe route. In this regard, I would like to highlight the active development of the Trans-Caspian International Transport Route. We highly appreciate the results of last year's Aktau Ministerial Meeting on Trans-Caspian interconnectivity. As a result, Kazakhstan, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Georgia established a roadmap for development of the Middle Corridor. Thanks to joint efforts, the transit time from China to Europe has been reduced by almost 3 times, from 53 days to 19-23 days. Our next target is 14-18 days by the end of this year. At the same time, transit through the territory of Kazakhstan reduced by 2 times, from 12 to 6 days, and we aim to reduce it to 5 days by the end of this year. Along with development of the Middle Corridor, we are supporting the expansion of our partnership within the TEN-T project, the Trans-European Transport Network. Dear friends, digitalization is one of the key drivers of economic development. Kazakhstan has set a strategic goal to become one of the largest digital hubs in the region. Last year, our country was ranked 28th in the UN e-Government Development Index, the highest in the region and among the CIS countries. Kazakhstan provides favorable conditions for the development of digital transformation. We are creating banking ecosystems and implementing the digital transformation of public administration, while the digital commerce is growing rapidly. A promising and fast developing area in Kazakhstan is the fintech market, which has become the largest in the region and has a significant potential for innovation. In March of this year, Microsoft announced the opening of a multi-regional hub in Kazakhstan, which will become a center for attracting advanced technologies and know-how. The hub will cover not only Central Asia, but also Azerbaijan, Armenia, Georgia, Mongolia, and Pakistan. In this context, we will also become and stand ready to actively participate in Global Gateway and Team Europe, the European Union's digital interconnection initiative for Central Asia. Kazakhstan is ready to provide European satellite operators a platform for the creation of the Gateway Regional Hub and the Green Data Center in Central Asia. By 2025, we plan to train at least 100,000 qualified IT professionals. Taking this opportunity, I would like to encourage European IT universities to open their branches in Kazakhstan. In this way, the Astana Hub Technopark, as an active local and regional player, could become a convenient platform with the necessary preferences. Dear participants, this forum is a practical step towards enhancing trade and economic interaction between Central Asia and EU. I believe that it will bring our regions even closer. It will outline new opportunities and prospects for partnership among business representatives present here today. I wish you all fruitful discussions and success in your endeavors. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I'm giving floor to His Excellency Valdis Dombrovskis, Executive Vice President, European Commission. You have the floor.
Honorable Prime Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished guests. It is my great honor to represent the European Union at the second in-person EU Central Asia Economic Forum. Let me start by thanking our Kazakh hosts for their warm welcome. Organizing an event on this scale is not easy, and you have done a great job. When we met in Bishkek 2 years ago, the world was still dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic and its economic consequences. We were putting in place plans for post-COVID recovery. And we made commitment to work together for a mutual benefit of our people and economies as part of our recovery plans. Then, just a few months later, a war erupted. I'm speaking, of course, of Russia's illegal and barbaric invasion of Ukraine. The impact of this terrible ground war in Europe continues to be felt across the world, including here in Central Asia. I will return to this point later. This forum represents a next important step in bringing our regions closer together. We have already made significant progress in recent years. The EU is one of the largest trade and investment partners in the region, and there is a clear potential to do much more. Working together, we can unlock new areas of cooperation and mutual benefit across a range of areas. In this respect, I'm very pleased that this forum will deliver a number of valuable outcomes. First, the adaptation of EU financial guarantee programs for the 5 Central Asian countries. These guarantees can help to drive investment in the region, focusing in particular on green and digital economic transformation and on support of small and medium enterprises. Second, the EU is making a commitment to strengthen cooperation on digital connectivity. This is vital for social and economic development in the region. Together, we will work towards reducing digital divides and ensuring high bandwidths, notably through the introduction of satellite communication channels. The exchange of letters between the European Commission and governments of Central Asia in advance of this forum demonstrates strong determination by both sides to advance with this agenda. Third, we are presenting the key findings of the study of sustainable transport corridors between Europe and Central Asia. This EBRD study represents an important milestone in our shared work on connectivity. I'm honored to announce that the European Commission will organize an investors conference later in 2023 to follow up on soft and hard infrastructure projects highlighted by the study. Fourth, I'm pleased to announce that we are preparing a new prosperity program for the region. In essence, this program will outline concrete actions to enhance competitiveness and support the development of an attractive and inclusive business environment in Central Asia. We are confident that this can help to grow investment and regional trade flows, as well as international trade along EU Central Asia corridors. Fifth, we will present two important OECD studies supported by the EU on improving the business climate in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. And finally, I warmly welcome the announced intention by the European Investment Bank to increase its presence in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, these deliverables lead us to a very clear conclusion. Namely, that the European Union is a strong, committed and reliable partner for countries in Central Asia. The facts speak for themselves. EU member states are already by far the biggest source of foreign direct investment in the region, accounting for more than 40% of total foreign direct investment. This is more than China, more than Russia. On the international stage, the EU fully supports the independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity of Central Asian countries. We are strong backers of your respective journeys in and towards World Trade Organization. And we have strong ambitions for the development of bilateral trade. The rules base for this work is Enhanced Partnership and Cooperation Agreements, or EPCAs. We have an EPCA already in force with Kazakhstan and one awaiting signature with Kyrgyzstan. We initialed an EPCA with Uzbekistan in July last year and launched negotiations with Tajikistan. These agreements will be cornerstone of our bilateral relationships for many years. They will support Central Asian economies on a sustainable reform path. They will help to attract investment, making your economy stronger, more diversified, and more resilient. Attaining EU standards opens a doorway to reach a wider global market, further boosting your economic potential. I count on your full commitment to make sure these agreements achieve their objectives, including through a stable business environment and guaranteed fair treatment for investors. The EU is also committed to making strong positive income in Central Asia through Global Gateway Initiative. This is the European Union's worldwide strategy to invest in infrastructure projects and establish economic partnerships based on certain principles. Our key Global Gateway deliverables for Central Asia include a regional initiative on water, energy and climate change. This aims to improve water energy resource management and increase investments to facilitate this transition. We aim to adopt a first action worth of 20 million euros this summer. And let me add that around 40% of the initial 700 million euro funding under this initiative is dedicated to investments in hard infrastructure. A second Global Gateway deliverable for Central Asia is a regional initiative on digital connectivity. This aims to provide satellite connectivity in regions through air stations, a special type of infrastructure. In parallel, we will promote good governance in the digital sphere. We are very pleased to see high level of interest from Central Asian countries in this area. We aim to adopt the first part of this initiative by the end of the summer with an envelope of 20 million euros. Ladies and gentlemen, I have presented a detailed list of EU projects and commitments in Central Asia. These are not just conceptual, they are supported by real projects with real funding. This is what sets the EU apart from other strategic partners. We not only follow through on our commitments, we do so while always playing by the rules. This is why engaging with the EU is the safest and surest way towards holistic and sustainable social and economic development. We sit down with our partners to negotiate agreements and initiatives that are predictable, trustworthy, reliable, and mutually beneficial. We are committed to working with you on the long term. We can build a win-win cooperation which will lead to greater prosperity in the Central Asian region. The return of ground war to Europe has forced us to reassess our global relationships. The currency of trust has risen significantly in its value. The EU and its global allies are doing everything possible to restore Ukraine's territorial integrity. I can understand that each country is looking at this war through its own eyes. However, there is one simple truth. We should never mix up who is aggressor and who is a victim. If Russia stops fighting, there will be no war. If Ukraine stops fighting, there will be no Ukraine. We have issued 11 rounds of sanctions, and the focus now is on their effective implementation. Our aim is to weaken and ultimately to stop Russian war machine. And the EU is very serious about preventing sanctions circumvention. This applies to our own companies as well as those in third countries. In this, we count on our partners not to allow their territory and their businesses to be misused in any way, shape, or form. This especially applies to items found on Ukrainian battlefields. We will identify those entities which continue to undermine the efforts to end this brutal and illegal war, and we will offer strong, reliable support to all trusted partners, including to fight sanctions circumvention. The EU is very conscious on the spillover consequences of Russian aggression. We are therefore working closely with the key global partners, including the United States, to minimize and mitigate these consequences. Our goal is to create new, better opportunities also for our partners here in Central Asia. This is why the EU Central Asia Economic Forum is such an important event, not just in terms of concrete outcomes, but also for its political significance. So, to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I hope we will make the most of this superb opportunity to strengthen our relationship, our people and our economies to stand to make significant gains if we succeed in doing so. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Vice President. And now I turn to our other friends from Central Asia. I give the floor to His Excellency Akilbek Japarov, Chairman of the Cabinet of Ministers of the Kyrgyz Republic. You have the floor, sir.
Благодарю вас, госпожа Хакала, за предоставленное мне слово. Уважаемые участники круглого стола, дамы и господа, прежде всего от имени Кабинета министров Кыргызской Республики я от себя лично хочу поприветствовать всех участников и гостей круглого стола высокого уровня, тематика которого посвящена укреплению торгово-экономических отношений между Европейским Союзом и Центральной Азией. Приятно констатировать, что стартовавший 2 года назад в Бишкеке этот новый и важный формат взаимодействия между центральноазиатскими странами и Евросоюзом преобразуется в постоянно действующую платформу для обмена мнениями, взглядами, оценками и поиска возможных решений. Хочу отдельно выразить признательность Европейскому Союзу, а также лично господину Валдису Домбровскису за его поддержку нашей инициативы экономического форума высокого уровня, а моему дорогому коллеге Алихану Асхатовичу за теплое гостеприимство и прекрасную организацию сегодняшнего мероприятия. Уважаемые коллеги, несмотря на внутренние и внешние вызовы последних лет, экономика Центральной Азии оказалась достаточно устойчива, и продолжает расти. Однако общие тенденции углубления системного экономического кризиса, конечно, сказываются на регионе. Вторичный эффект от российско-украинского конфликта, который получили страны региона, в прошлом году начинают снижаться. И по оценке МВФ экономика начнет замедляться. Хотя процессы, по данным аналитиков, будут не такие выраженные, как прогнозировались. Но, безусловно, перспективы экономического развития Центральной Азии зависят от внешних факторов, и у нас нет иллюзий и необоснованного оптимизма. Что касается экономического сотрудничества с Евросоюзом, то по данным Национального статистического комитета Кыргызской Республики за прошлый год товарооборот Кыргызстана со странами Евросоюза увеличился на 76,1%. Экспорт вырос на 60,6%, а импорт на 78,6%. Во многом это произошло благодаря успешной имплементации всеобщей схемы преференции ВСП+, за льготы, в рамках которой мы признательны партнерам из Европейского Союза. Всеобщая схема преференций открыла для предпринимателей Кыргызстана рынок 28 стран ЕАЭС с населением свыше 508 миллионов человек с высоким уровнем покупательской способности. Нам известно, что в настоящее время Европейский Союз пересматривает регламент ВСП и вносит дополнительные требования. Учитывая положительное влияние этого механизма на развитие малого и среднего бизнеса, а также на рост взаимной торговли со странами Европейского Союза, Кыргызстан заинтересован в продлении срока действия всеобщей схемы преференций и сохранении статуса ее пользователя. Мы хотим расширять потенциал взаимной торговли с Европейским Союзом, который далеко не исчерпан, и ВСП+ является одним из действенных механизмов в этом направлении. Уважаемые коллеги, Кабинетом министров Кыргызской Республики ведется активная работа по достижению к 2050 году углеродной нейтральности и максимальному расширению зоны применения модели зеленой экономики. Уже к 2030 году мы планируем сократить выбросы парниковых газов более чем на 40%. Для этого на государственном уровне стимулируется внедрение ресурсосберегающих технологий и использование возобновляемых источников энергии. Локомотивом безуглеродной экономики являются масштабные региональные гидроэнергетические проекты. В частности, сегодня в рамках сотрудничества с Европейским Союзом Кыргызская Республика реализует проекты по реабилитации Тактагульской ГЭС, модернизации Учкырганской ГЭС и по проекту ввода в эксплуатацию второго гидроагрегата Камбаратинской ГЭС-2. В этом году полностью завершена реконструкция Атпашинской ГЭС и начата проработка строительства двух ГЭС вместе с Узбекистаном на реке Чатхал мощностью 1800 мегаватт. По данным проектам привлечены подрядчики и консультанты из Франции и Германии. Министерство энергетики Кыргызстана, Казахстана и Узбекистана подписали в январе текущего года дорожную карту по строительству инфраструктуры и объектов подготовительного этапа и актуализации ТО Камбаратинской ГЭС-1, одного из самых перспективных и значительных гидроэнергетических проектов в рамках региона. Еще одним важным направлением реализации зеленой повестки является строительство малых и средних ГЭС. Усилиями государства и бизнеса уже начато строительство более 50 малых и средних ГЭС. Проекты, связанные с возобновляемыми источниками энергии, будут запущены до конца этого года. Планируемый ввод ветряных и солнечных станций 1600 мегаватт. Мы ожидаем интенсивное вовлечение бизнеса в проекты в сфере возобновляемых источников энергии и внедрение новой экономической модели зеленой стратегии. У нас есть портфель готовых инвестиционно привлекательных энергетических проектов, и мы рассчитываем на интерес к ним со стороны европейских партнеров. Мы готовы к сотрудничеству, в том числе и на условиях государственно-частного партнерства с применением новейших технологий и опыта. Дамы и господа, Рациональное использование водных ресурсов – это обязательное условие устойчивого развития конгломерата стран Центральной Азии. Некоторые страны региона уже к 2030 году рискуют ощутить серьезный дефицит воды, вызванный увеличением водопотребления. В этой связи водная инициатива Европейского Союза как механизм содействия достижению целей устойчивого развития водоснабжения и санитарии является очень важной и безальтернативной для нашего региона. Но вместе с тем сотрудничество в данной сфере может быть еще более интенсивным и эффективным. Мы нуждаемся в новых водосберегающих технологиях, инновациях, подходах и кадрах, квалифицированных специалистах, которые могли бы пройти обучение в Европе. Кроме того, мы хотели бы привлечь внимание к проблеме экологической грамотности в целом. Мы предлагаем европейским партнерам совместно разработать просветительский образовательный проект по повышению экологической грамотности и экологической культуры с внедрением компонентов экологических знаний на всех уровнях образования. Коллеги, мир пережил пандемию COVID-19, но ее негативные афтершоки для мировой экономики ощущаются до сих пор. Нарушение глобальных цепочек производства и поставок привело к нестабильности цен в области продовольствия, особенно в развивающихся странах, включая Центральную Азию. Одним из уроков, которые Кыргызстан извлек из этой ситуации, стало определение главным компонентом национальной безопасности максимальное обеспечение продовольствием. Уже к 2025 году Кыргызстан планирует обеспечивать себя продуктами первой необходимости за счет собственного производства не менее чем на 80-85%. И более тесное сотрудничество и взаимодействие Центральной Азии и Европейского Союза для достижения продовольственной безопасности способно повысить значительный сельскохозяйственный потенциал нашего региона, модернизировать его и сделать экологически ориентированным. Уважаемые участники круглого стола, Центральная Азия – регион, не имеющий выхода к морю, тем не менее он занимает геостратегическое положение на перекрестке Европы и Азии. И при создании современной транспортной инфраструктуры и инновационной логистической системы имеет все предпосылки превратиться в один из важнейших хабов мировой торговли. Поэтому инвестиции в проекты транспортной инфраструктуры и наличие устойчивых транспортных и торговых связей играет ключевую роль для развития Центральной Азии. В данном контексте хочу отметить стратегический проект железной дороги Китай-Кыргызстан-Узбекистан. Всем известно, что этот проект обсуждался более 20 лет, и вот, наконец, из потенциального он становится реальностью. Реализация этого проекта расширит географию перевозок из Азии через Турцию в Европу, в регион Ближнего Востока, Ирана, страны Персидского залива и Северной Африки. Мы с большим интересом ожидаем презентацию Европейского банка реконструкции и развития относительно основных выводов финансируемого Европейским Союзом исследования по устойчивым транспортным коридорам между Европой и Центральной Азией. Очевидно, что нам в регионе необходимо еще многое сделать в области цифровизации торговых и таможенных процедур, но мы бы хотели, чтобы все эти преобразования синхронизировались с мировыми стандартами и отвечали требованиям наилучшего сотрудничества со странами Евросоюза. В частности, это внедрение международной системы по обмену данными между таможенными органами, электронных транспортных накладных, налаживание обмена информацией, упрощение визовых процедур на пути исследования грузов, искоренение или уменьшение нетарифных барьеров, сокращение времени перехода через границу. Дамы и господа, креативная экономика сегодня это не просто модный тренд. В Кыргызстане креативная экономика – одна из приоритетных направлений государственной политики. Мы приняли концепцию развития креативной экономики Кыргызской Республики и закон о парке креативных индустрий. В В стране создан и успешно действует парк высоких технологий, который предоставляет предпринимателям один из самых выгодных налоговых режимов в мире. Мы приглашаем партнеров из Европейского Союза посетить парк высоких технологий и рассмотреть возможности более тесного взаимодействия в части улучшения бизнес-среды и создания благоприятных инвестиционных условий как для местных, так и для международных инвесторов. Дорогие друзья, в заключение хотел бы отметить, что наш регион обладает богатыми ресурсами, уникальными возможностями и огромным потенциалом для развития межрегионального всеобъемлющего взаимодействия. Кыргызская сторона считает сотрудничество с Европейским Союзом важным направлением своей внешней политики. Мы всегда готовы к дальнейшему наращиванию взаимовыгодного инвестиционного сотрудничества как со странами Центральной Азии, так и Европейским Союзом. Мы всегда открыты к сотрудничеству и новым идеям. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And without further ado, I will go further. I will give the floor to His Excellency Kohir Rasulzoda, Prime Minister of the Republic of Tajikistan. You have the floor.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, уважаемые коллеги, прежде всего хотел бы поблагодарить правительство Республики Казахстан, лично вас, уважаемый Алихан Асханович, за теплый и радушный прием и традиционное гостеприимство, а также высказать слова признательности господину Домбровскому, организаторам, представителям Европейского Союза за прекрасную организацию данного форума. Весьма отрадно видеть в числе присутствующих уважаемых коллег из Казахстана, Узбекистана, Туркменистана и Киргизстана. Сегодняшнее мероприятие даст возможность обсудить экономическое и инвестиционное взаимодействие, направленное на укрепление конструктивного развития межрегионального сотрудничества между нашими странами и Европейским Союзом. Как известно, страны Центральной Азии имеют большой потенциал для развития сотрудничества в различных сферах. Расширение и укрепление нашего торгово-экономического взаимодействия является приоритетом внешнеэкономической политики всех стран региона. В данном контексте вовлечение стран Европейского Союза в развитие регионального сотрудничества и привлечение инвестиций окажет содействие в налаживании производства различной конкурентоспособной промышленной продукции и ее экспорта на внешние рынки наших стран. В этой связи создание инвестиционного фонда Центральной Азии с участием капитала Европейского Союза могло бы содействовать успешной реализации проектов в различных сферах, в том числе и зеленой энергетики. Мы твердо убеждены, что широкое привлечение инвестиций в зеленую экономику даст возможность ускорить социально-экономическое развитие стран региона, а также будет способствовать достижению глобальных целей устойчивого развития. Отмечу, что на сегодняшний день для обеспечения устойчивого энергоснабжения населения и производителей зеленой энергии в Таджикистане сдано в эксплуатацию более 1300 мегаватт дополнительных мощностей. Продолжается строительство крупной гидроэлектростанции «Рагун» мощностью 3600 мегаватт, 2 временных агрегата, которые уже введены в эксплуатацию. Мы намерены использовать эти ресурсы также в интересах других стран региона. В этой связи мы готовы к конструктивному и взаимовыгодному сотрудничеству со всеми заинтересованными сторонами, в том числе и с Европейским Союзом. Дорогие коллеги, в контексте необходимости расширения торгово-экономических связей хотелось бы подчеркнуть важность развития сотрудничества в транспортной сфере. Транспортные услуги играют большую роль в обеспечении эффективности и конкурентоспособности торговли товарами. Также от работы транспорта во многом зависит эффективность и успех торговых организаций и предприятий, так как расходы на перевозку товаров занимают значительную долю в издержках обращения. В этой связи Считаю, что нашим странам необходимо обратить внимание на вопрос создания мультимодальных транспортных коридоров, которые позволят в будущем обеспечить беспрепятственное и своевременное движение товаров и услуг. Здесь уместно было бы отметить эффективную деятельность транспортного коридора Европа-Кавказ-Азия. В настоящее время правительство Республики Таджикистан активно работает над вопросом привлечения финансирования в данном направлении, в частности для улучшения инфраструктуры на пограничных переходах, что включает в себя строительство дополнительных линий, включая установление зеленых коридоров, сканеров, внедрение цифровизации. Уважаемые друзья, хотелось бы отметить, что в целом взаимоотношения Таджикистана с Европейским Союзом за последние несколько лет заметно активизировались. Евросоюз является одним из активных торговых партнеров Таджикистана. Динамично растет приток иностранных инвестиций из стран Европейского Союза. Стратегическое географическое положение, политическая и экономическая стабильность, правовая защита инвесторов, всемирная государственная поддержка частного сектора, богатство природными ресурсами и быстроразвивающая инфраструктура являются основными инвестиционными преимуществами нашей страны. В этой связи выражаю уверенность в том, что наше тесное партнерство в целях повышения общего благосостояния и обеспечения безопасного будущего будет играть ключевую роль в решении актуальных вопросов устойчивого развития и решения социально-экономических проблем региона. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Now it's my great pleasure also to give the floor to the next speaker on my list, the Deputy Prime Minister Jamshed Khajayev, Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Uzbekistan. You have the floor, sir. Thank you.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, уважаемый Алихан Асханович, уважаемый господин Валдис Домбровскис, уважаемый премьер-министр Кохор Абдурасулович и Акылбек Усимбекович, уважаемый министр, уважаемый мадам президент Одил Рено Басо. Прежде всего хотел бы выразить искреннюю благодарность премьер-министру Республики Казахстан, уважаемому господину Алихану Измаиловичу, Алихану Асхановичу за теплый прием и высокую организацию нашего мероприятия. Сегодня экономический форум Европейский Союз, Центральная Азия стал важной площадкой, инструментом активизации торгово-экономического сотрудничества между нашими регионами, а также повышения осведомленности европейских инвесторов о конкурентных преимуществах экономик стран. В текущих условиях для нас весьма востребована выработка общих подходов к поиску оптимальных решений проблем продовольственной безопасности, нарушения цепочек поставок и климатического кризиса. Именно поэтому повестка второго экономического форума Европейский Союз, Центральная Азия актуальна как никогда. Последние 7 лет ознаменовались масштабными экономическими и правовыми реформами в Узбекистане. В стране создана благоприятная для бизнеса налоговая система, и общее количество налогов сокращено с 13 до 9. По некоторым из них ставки уменьшились в 2 раза. Большой шаг сделан на пути устранения бюрократических барьеров и формирования компактного государственного аппарата. Отменили 500 функций государства по регулированию бизнеса. Еще 70 функций передали частному сектору на основе государственного частного партнерства и аутсорсинга. Внедрили совершенно новый подход работы с иностранными инвесторами по принципу «одно окно». В целях дальнейшего ускорения и обеспечения реализации реформ в нашей стране состоялось историческое событие. Народ Узбекистана всецело поддержал изменения в Конституцию. Этот фундаментальный документ предусматривает ряд конкретных концептуальных изменений, направленных на развитие свободного гражданского общества, расширение прав и возможностей человеческого капитала, обеспечение свободы предпринимательской деятельности, соблюдение прав инвесторов, обеспечение неприкосновенности частной собственности и приоритета гендерного равенства. Укрепляется и поддерживается верховенство закона, поощряется конкуренция, продолжается бескомпромиссная борьба с коррупцией. Все эти преобразования свидетельствуют о нашей твердой приверженности продолжению необратимого курса реформ в нашей стране. Уважаемые участники мероприятия, отрадно отметить, что за последние несколько лет партнерство между Узбекистаном и Европейским Союзом значительно активизировалось во многих важнейших сферах, включая торговлю и инвестиции. Эта тенденция свидетельствует о том, что обе стороны заинтересованы в расширении и дальнейшем укреплении взаимовыгодного сотрудничества. В ходе прошедших в октябре в Ташкенте прошлого года переговоров президента Республики Узбекистан господина Шавката Мирзиёева и председателя Европейского Совета господина Шарля Мишеля рассмотрены актуальные вопросы дальнейшего расширения многопланового сотрудничества. Достигнута договоренность о продолжении тесной совместной работы по наращиванию практического взаимодействия в целях содействия реализации в нашей стране программы демократических преобразований и экономических реформ, прежде всего в области инноваций, зеленой экономики и цифровизации. Кроме того, в прошлом году в Самарканде мы организовали конференцию по устойчивой взаимосвязанности между Европейским Союзом и странами Центральной Азии «Глобальный шлюз». Делегацию Евросоюза на данном мероприятии возглавлял верховный представитель по внешней политике и вице-президент Европейской комиссии господин Жозеп Боррель. И на днях мы также провели ежегодное заседание Совета директоров ЕБРР в городе Самарканде. На его полях были обсуждены очень актуальные и важные вопросы текущего экономического и инвестиционного сотрудничества между странами Центральной Азии и Европы. Отрадно также отметить, что регулярные визиты и контакты на высшем уровне уже привели к конкретным результатам. С ведущими европейскими компаниями мы реализуем совместные проекты на сумму свыше 16 миллиардов евро в трансформации банковско-финансового сектора, пищевой, текстильной и химической промышленности, энергетики и нефтегазовой отрасли. Убежден, что скорейшее подписание соглашения о расширенном партнерстве и сотрудничестве с Евросоюзом и вступление Узбекистана во Всемирную торговую организацию создадут новую веху и послужат дальнейшему укреплению инвестиционного и торгового сотрудничества. Уважаемые коллеги, развитие и подлинный успех Узбекистана невозможно без развития всего центральноазиатского региона. Уверены, и думаю, меня поддержат мои коллеги, в мире нет таких стран, которые были так близки, как мы, по традициям, обычаям и ценностям, как наши страны региона. Мы братские народы, которые на протяжении тысячелетий живут бок о бок, в мире и согласии, бережно храня дружбу и добрососедство, оказывая поддержку друг другу. Сегодня Центральная Азия – это колоссальный регион, обладающий богатыми природными ресурсами и человеческим капиталом и выгодным географическим положением. Центральная Азия – это огромный рынок с населением более 75 миллионов человек. Согласно статистике ЕБРР, экономика стран Центральной Азии вырастет почти на 5% в конце этого года и примерно на 5,5% в 2024 году. С 2017 года товарооборот Узбекистана с соседями по региону увеличился почти в 3 раза, достигнув в прошлом году 7,5 миллиарда долларов. За 2022 год по нашей статистике товарооборот стран Центральной Азии с Европейским Союзом составил свыше 46 миллиардов долларов. За последние несколько лет количество предприятий с участием европейского капитала в странах Центральной Азии достигло порядка 7 тысяч компаний. Однако потенциал сотрудничества далеко не исчерпан. Позвольте обозначить несколько приоритетных сфер, которые, на наш взгляд, представляют особый интерес. Во-первых, торговля – одна из ключевых направлений нашего партнерства. Сегодня особую актуальность приобретает упрощение процедур международной торговли, применение мер для обеспечения более быстрого и безопасного перемещения товаров. И в этом направлении предлагаем выработать совместные подходы к цифровизации торговли, в том числе привлечение экспертной и технической поддержки ЕС для унификации законодательства в области электронной коммерции стран Центральной Азии. Внедрение передовых европейских технологий, как Big Data, анализ данных, для отслеживания всех этапов цепочек поставок, созданием единой базы данных экспортеров, импортеров, а также всех участников торговли стран Центральной Азии. Помимо этого, весьма актуальным является внедрение европейских стандартов производства и переработку экспортируемых товаров с целью обеспечения их соответствия техническим, санитарным, фитосанитарным и другим обязательным требованиям, установленным ЕС. Во-вторых, в нынешних реалиях приобретает особую значимость укрепление транспортно-логистического взаимодействия. В этой связи призываем европейских коллег к реализации проекта по развитию транспортных коридоров. Стран АТР – Китай, Кыргызстан, Узбекистан, Туркменистан, Азербайджан, Грузия, Турция и Европа. Страны Южной Азии – Афганистан, Центральная Азия, Азербайджан, Грузия, Турция и Европа. Предлагаем внедрить передовой опыт ЕС по имплементации современных цифровых технологий в транспортировке и обработке грузов для увеличения как внутрирегионального товарооборота, так и взаимной торговли с европейскими странами. Внедрение систем, как e-permit, e-TIR и e-CMR. А также мы очень скрупулезно будем изучать тот вопрос, тот проект, который разработан Европейским банком реконструкции и развития, а также Европейским Союзом по развитию среднего коридора, который будет связывать Центральную Азию и Европейский Союз. В-третьих, еще одним важнейшим направлением выступает устойчивое развитие и зеленая экономика. Эффективное управление водными ресурсами. Внедрение водосберегающих технологий является как никогда актуальным в нашем регионе. В этих целях учрежден многопартнерский трастовый фонд для региона Приорале. И уже со стороны ЕС внесены средства в размере более 5 миллионов евро. Мы уделяем особое внимание социально-экономическому и экологическому развитию региона, повышению качества жизни местного населения, совершенствованию инфраструктуры, созданию благоприятных условий для развития предпринимательства и частного сектора. В этой связи мы призываем европейских коллег к участию в совместных проектах по внедрению экологических инноваций и ресурсосберегающих технологий при Орале. Дорогие друзья и коллеги, хочу еще раз подчеркнуть, что у нас есть все необходимые инструменты для успешной реализации всех договоренностей, достигнутых сегодня. Самое главное, мы опираемся на политическую волю и поддержку со стороны руководителей наших стран. Я уверен, что, объединив усилия, мы выведем долгосрочное и взаимовыгодное сотрудничество между Центральной Азией и Европейским Союзом на качественно новый уровень. Пользуясь случаем, предлагаем провести 3-й экономический форум Европейский Союз Центральная Азия в городе Ташкенте в 2024 году. И в завершение хотел бы пожелать всем присутствующим успешного проведения нашего форума. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. Now we know where we go next, to Tashkent next year. Last but definitely not least, from our Central Asian friends, I am giving the floor to His Excellency Serdar Jorayev, who is Minister of Economy and Finance of Turkmenistan. You have the floor, sir.
Уважаемый господин Валдис Домбровскис, уважаемый господин премьер-министр Алихан Асханович, уважаемые дамы и господа. Прежде всего, хотел бы искренне приветствовать вас от лица Туркменистана, поблагодарить Республику Казахстан и Организацию экономического сотрудничества и развития за теплый прием и высокий уровень организации данной встречи. Всем участникам заседания желаю успешной и плодотворной работы. Уверен, что площадка настоящего форума нацелена на конструктивный и разносторонний диалог по важнейшим приоритетным направлениям торгово-экономических отношений между Европейским Союзом и государствами Центральной Азии, позволит обозначить потенциальные возможности для улучшения нашего сотрудничества. Особо отмечаем актуальность рассматриваемых в ходе второго экономического форума вопросов по улучшению делового климата, стимулированию перехода к зеленым и цифровым технологиям, укреплению торговых и транспортных связей между государствами ЕС и Центральной Азии. Уважаемые дамы и господа, современный мир находится в поиске новых форм и способов развития, которые были бы более устойчивыми, стабильными и экологически чистыми. Процесс глобализации ускорил межгосударственное взаимодействие по всем аспектам жизнедеятельности общества. Внедрение цифровых технологий открывает новые возможности для экономического развития, реализации политики и управления государственными услугами и при этом обладает высоким потенциалом для улучшения управления природными ресурсами и способствует переходу к циркулярной экономике. Важно осознать, что цифровая и зеленая трансформация – это сложная взаимосвязанная система, которая предполагает развитие новых экологически чистых методов и инноваций, основанных на использовании данных и цифровых технологий. Рост интереса к подобным преобразованиям, которые в конечном итоге нацелены на переход к модели экономики замкнутого цикла, имеется как в ЕС, так и в государствах Центральной Азии. Важно отметить, что внедрение цифровизации на практике требует осуществления правовых и институциональных изменений в каждом из государств. Они необходимы, так как играют важную роль в обеспечении того, чтобы цифровые и зеленые преобразования усиливали друг друга. Говоря о национальных приоритетах Туркменистана, хотел бы подчеркнуть важность симбиоза, соответствия региональной и глобальной зеленой повестки с учетом акцентирования на наиболее актуальных направлениях, к примеру, на ускоренной урбанизации и социальном факторе. Развитие зеленой экономики, использование новых экологически приемлемых технологий и разработка инновационных решений в природоохранной сфере являются приоритетными направлениями государственной политики Туркменистана, которые нашли отражение в выполнении национальных программ и международных обязательств Туркменистана по реализации целей устойчивого развития, включая их климатическую составляющую. Исходя из этого, в 2019 году была утверждена новая редакция национальной стратегии Туркменистана об изменении климата, в которую вошли адаптационные мероприятия практически для всей системы экономической жизнедеятельности. Кроме того, в течение последних лет неуклонно снижается углеродоемкость производимой в Туркменистане продукции. По экспертным оценкам в рамках третьего национального сообщения Туркменистана в перспективе до 2030 года рост экономики будет сопровождаться снижением удельного веса энергопотребления на единицу ВВП. В стране широко внедряются адаптационные меры по восстановлению лесов и улучшению землепользования. В рамках общенациональной программы «Зеленый пояс» созданы обширные лесные полосы вокруг городов с использованием прогрессивных водосберегающих методов полива. Кроме того, Туркменистан активно приступил к разработке мер по сокращению выбросов метана при производстве, транспортировке и распределении природного газа. В среднесрочной перспективе планируется достичь нулевого роста выбросов парниковых газов, начиная с 2030 года, а в долгосрочной перспективе ежегодного значительного снижения выбросов. Среди важнейших задач хотелось бы также выделить развитие водородной энергетики. Дорожная карта Туркменистана по развитию международного сотрудничества в области водородной энергетики на 2022-2023 годы предусматривает ряд комплексных мер и практических шагов по привлечению иностранных инвестиций в этот процесс. Они будут направлены на создание и развитие инфраструктуры для производства, хранения и транспортировки этого вида энергии. Уважаемые дамы и господа, особое внимание уделяется комбинированию цифровых технологий, зеленых инициатив с целью усиления их влияния друг на друга для обеспечения устойчивого развития. Успешным примером подобной когерентности в нашей стране является умный город Аркадак. В городе реализована концепция «Умный город» и подход по обеспечению нулевого вреда окружающей среде на всех этапах от стадии производства строительных материалов до стадии эксплуатации объектов. Современные и передовые технологии, такие как умный дом, умный трафик, водо- и энергосбережение, энергоэффективность, экологический транспорт, интеллектуальные системы видеонаблюдения, оснащенные датчиками, которые срабатывают при идентификации несчастных случаев и аварий для оповещения и вызова соответствующих служб. Услуги и условия будут доступны всем слоям населения, в первую очередь людям с ограниченными физическими возможностями. Можно с уверенностью говорить, что этот город стал примером реализации положений новой городской повестки дня, утвержденной на конференции Хабибат-3. Относительно укрепления торговых и транспортных связей между ЕС и Центральной Азией хотел бы отметить следующее. Туркменистан активно интегрируется в международную транспортную систему. В стране внедрены и реализуются ряд крупных проектов по развитию транспортной системы, создающие основы для успешной интеграции в мировую хозяйственную систему. Осуществляются масштабные проекты по модернизации действующих автомагистралей, строительству железных дорог и совершенствованию работы воздушного и морского флота страны. Среди них строительство автомобильных и железных дорог по направлениям север-юг, Казахстан, Туркменистан, Иран, и восток-запад, Туркменистан, Азербайджан, Турция. Эти направления призваны стать важной частью региональной и международной транспортной инфраструктуры между Азией и Европой. Реальные перспективы для формирования сбалансированной транспортной инфраструктуры создают также проекты международных транспортных коридоров Узбекистан, Туркменистан, Иран, Оман и Афганистан, Туркменистан, Азербайджан, Грузия, Турция, так называемый проект Лепс-Лазули. Туркменистан выдвинул также ряд инициатив в сфере создания транзитных коридоров по трансконтинентальным проектам, в частности, по строительству газопровода Туркменистан, Афганистан, Пакистан, Индия, оптиковолоконной линии связи по тому же маршруту, а также линии электропередачи в направлении Туркменистан, Афганистан, Пакистан. Данные проекты можно рассматривать как реальный вклад Туркменистана в налаживание международного сотрудничества. В рамках торгового сотрудничества наша страна поддерживает внешнеэкономические связи более чем со 100 странами мира, включая ЕС. По итогам 2022 года товарооборот со странами Европейского Союза снизился на 10% по сравнению с 2021 годом и составил $661 миллион США. При этом экспорт в страны ЕС увеличится более чем на 40%. В целях дальнейшего совершенствования и диверсификации внешнеэкономической деятельности Туркменистана, повышения конкурентоспособности национальных товаропроизводителей, принята и успешно реализуется программа развития внешнеэкономической деятельности Туркменистана на 2020-2025 годы и внешнеторговая стратегия Туркменистана на 2021-2030 годы. В целях стимулирования торговли и инвестиций, закрепления позиций туркменских производителей на внешних рынках, в июле 2020 года Туркменистан обрел статус наблюдателя в ВТО, а в 2022 году получил статус присоединяющейся страны к ВТО. Создана правительственная комиссия по изучению вопросов, связанных с вступлением Туркменистана в ВТО. В завершение своего выступления хотел бы подчеркнуть, что Туркменистан готов к самому активному, конструктивному и деятельному участию в многостороннем сотрудничестве по всем актуальным вопросам. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Now we have heard a lot of plans, projects, substantial statements. I have two more speakers on my list, and as we all know, that we need some financing. implement and realize the projects and plans we've heard now from our friends and partners. First, I will give the floor to the Vice President of European Investment Bank, Teresa Czerwinska. You have the floor, please.
Good afternoon, honorable Prime Ministers, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here today and represent the European Investment Bank at this forum. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank our hosts from Kazakhstan for the invitation and warm hospitality. It's wonderful to be together with such a rich and inspiring gathering of organizations and people, and participate in this second economic forum in Almaty, the business capital of Kazakhstan. This repeat of the economic forum underscores the ascendance of the Central Asia region as a key partner for the European Union in terms of trade and investment. And the European Investment Bank has been present in the region for many years with substantial portfolio with more than 1 billion euros. We are committed to support the EU strategy on Central Asia by bringing our financial products to leverage cooperation with you, the countries, donors, IFIs, and stakeholders that have an interest in the sustainable economic and climate-oriented development of the region. Forging deep economic and business ties among countries and regions is, of course, key to achieving common prosperity for people and also together to effectively fight the climate change. Every country in the region has its own natural endowments in terms of natural resources, from minerals to sources of agriculture, water resources, and most importantly, its people. So the question then is how to mobilize these resources for sustainable economic development, how to support a more resilient, prosperous, and interconnected space and better space to live. And what is our role as the European Investment Bank, the financial arm of the European Union with the balance sheet of almost €500 billion. For this, let me focus today on two key elements. First, as a financier, as the EU bank, as the climate bank, our engagement aims to provide financial and advisory support in areas of strategic importance for the region, and by this, to attract private sector investors. This is particularly important for large infrastructure projects. Large infrastructure projects remain an obstacle to growth, particularly with regard to increasing connectivity with major markets to facilitate trade. And European Investment Bank has a long history and experience in supporting large infrastructure investments in Europe, but most importantly outside the EU with our new branch EIB Global, facilitating and improving connectivity with across the region for already 65 years. Our activity covers three broad sectors of transport, energy, and digital connectivity. Our experience provides significant expertise in how these three sectors can effectively contribute to linkages crucial to business development, increased trade, and job creation. In this way, EIB's comparative advantage is to contribute not only this experience, but also competitive, large-scale, long-term financing in favor of transformative investments. And let me underline that already 50% of EIB's portfolio in Central Asia has a connectivity component. Our interventions in the region are generally focused towards supporting green infrastructure projects, including energy efficiency, renewable energy generation, energy transmission, interconnection, water supply and sanitation infrastructure, as well as improving access to finance for small and medium enterprises, where EIB currently has a strong involvement, for example, in Kazakhstan. And just let me mention also 2 more projects, perhaps, in the energy sector, where we are involved as the EU Climate Bank. For example, acceleration of renewable energy generation in the region, which is our priority, through the development and construction of a grid-connected solar PV in the region of Samarkand. And this is an excellent example of synergies where EIB has been able to contribute with our long-term financing of almost 20 million euros over the past 2 years alone to leverage the involvement of private investors. And second example, the facilitation of power transmission infrastructure in Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, when we are cooperating with the World Bank, promoting electricity cooperation and trade in the region, in particular between the 2 countries. But we know how big is potential of hydropower, which is an untapped renewable resource for which we are actively exploring projects under the Global Gateway Initiative. For example, mentioned by Prime Minister project Rogun in Tajikistan. These projects are leading to a step change in terms of increasing the proportion of renewables in the energy mix. Going forward, EIB intends to be a key partner under the EU Global Gateway Initiative, facilitating more sustainable infrastructure facilities across the Central Asian region. Under Global Gateway in Central Asia, we seek opportunities to expand digital and transportation connectivity across the regions. Infrastructure projects covering various transport modalities will be explored in order to develop the crucial middle corridor targeting more efficient movement of goods between countries and among the regions. And digital connectivity have been mentioned many times today. We are supporting the Team Europe initiative on digital connectivity. We are currently working on the identification and design of a project in close cooperation with European Commission, local and regional stakeholders, and EU operators. Such investments could, for example, improve the access of remote communities to information and boost economic activity. And ladies and gentlemen, my second point today is on cooperation and partnership, which is crucial to develop the region. Each country, each organization here today has its own comparative position, strength, and role to contribute to our joint goal of prosperity. This is the reason EIB focuses its efforts on partnership, whether it be as a member of Team Europe or working together with other financiers or development partners. Stronger together is one Team Europe motto that sums up it very well. This is why I'm particularly pleased to see the wide range of stakeholders present at this forum, which is an excellent venue to bring various organizations and people together and join our efforts. And EIB financing works best together with the knowledge and insight of host countries, with technical assistance from the European Commission, with reform programs promoted by host countries, and of course, with other co-financiers, other IFIs, such as EBRD, which we have the pleasure to work together on a number of projects, and I would like to have this opportunity to thank President Odile Noboso for this very, very good cooperation. So, ladies and gentlemen, the increased EIB activity and potential for new projects we see in the region led the bank to decide to open new offices in the region where we see the need to be closer to the local business and to bring closer our experience and our loans to the region. So in this spirit, EIB is looking forward to continue to expand our important work together. Thank you once again for invitation, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, and excellent news, especially the announcement about increased EIB presence in the region. And now, last but not least, and definitely a weighted guest, of course, here. I will give the floor to President of the EBRD, Ms. Auril Renaud-Basso. You have the floor. Let's see how much she is revealing about the famous transport study already, or will it come a bit later? So we'll keep you still in the room maybe after that. Please, you have the floor.
Prime Minister Smilov, Executive Vice President Dombrovskis, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends. I'm very pleased to be here today with you in Almaty for this EU Central Asia Economic Summit, and I would really like to thank our host in Kazakhstan. I'm actually just arriving from a highly successful EBRD annual meeting and business forum in Samarkand. And what I want to highlight is the number of guests attending this annual meeting and business forum surpassed our expectations. And I see that in that a testament of the drawing power of Central Asia and the interest it is now attracting among investors and the business world in general. The region is certainly very high on the EBRD agenda. We have already invested over 16 billion euros in the region, 1.4 billion euros for the last year alone. And this is, I think, very important for us, investments in Central Asia green economic transition accounting for 66% of our total investment, which is very significant. So the impact of our investments in tangible and our commitment to do more is very firm too. Today, I want to focus on new opportunities we can create both for the region and for investors, and the strategic choices that underline them. First, our shared objective is to strengthen integration among the countries of Central Asia, and we've heard a lot about that in the different interventions. And to harness that integration to increase trade and thus economic growth, enhance energy security, and improve water management in particular. Another aim we have in common is enlarging Central Asia's international gateways, both for export from the region and for a broader supply of raw material and semi-finished goods for local processing, adding value. Alternatives for global digital communications are also on our agenda. And of course, last but not least, green economy transition, transport and logistics for enhanced connectivity with Europe and beyond. So first I will start with integration and connectivity. Geography is naturally a major factor on defining strategic choices. But it does not have to have the last word. The world today is rich in examples of sustainable alternatives. We at the EBRD support our countries of operation both by exploring different options and implementing the ones which work best. And there I'm coming to this famous study about on sustainable transport connections between Europe and Central Asia, which we realized at the request and with the support of the financing of EU and the Global Gateway. Its findings will be presented later today. But what I want to underline in this report is the fruit of excellent cooperation from the authorities and transport companies of Central Asia, as well as foreign logistics companies active in the region. This report assesses options against multiple criteria. As you would expect from a development bank, we prioritized the investment needs by economic rationale, financial feasibility, and sustainability. We now look forward to your deliberations and decisions, and we are also looking forward for the business forum that will take place focusing on this issue. And when the time comes, we will be there to support its implementation through project preparation and financing. I hasten to add that the financial burden for investment should not rest solely on the shoulders of the state. We believe that the private sector can and should play an important role in investing in and operating logistical infrastructure, provided the investment opportunities are there. However, this is not only a question of investment. There is a lot to do on the so-called soft measures to facilitate the transport of goods and make different transport options viable and commercially attractive for use. And I was very happy to hear that this is already on the agenda of a number of countries. We also have a proposal for prioritizing such action and are ready to develop and implement them with our partners. Second, digital connectivity. We, EBRD, as part of Team Europe, have been discussing with our EU partners how to improve digital connectivity and outreach for Euro countries in Central Asia. We have highlighted some options already, and the EBRD is keen to make them reality. We have experience of advising on and assisting with the implementation of policy and regulatory reform measures, alongside financing hard connectivity, including in local currency. That experience also includes involvement in satellite connectivity financings, supporting private sector investments in data center, and structuring financing for last mile connectivity. All of the above are very important for connecting underserved and unserved regions to the network. We are impatient to get going on this. Third, energy security and green economy. Regional power trading is another area we are interested in promoting in Central Asia. We were encouraged by the strategic vision and firm commitment of our partners in Central Asia to do their utmost to develop the necessary platforms and enhance their cooperation. Consumers, both households and businesses, will benefit from this. Cross-border interconnections and electricity trade will allow us to scale up the generation of renewable powers, both from wind and solar, and accelerate the transition to green economy. The 5 Central Asian countries, each with their own energy mix, can trade in critical system balancing services so as to benefit the whole region's energy grid. Renewables facilitate trade and interconnections while providing affordable, sustainable, and secure clean energy. This is the way to enhance energy security and energy independence. We at the EBRD are already heavily supporting renewable energy in Central Asia, and we are very proud of the progress made in this area, with having already financed 3.6 gigawatts as of today. We also have been financing grid strengthening, maneuverable power generation necessarily for renewables, as well as energy loss reduction at distribution companies. You can rely on us and our commitment to advise on the further reforms required. We can provide financing to enhance your country's energy security and to accelerate progress along the low-carbon pathway by developing new technologies, including battery storage and green hydrogen production. If you always do what you always did, you will always get what you always got, the saying goes. There is no need to stick to the status quo. You have options. You have choices. Although we definitely need to accelerate the transition to a low-carbon world, and the EBRD is here to help you do all of the above. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'm very aware of the fact that the clock is ticking. And we are coming to an end. We have to wrap up this high-level roundtable discussion even without the table here. Dear high-level panelists and participants, I want to thank you collectively. I understand that there are no time for further comments or questions maybe from the audience. I'm sure that you all would have had some, because we have heard so many substantial statements, which I want to thank you all for. Very important issues, ideas, and announcements were made by our panelists. And I think it's a proof that there is a willingness and a need to work together more. As we spoke last time, Central Asia matters. It matters to all of us here in the room and wider. And that's why we have to understand that the clock is ticking, and we have to also turn into our plans into concrete actions. That's why Team Europe initiatives supported by the European Union, our member states present here in the room, financial organizations, banks, and the private sector, civil society in the room. This gives a very good impetus to our further endeavors, and we have to work harder to achieve all these plans and priorities which have been expressed today. I thank you very much for your participation, and I'm sure we will continue our discussion in different settings. And there is a lot to do, but there is a will, and obviously there is a way if there is a will. Thank you very much for this discussion today, and have a very nice coffee break, what is left of it now. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, my sincere thanks for your participation in this truly excellent and enlightening session. I would like to now invite you to continue any unfinished conversations or to simply take a pause over a 30-minute coffee break. It will be served in the same location as this morning. I would ask you to be back in this room before 16:30 so that we can begin today's final session promptly. Уважаемые дамы и господа, приглашаем всех вас на кофе-брейк, а также просим всех вернуться в этот зал до 16:30, так как ровно в 16:30 мы продолжим завершающую сессию сегодняшнего дня. Всем большое спасибо. Мы начнем финальную сессию сегодняшнего дня. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, we will shortly be beginning our final session of the day. We would like to invite you all to start taking your seats so we can begin our final session of the day promptly. And the Pacific, Directorate General for International Partnerships of the European Commission, Mr. Petris Ustops.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Those who are in the room, you are warmly welcome. Those who are outside the room and still hear me, you are welcome to join. I know how difficult it is to have a panel on Friday on afternoon and being the last panel, but at the same time I do believe that it is a good moment and good panel to be here at the second EU Central Asia Economic Forum, as very interesting topic is coming up. And therefore, I think you know already the topic we are going to talk about, as it was announced several times today. The core theme of this panel this afternoon is how to enhance trade and transport connectivity between the EU and Central Asia. In short, what needs to be done to have well interconnected transport system in place, which is sustainable, which can deliver the results, and of course generate also significant economic growth. In few words, what to expect this afternoon. In fact, it is by far more than panel discussion, and you, by price of one, will receive two, because it will be also presentation. And presentation this afternoon is done by the EBRD on very substantial work by the bank and financed by the EU, presenting the results of the study on sustainable transport connectivity between Central Asia and European Union, identifying most suitable corridors connecting 5 Central Asian countries with the highest potential. And let me be more precise that it is not only identifying, but also proposing concrete actions for soft and hard infrastructure development. At this moment, a short advertisement, so those who don't have it yet, please take one of those leaflets, because you will find the information on the presentation in that material you can study later on, and that might provide you with deeper insights. And then the presentation will be followed by our panel discussion. So, therefore, be prepared. It's a little bit long afternoon, but please bear with us, because I think the content is very interesting and very useful for the Economics Forum platform. But before we start, and before we see the results of the study, I would like to give floor to the European Commission and EBRD in order to open this panel this afternoon and provide few introductory remarks. And the first one, I would like to invite Maya Bakran, Acting Director General of DG MOVE of the European Commission. Maya, floor is yours.
Thanks, Peteris, and good afternoon, everybody, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really happy to be here, and certainly big thanks to our kind hosts. It is an honor to deliver a keynote speech together with my dear colleague Christoph Denk from EBRD, and precisely to the point on how we approach sustainable transport connections between Europe and Central Asia. And then certainly after us, what you most expect, Idil will give the presentation of the preliminary findings of the study. So allow me to just step back a little bit and to recall that for us in the European Commission, connectivity is essential. And this is why last December we adopted the Global Gateway Strategy, a key initiative of President von der Leyen's Commission. We want to promote EU's values, principles, and vision of a sustainable, rules-based, and people-centered connectivity globally. In the area of transport, connectivity can take many forms. Aviation agreements, discussions on standardization. We can also have regulatory harmonization. And indeed, with Central Asia, we already have a good aviation safety cooperation with some partners, as well as ongoing activities contributing to maritime safety in the Caspian Sea. But Central Asia also plays an increasingly strategic role when it comes to land-based transport connections. We are indeed, over the last years, witnessing massive growth of land transport connections between Europe and Asia. from 17 trains moving from China to Europe in 2011, we have moved to 17 trains moving in both directions each day. In past 10 years, certainly, the growth of rail freight across Eurasia has been massive. Russia's unjustified and totally unprovoked invasion of Ukraine has created an urgency to speed up development of alternative, reliable, efficient, and sustainable connections between Europe and Asia. In effect, this brutal aggression has indeed accelerated diversification of trade and transport routes. So that over the past year, a lot of attention was given to the development of transport connections in Central Asia. And the Middle Corridor has seen a massive increase in volumes. Flows tripled in the first 5 years of its operations and further doubled just in the last year. There are also other multimodal and rail connections being looked at and developed across Central Asia, connecting East and West, but also, and let's not forget, North and South. There is indeed great potential to develop connections in the region, no question about it. We also see increased interest of Central Asian countries themselves to ensure better connections with Europe. And it is precisely within the European Union where we have successfully been able to connect countries, businesses, and people with the Trans-European Transport Network, which is our policy over 3 decades. Transport links are the backbone of trade and economic growth. With the Transport European Network, we have gone a step further by extending these European networks to our neighboring countries, to the Western Balkans, to Moldova, to Ukraine, to Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Turkey. Now, if we look east from Baku, which is where today our extended TEN-T ends up, we wanted to identify the most sustainable transport connections with Central Asia. And this is why last year we launched a study on sustainable transport connections between Europe and Central Asia, together, of course, with our partners in the EBRD. On the study itself, very briefly, let me highlight 3 key elements from our perspective. First, developing connections in Central Asia must contribute to sustainable economic development of the entire region. And this is really the European model we are happy to share. When we think of connectivity with Central Asia, it should not be seen as merely a transit region for China-Europe rail freight. Central Asia can and should be a logistic hub in its own right, connecting all the 5 Central Asian countries better with each other and better with Europe. Second, we look at sustainability in the widest sense, covering environmental, fiscal, social, as well as political elements. As President von der Leyen said in her State of the Union address in September 21, when she announced the global gateways, we want to create links and not dependencies. And indeed, that sustainability is an essential part of this research and an essential part of our approach to sustainable connectivity. Thirdly, stakeholder consultations were conducted widely as an integral part of our connectivity policy with EU member states, with all the countries concerned, with relevant international organizations, businesses, international financial institutions, and certainly, crucially, with the civil society. So this study, in our view, has the potential to bring the much-needed transparency into transport infrastructure planning and development in the Central Asian region. It can open up opportunities for international financial institutions and indeed for the private sector to invest in projects in the region that fulfill strict sustainability requirements and ultimately help countries in Central Asia to identify their own development priorities. And these elements are really what makes this study unique, I firmly believe. Study is also a key action within implementation of EU's global strategy. So in short, we have 2 objectives with the study: to identify the most sustainable transport networks and to propose key actions for network development. So I will stop here. I'm sure everybody is keenly awaiting to find out about these key preliminary findings. Let me just reiterate once again the importance of the results of this study, which will certainly help bring our two regions closer to each other in the most sustainable way. And in this context, I'm really excited with the prospect of our future close cooperation and partnership. As was just mentioned in the previous panel, the EU wants to see Central Asia prosperous and resilient. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya, for your opening statement. And I would like now to introduce our next opening statement, and that is from Mr. Christopher Denk, Managing Director for Policy and Delivery from the EBRD. Christoph, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Peteris, and thank you very much, Maya. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very pleased today to unveil the EU EBRD study on sustainable transport connections between Europe and Central Asia. And here's the study, which you can find outside as well. And this presentation is really the culmination of 18 months of intense work. And we are very grateful to the European Commission for the great partnership that we enjoyed throughout this period. And we are also really glad that you selected us as your implementing partner, as your partner for this study, because we feel very passionately about Central Asia. In the region, in the 5 Central Asian countries, we have 220 colleagues who are working in regional offices in all of the countries of operations. We have invested 1,000 projects with over 16 billion euros since the early 90s, much of it, or part of it, also in the area of sustainable infrastructure, supporting projects to the highest standard. And really our philosophy for sustainable development is really to combine investment with policy engagement and capacity building. I think this brings the best results in our view, and this is very much also the approach that we took for this study for sustainable transport connections. It identifies both hard infrastructure priority needs, but also the soft measures that enable investment, and particularly investment from the private sector. So we want to combine both. Our strong presence on the ground in all the countries and then our close ties to the countries, but also to the private sector clients, have also really helped us in the intense engagement with stakeholders throughout these 18 months of engagements. Idil and her colleagues have overall had over 150 individual consultations with stakeholders from government authorities, from private sector companies, from other IFIs, international organizations, to bring in the most insights and condense them all into this study. And the reason why we did it is that this study is really only the first step. As Maya said, it's only the beginning. The idea is to provide basically a basis for good decision-making, a transparent basis for good decision-making for these investments and for the soft measures to come. I let Idil unveil really the results of the study. Let me just give you sort of one more little teaser. If all the priority measures, both hard connectivity and soft connectivity, are indeed implemented, we believe that container traffic on the central Trans-Caspian corridor can increase by a factor of 50 by 2040. And in container numbers, that means it would go from 18,000 containers a year at the moment to over 800,000 containers per year. And if you add to that additional containerization for traffic inside of the region, could also increase by perhaps 500,000 containers a year, you would get into the magnitude of what the northern corridor transports and ships currently at the moment. So the potential is very, very significant, and this will have very large economic benefits, but it's equally important, of course, to support the sustainability in its widest sense of the transport, and a very important aspect of that is, of course, to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions and to also prepare the region for climate change and climate adaptation. With that, I will no longer keep the suspense and stop it here so that Idil can present it. Thank you, Peteris.
Christoph, thank you very much for initial teasers, and I think now is the right time to proceed and have full results of the study being presented. Of course, you have already a leaflet in your hands, but still I think it's always better to have the explanations of the charts and see and hear what is behind. So therefore, without much of delay, I would like to invite Idil to proceed with the presentation of the study. Idil?
Perfect. Dear guests, I would like to welcome all of you to the first public presentation of the final results of the EU EBRD study on sustainable transport connections between Europe and Asia. I'm sorry, it's just, all right. So, as Ms. Bakran and Mr. Deng mentioned, actually, this study has been conducted by the EBRD, and it has been generously funded and led by the EU. In addition, throughout the implementation process, we have conducted more than 150 stakeholder consultations and benefited from the insights of several stakeholders, including public and private ones. And as mentioned earlier, this study has two objectives. The first one is to identify the most sustainable transport connections between Central Asia and Europe. And the second one is to identify and prioritize key actions for the development of these corridors. As you all know, Central Asia actually has three alternative routes towards Europe via the Caspian Sea. The first one is the northern alternative, using the northern Kazakh network towards Caucasus via the Aktau port. The second one is the central alternative, going through South Kazakhstan towards Caucasus via again Aktau port. And the final one is the southern alternative via southern Central Asia and the Turkmenbashi port. And of course, all these routes within Central Asia have common advantages that can support the Eurasian connectivity further. So the very first one is that the region is actually strategically located between regions with significant economic power, and they each have significant manufacturing base, which are important for the global value chains. Second, the region has direct access to Asia through multiple border crossing points and existing transport network. The third one is actually stronger integration of the region, allows for direct access to main economic and production centers within Central Asia. So this is a very important benefit of utilizing these corridors. And last but not least, the region also provides a stable and viable alternative for its users. In line with the very first objective of our study, three alternative transport routes that I explained have been assessed against each other. And accordingly, the central alternative, as we call Central Trans-Caspian Network, has the highest performance on multiple sustainability considerations. Our sustainability assessment, as you can see on the screen, includes 5 main criteria. The first one is the country assessment, where we take into account the economic and fiscal outlook, the political viability, and the legal and regulatory environment. The second component is traffic assessment, based on current transit volumes, as well as its potential, and also the trade facilitation measures and non-tariff barriers. The third sustainability component we take into account is the infrastructure assessment, which is based on the capacity of the network and of also its performance and current efficiency. The other component that we account for is the social and environmental assessment, which considers the environmental impact of route operations, commitment to sustainability goals in each country, and also the safety and security of the cargo operations. And finally, our last criteria is the economic integration assessment, which considers both domestic and regional integration within Central Asia. And accordingly, as Central Trans-Caspian Network proved out to be the most sustainable alternative, it has the most potential for further development, because it doesn't only allow for transport network development, but also it can support regional development in Central Asia. As you can see on the map, this region has an extensive transport network already, which can benefit from regional cooperation and coordinated project implementation. Second, this Central Trans-Caspian Network, with its cross-country linkages through border crossing points and network connections, allows for direct access to major population centers within Central Asia. Basically, the catchment area in dark gray and light gray you see here around the southern Kazakh network, as well as its connections in the other 4 Central Asian countries, this region hosts 4 of the most populous 5 cities in Central Asia, except for Astana. Also, there are many border crossing points within the catchment area which can support development of smooth inter-regional and regional transport and trade operations if improvements are made. And lastly, the area around the identified network has a lot of production centers which are conducive to further boosting regional trade through regional value chain integration in Central Asia. So our study identifies the network as a system of infrastructure assets that can bring significant benefits to domestic, regional, and international users. And if we see enhanced regional coordination and joint actions in Central Asia to develop the network, then we will be able to see multiple benefits for the region. The first one is the stronger regional coordination and cooperation, which will help to have a unified vision for the region, because the corridor itself can be managed as a single corridor. But at the same time, the unification of tariffs and procedures would also make this corridor a viable alternative for everyone. Second, it will also, development of this network here would also support the connectivity between economic centers and support value chain integration, and it would increase opportunities for the people of the region. Also, the border crossing points, as we know, are an integral part of well-functioning transport networks, so their improvement would also lower the transaction costs. And a joint vision in the region would strengthen regional long-term planning that would facilitate project prioritization and implementation. And lastly, joint actions that would support multimodality and modal shift would result in better environmental outcomes, both for climate change mitigation and also for adaptation. So, as I mentioned, this actually is more than transport network development, but rather it aims to provide a new regional development perspective in Central Asia through regional coordination. And the second objective of the study is to identify and prioritize the key actions that will support the development of the network as identified previously. And of course, these actions range from hard connectivity measures to soft connectivity measures, based, and the prioritization and identification is conducted on project-specific sustainability criteria. As mentioned earlier, we had continuous stakeholder consultations both in Central Asia but also outside, including Turkey, Caucasus, and Europe. So we identified a very long list of projects and actions. And then these were then shortlisted to 39 actions across all 5 Central Asian countries, focusing on the potential impact of these projects on transaction costs, network reach, competition, and high-level environmental and social benefits. Once the list was shortlisted, of course, the second step was to prioritize these actions. To be able to do this, we developed this action-specific multi-criteria assessment framework, and the criteria that are used for prioritization are on the screen. So the first criteria is the financial and economic viability of each project, i.e. how would it impact the income of countries, whether fiscal limits are enough to implement a project, and similar considerations. The second one is ease of implementation of any project, including the risks associated with project implementation. The third one is incremental trade benefits from projects, i.e. how would they change the trade potential for a country or for a region. Fourth is the alignment of these projects with national and strategic donor priorities, given these projects will need to be mainly financed by the government, but also the strategic donors who are active in the region. Fifth one is the potential geopolitical impact of each project, which is basically the mutual benefit of a project to implementing countries, if it's cross-border projects, and also how it impacts the international recognition. And the last one is the environmental and social benefits of each project identified. As per the results of this identification and prioritization process, we identified 32 investment projects, and 7 of them has also second phase projects, for a total estimated investment amount of around 18.5 billion euros, which would support the development of the Central Trans-Caspian network. And in addition, soft connectivity measures for each country, grouped under 7 major themes, are also identified, which would bring significant efficiency to the operations. Given the fiscal limits at any given time and different needs of each country, actions are also classified as per their suggested implementation time, because we are not able to implement all these actions at once. However, we have to note that the success is very much dependent on a regionally coordinated approach, with countries channeling their coordinated efforts towards the implementation of priority actions, and also providing fair access to their network. There are common bottlenecks on the Trans-Caspian network, and we have to acknowledge them. And these are mainly related to the tariffs, the harmonization issues, capacity limitations, limited private sector participation, and of course, lack of a single corridor approach. However, as per our stakeholder consultations with private clients in Central Asia, but also in Europe, they want to see a different outcome. Actually, they need better services, and they need higher service quality. They need increased capacity on all nodes of the corridor, and also they need to better utilize the existing assets. They need increased competition that would eventually translate into higher service quality and efficiency. And also they would like to see enhanced network reach within Central Asia and between economic centers that would support the development of logistics sector within Central Asia. And of course, they would like to see enhanced interoperability to ensure that the same rules are applied across the borders, so they'll be able to conduct operations within the region smoothly enough. As mentioned, the EU EBRD study proposes 7 soft connectivity measures as specific, concrete, implementable, and realistic action items. And these would support the sustainability, competitiveness, and operational efficiency of the Central Trans-Caspian network. These are low-cost and high-benefit action items, which can yield significant benefits to the implementing countries and the wider Central Asian region. They would lower transaction costs, they would increase operational efficiency, and enhance private sector participation. Actually, some of these soft measures can be implemented in quite the short term. And for example, the very first one is the digitization of transport documents. And of course, for every country, we assess their current state as per the best examples globally, and identified what additional actions they will need to take in order to improve their current situation. And there are many, I'm not going to go into the details of each country here for the sake of our time, but very quick examples would make it very clear for you. For example, the digitization of transport documents, simply going from paper to digital platforms, resulted in a 70% reduction in administrative management costs in the port of Barcelona, and this can be replicated here. Or the utilization of e-TER carnets can cut the transport times by up to 80%. Or utilization of ECMR can increase the administrative efficiency and can lead to almost like 50% operating cost savings. And these can all be applicable in the region. The second item, soft connectivity item that can be implemented in a short time, is actually the interoperability. The standards should be harmonized across the borders, and that would allow for efficient cross-border movements. And of course, these standards should also be enforced, because unless you have good enforcement, the shippers will still have an incentive to overload, for example, and that would make the assets deteriorate pretty fast. And another item is actually the enhanced PPP environment. The reason why this is a short-term item for us is actually 4 countries in Central Asia, except for the case of Turkmenistan, has already developed PPP framework, but they need to be further strengthened, which would lead to increased predictability for the private sector and increased participation from the private sector, but at the same time, reduced government expenditures and fiscal pressures. As I mentioned, we have assessed the countries and their current state, and the actions that need to be taken or better implemented by each country can be found in the final report when it is published, hopefully in a very, very quick future. On the other hand, some measures are likely to be implemented in the medium term, and this is either because of the associated or needed capital investments or time required for the legal changes. The first item, as we identified, is the trade facilitation measures. And one of the key components here is the establishment of one-stop border posts and joint controls by bilateral country pairs. And this is very much in line with the articles of the World Trade Organization's TFA. Such measures, implementation of trade facilitation measures and integrated border management, are actually the key to the development of functioning one-stop border posts. And accordingly, this is a two-step approach. The countries need to improve their own border posts, but then at the same time, they have to develop a legal and institutional framework that would allow for coordination between country pairs. And usually the estimated cost for a one-stop border post is quite small. It's around like $10 to $20 million. However, it can reduce the processing time by 30 to 75%, which is a very significant improvement for a very small cost, if you consider. And of course, as part of trade facilitation, and I know there had been some discussions yesterday about inclusive trade practices, and this is one of the components that we identify under the trade facilitation component as well. So the countries where inclusive trade facilitation measures are in place, more people can benefit from these. That would open up more opportunities for everyone. The second item for the medium term is the market liberalization. And a key issue here is removing the trucking permits and quotas that would promote greater free market competition, and it would lead to increased quality of services. Of course, everybody would like to protect their own trucking industries, but it can simply be done in a gradual manner while still protecting your own countries and domestic sectors. Another item that we identified that can be implemented in the medium term, the first relates to the tariff issues. I will not go into the detailed discussion of potential approaches to improving tariff frameworks, but it's very important to mention that tariffs, especially unified tariffs, allow for more flexibility to account for market conditions, not only for the service providers, but also for the service users. And such unified and transparent tariffs provide predictability to users. The second one here is the increased funding. And this is especially important for asset management, because building assets is one thing and it's very important, but actually maintaining those assets in good shape is as important. And good asset inventories and management systems are a key to this, but at the same time, ensuring dedicated maintenance funding sources would also alleviate the pressure on the network. And both of the items you see here are actually very important from a national budget perspective, because they would also lower the budget pressures and allow for private sector to come in to the operations as well. And in addition to the soft connectivity measures, which are enablers of further efficiency gains in Central Asia and Eurasian connectivity, the study identified priority investment needs in each Central Asian country, estimated to be around like 18.5 billion euros. And we classified them as per their potential implementation time. Greening the transport sector is very important for our future, for us, for everyone. Hence, our focus is very much on how to utilize the existing network more efficiently, but also to identify projects that serve this goal. And the investments that we identified as part of this project relate to railway and road network rehabilitation, modernization, rolling stock expansion, ports, improvements to border crossing points, and multimodal logistics centers. But at the same time, it's important to mention that identified investment needs take into account the priorities, needs, capacities, and specific conditions of each Central Asian country. And it is also important to say that this is not a feasibility study for any of these identified projects. So eventually, each project will still need to be carefully assessed individually and meet the standard requirements of any potential lending institution. With that said, I'd like to show you the actions we identified for Kazakhstan. In Kazakhstan, the short-term priority needs relate to mitigating the immediate pressures on the network, given that there has been a very significant traffic increase on the Kazakh network. Key items here include the Almaty Railway Bypass Project, the Darvaza-Maktaral Railway Project, rehabilitation of the Shalkar-Beynau Road Project, which has the potential to cut down transport times by quarter. Altınkol Terminal expansion, and also the expansion in the main railway crossing between Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. In the medium term, the projects need to focus a little bit more on port expansions and capacity enhancements at certain nodes, with a focus on multimodality. On the other hand, in the long term, opening new connections becomes more important to alleviate the pressures on the network. Hence, we have, for example, the road section between Kızılorda in Kazakhstan and Uchkuduk in Uzbekistan, which would cut down the travel time by 1/3 between the two countries, if you travel in those directions. In a similar manner, we identified the investment needs, priority investment needs in Kyrgyz Republic, and the short-term investment needs relate to the development and upgrade of multimodal logistics centers in important centers of Bishkek and Osh. In the medium term, the construction of the Torgard-Makmal-Jalalabad railway line would support the connectivity with neighboring countries and would help country to become a transit alternative as well. In the long term, it is important to link the existing 2 railway lines in Kyrgyz Republic, which would also provide alternative options to shippers. In Tajikistan, it's very important to link the economically active regions to international economic corridors. Hence, the development of a joint logistics center in Fatokobot, the country's most important border crossing point, is important for the integration of the Tajik economy. In the medium term, connecting the northern railway line to the most active economic zone in Tajikistan would allow the shippers to utilize the network better. And in the long term, electrification and rehabilitation of the northern railway network would facilitate connectivity further. Turkmenistan has already good quality infrastructure along the major corridors as well as its Turkmenbashi port. However, the rehabilitation of the road between Turkmenbashi port and the Kazakh border would contribute to regional trade and lower transaction costs. In the medium term, it is of utmost importance to develop an A-grade logistics center at the Kazakh border. And in the long term, the rehabilitation and reconstruction of the Turkmenbashi-Özbek border road would support the development of alternative transport sections in Central Asia. And lastly, you can see the Uzbek map on the screen. Uzbekistan has been heavily investing into railway rehabilitation and modernization projects lately. So in the short term, development of multimodal logistics centers in economic centers, as well as ensuring their railway connections are important priorities. In the medium term, cross-country connectivity enhancements become more important, and this is the mirroring project between Kızılorda and Uchkuduk. In the long term, priorities also include enhancing the capacity of Tashkent-Samarkand railway line, as well as the construction of roads between Tashkent-Samarkand and Tashkent-Andijan, potentially on a PPP basis, which means the PPP legislations and regulations will need to be improved even further. In 2022, the estimated container volume on the central Trans-Caspian network was around 18,000 containers. Under business as usual scenario, the network can observe 130,000 containers by 2040. However, if the investment projects materialized and soft connectivity measures are implemented to achieve a free flow time of 13 days, which was already mentioned in the previous panel, then the central Trans-Caspian network may have a significant comparative advantage and can observe around 865,000 containers by 2040. And this is a 7-fold increase from its baseline scenario. But the development of this network is not only about the transit, but it's also about how the Central Asian region can benefit from it. And under the business as usual scenario, regional cargo volume potential shrinks over time because transit cargo has priority over regional and domestic cargo, which means unless the countries improve their networks, the network will continue to be taken by the transit flows over time, and more traffic will be allocated to transit. However, if the investments materialize and soft measures are implemented, along with higher containerization in the region, which means more of trade is conducted with containers, then this corridor may also absorb additional 470,000 containers due to regional trade only. And this means, as Christoph said, in total, the central Trans-Caspian network may host around 1.4 million containers of traffic volume by 2040. So as the results show, identified and prioritized key actions would not only support inter-regional transportation, but also regional trade and economic growth in Central Asia. Thank you very much for listening, and I'd like to give the floor.
I think Idil deserves even longer applause because not only because she spoke very long, but also because of very interesting presentation. So thank you very much, Idil and EBRD and all the colleagues who worked so long and so hard for this presentation. We have one more presentation because we have our event taking place in Kazakhstan, and as you have seen on the map just shortly before you, that actually a lot related to the corridor and transit is related to Kazakhstan. So therefore, I think it merits an interesting presentation also how the Kazakh government sees the development of the corridor and transit through their country. And with pleasure, I would like to invite Vice Minister of Industry and Infrastructure Development of Kazakhstan, Almaz Idrisov, to present the vision how Kazakh government would like to develop the potential of EU Central Asia transport connectivity. And without delay, Minister Almaz, the floor is yours.
Большое спасибо, уважаемый модератор. Я рад приветствовать сегодня на сегодняшнем форуме уважаемых гостей, а также участников данного форума, посвященного второму экономическому форуму между Европой и стран Центральной Азии. В целом, хотелось бы сказать, что Центральная Азия является динамично развивающимся регионом, обладающим уникальными транспортно-логистическими возможностями и в целом обладающим значительным экономическим потенциалом. На сегодняшний день, можно следующий слайд сразу же, учитывая расположение, не подключили, да? Учитывая географическое положение стран Центральной Азии и Казахстана, мы видим на сегодняшний день большие, огромные возможности для развития транзитного транспортного потенциала в регионе. На сегодняшний день по территории Казахстана проходят 13 международных транспортных коридоров, из которых 5 это железнодорожных маршрутов и 8 автомобильных маршрутов, которые показаны. И Казахстан в данном случае прилагает большие усилия для развития данных коридоров с реализацией ряда различных инфраструктурных проектов. Основной проект, как до этого уже было сказано на сегодняшний день, который является одним из наиболее альтернативных маршрутов, которые были ранее традиционно сложены, это Восток-Запад, Транскаспийский международный транспортный маршрут, по которому на сегодняшний день возросла значительная роль. Предыдущие докладчики уже не раз сказали о том, что объем грузоперевозок по данному коридору только в прошлом году возрос в 2 раза. И это не предел, как мы с вами уже на сегодняшний день видим. Есть огромный потенциал по дальнейшему наращиванию объемов перевозок по этому коридору. С 2017 года функционирует Международная ассоциация Транскаспийского международного транспортного маршрута, куда вошли ряд стран, таких как Китай, Азербайджан, Грузия, Турция, Украина, Румыния и Польша. Учитывая возросший потенциал на сегодня, Австрия, Германия, Литва, Латвия, Эстония, Болгария, Венгрия также выражают большую заинтересованность в вступлении в данной ассоциации. В предыдущей панельной сессии было озвучено о том, что 25 ноября 2022 года в городе Актау состоялось большое мероприятие, где были подписаны ряд дорожных карт между Азербайджаном, Турцией, Грузией по развитию данного коридора и синхронному устранению узких мест, которые есть на сегодняшний день имеются по данному маршруту. Данная дорожная карта предусматривает устранение узких мест в течение среднесрочного периода, это 2022-2027 годы. По каждой территории страны предусматриваются различные мероприятия, которые насчитывают порядка 58 мероприятий. Они связаны как с устранением инфраструктурных барьеров, с развитием инфраструктурных объектов, так и с цифровизацией данного коридора, внедрению сквозных тарифов, упрощению административных процедур и совершенствованию нормативно-правовой базы. Казахстан, в свою очередь, уже приступил к реализации данной дорожной карты. Мы на сегодняшний день активно ведем работы по модернизации железнодорожной сети. С прошлого года ведется модернизация участка железной дороги Досток-Моинте, которая после завершения предполагает увеличение в 5 раз пропускной способности. Мы планируем в ближайшее время начать другие железнодорожные проекты, как обводная линия Алматы. Также мы будем вкладывать средства для модернизации портовой инфраструктуры, портов Актау, Курык. Также будем согласно данной дорожной карты, проводить различные дноуглубительные работы, а также внимание уделять на развитие складских помещений. И как до этого говорили, что Казахстан и Центральноазиатский регион должен быть не только транзитным регионом, он должен превратиться в транспортный хаб. Соответственно, будет предусматриваться привлечение инвестиций для создания различных транспортно-логистических комплексов. Благодаря определенной работе, которую мы провели с нашими странами-партнерами, нам удалось достичь снижения сроков доставки грузов по транскаспийскому международному транспортному маршруту. По сравнению с летом прошлого года мы, в принципе, значительно продвинулись. Мы сейчас хотим закрепить данный показатель, то есть сделать его устойчивым и стабильным, поскольку в первую очередь устойчивость, стабильность, а также второе — это сквозные тарифы делают маршрут наиболее респектабельным и, так сказать, потенциально успешным. Следующий слайд. Что касается по центральноазиатскому направлению, то у нас ежегодно на юге Казахстана пропускается порядка 30 миллионов тонн экспортных, импортных и транзитных грузов из Центральной Азии в Европу, Китай, в Россию и в обратном направлении. До 2025 года мы планируем реализовать проект Дарбаза-Мактарал. Это новая железнодорожная линия, которая в последующем обеспечит разгрузку нашего пункта пропуска на Сарагаче, а с созданием дополнительного участка железнодорожной линии Джизак-Иржарская и открытием дополнительного пункта пропуска на станции Иржарская, это на территории Узбекистана, то дополнительно нам позволится снизить и разгрузить значительно Ташкентский узел железных дорог. Этот проект на сегодняшний день актуален, по нашему взгляду, поскольку в свете предстоящего реализации трансафганского коридора Мазари-Шариф, Кабул-Пешавар. Также мы прорабатываем вопросы взаимовыгодного сотрудничества со странами Юго-Восточной Азии. Мы видим возможности для стран Юго-Восточной Азии по увеличению транзита товаров на европейские рынки и в страны Центральной Азии через казахстанско-китайский терминал в морском порту Ляньюньгань, сопряжение порта Ляньюньгань с портом Актау и развертывание транскаспийского международного маршрута окажет положительное влияние на торговлю в целом между Европой и Азией. Все указанные меры, они, конечно же, нашли отражение не только в подписанных дорожных картах между странами Азербайджан, Грузия, Турция, но в целом они предусматриваются в разработанной концепции развития транспортно-логистического потенциала до 2030 года, которая была принята буквально в конце прошлого года и утверждена. На сегодняшний день ведется активная реализация данной концепции. В рамках данной концепции также предусматривается программа контейнеризации грузов для максимального упрощения перевозок. В то время как транспорт становится все более мультимодальным и появляются новые возможности для улучшения существующих и развития новых евразийских транспортных сетей, мультимодальное сообщение Восток-Запад может сыграть важную роль в будущем, и это направление также является основным направлением в утвержденной концепции развития транзитно-транспортного потенциала. Помимо развития инфраструктуры железных дорог, в концепции предусматривается развитие и автомобильных грузовых перевозок. В целом у нас на сегодняшний день грузовые и автомобильные перевозки осуществляются 42 странами по, как я до этого сказал, 8 транзитным коридорам. У нас на сегодняшний день наблюдается значительный рост и в автомобильных перевозках по сравнению с 2021 годом. Для дальнейшего развития автомобильных перевозок мы развиваем, соответственно, дорожную инфраструктуру. В результате развития дорожной инфраструктуры на сегодняшний день состояние автомобильных дорог республиканского значения доведено до 91%. На местной сети этот показатель гораздо ниже. На сегодняшний день в целом по республике охват строительными работами по автомобильным дорогам составляет порядка 11 тысяч километров. Из них из этих 11 тысяч километров, 7 тысяч километров составляет это именно республиканская сеть. На сегодняшний день активно продолжается реализация проекта Кызылорда-Жезказган, а также в ближайшее время начнется новый участок, это от Караганды до Жезказгана. Данный маршрут обеспечивает выход стран Центральной Азии в северные направления, а также в западные направления. Здесь особо хочется отметить существующий международный транспортный коридор Трасека, куда как раз таки данный маршрут выходит, и по коридору Западная Европа, Западный Китай ведет маршрут далее в западные регионы. В рамках реализации данного маршрута Трасека на сегодняшний день продолжаются работы на участке от Актубе до Атырау. Согласно утвержденной концепции, мы хотим коридор Трасека значительно сократить, и, соответственно, в рамках предусмотренных концепций сроков будем начинать реализацию участка Бейнеу-Шалкар, как до этого предыдущий спикер показывал как раз таки на слайде. Именно там, где тот участок, где отсутствует автомобильное сообщение, но присутствует железнодорожное. В сфере гражданской авиации в настоящее время мы достигли, достигли и превзошли показатели допандемийных результатов. На сегодняшний день у нас выполняется 490 международных авиарейсов в неделю по 101 авиамаршруту. Сейчас мы наблюдаем рекордный рост пассажиропотока. Он составляет 11 миллионов пассажиров, и данный показатель является на 17% выше, чем показатель в 2021 году. Для дальнейшего роста данных показателей, а также привлечения грузовых авиаперевозок, большое внимание будет уделено развитию аэропортовой инфраструктуры. Так, в рамках концепции мы предусматриваем создание на базе аэропортов Астана, Алматы региональных транзитных узлов с упрощенными таможенными и пограничными режимами для развития грузового и пассажирского авиатранзита, а также сопутствующих сервисных услуг. В дальнейшем мы планируем развитие не только данных аэропортов, но и других аэропортовой инфраструктуры на территории всей страны. Для реализации инфраструктурных проектов и развития транспортного сектора мы заинтересованы в привлечении инвестиций, и в целом мы всегда открыты для всех инвесторов. Уважаемые участники форума, Казахстан создает все усилия и условия для развития инфраструктуры, для повышения скорости и качества транзитных перевозок между странами Центральной Азии и странами Европы. И в завершении хочу сказать, что данная площадка является как раз-таки основным инструментом и большой возможностью для дальнейшего наращивания и развития нашего транспортного потенциала среди наших стран. Всем хочу пожелать участия и поблагодарить за возможность выступить. Всем спасибо.
I would like to thank Vice Minister Mr. Almaty Deriso for your presentation and very interesting plans, what exactly your country is going to do. And I hope you would agree with me that what we have seen from the first presentation of the EBRD, as well as the second one, in my opinion, we have heard and seen is more than a transport network development, but it is looking more than very much as a new regional development plan, which is shaping up with a significant economical potential for entire region. So therefore, I think it is in all our interests to see beyond those presentations what physically could be done. With that said, we are moving now to the second part of this panel. And we really will have a panel, not only presentations. And I would like now to stage the panelists, take the seats, as I will approach them with questions. So those who recognize your names, please come to the stage and take your seats, as I will briefly introduce you one by one and ask you the questions So please come and take the seat. So don't be surprised that some of the places are empty. This is not for the ignorance, but of course we already heard Deputy Minister, Vice Minister in advance. So we have a very distinguished panel in front of us, and first of all I would like to introduce you to Minister of Transport of Latvia, Jānis Vinterbergs. Minister, welcome to Kazakhstan. Welcome to this economic forum. And I have a following question to you, what I would like to ask. For a very long time, Latvia is a very reliable partner of Central Asia, serving as a gateway between Central Asia and other European and global markets through your ports and other transport on logistic infrastructure. Taking into account the existing geopolitical challenges we are facing, how do you see the current and future role of Latvia ensuring the connectivity of Central Asia with the European Union? Minister, for you.
Yeah. Hello everyone. Hello dear colleagues. Thank you for presentations, and it's for me great pleasure to be here in this event. And it's not just an event and a big business forum, it's my first time in Kazakhstan. And I would like to say thank you for warm welcome and for organization this big event. And it was incredible how this country and all region grows and develops. And for me, it was like big surprise, and I really enjoy all hospitality here, and I tried kanina and everything, and but that's the different story. And the first when I saw that all the presentations, I wrote a couple remarks, couple thoughts, put them on a paper, and maybe in the beginning I just would like to say that Central Asia has been a partner for Europe and also for Latvia for a very long time. And we welcome to active dialogue and the regular exchange of high-level visits between the EU and Central Asia. And we are truly glad to see that Central Asia is also interested to deepen cooperation with the EU. And today's global reality has damaged our connectivity and made our cooperation very challenging. Transport is the most critical sector of our economies, and our future cooperation relies on our ability to make strong and safe supply chains between the European Union and Central Asia today. And it's not easy to find a new transport corridor, to new routes, and it takes a lot of time, and it takes a lot of money and other resources. And everyone saw the previous presentations about the new transport corridors, about the potential transport corridors, but unfortunately the capacity of those corridors at the moment is limited, and we have to use that infrastructure which already exists. And here I would like to mention infrastructure in Baltic states, in Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, about our railway network, our ports, and we have to use that corridors, and we have like historical cooperation with those corridors. And of course, of Latvia, cooperation with Central Asia and new connections with this region are definitely in our priority list. Cargo turnover between our countries is growing, and Latvian ports are actively providing cargo distribution services of bulk, liquid and general cargoes from Central Asia to Europe. Also, road carriers from Central Asia are actively using the route via Latvian ports to access Northern and Western Europe. We are actively cooperating with Central Asia and other in order to connect the Traseka corridor with the
Baltic states, including connection to Scandinavia and Western Europe with regular ferry lines. In Latvia, we have excellent opportunity for goods distribution and industrial business development. In Northern Europe, we have fast connection with all Baltic states and Scandinavia. We are ready to cooperate and create new sustainable trade transport corridors. I have come to Almaty together with the key players of Latvian transport and logistic industry. Here in the audience, I hope there are here, is my colleagues from the Latvian railway, Latvian ports, the business sector who are working in Latvian ports. Maybe you can raise your hands or make wave. Yeah, they are there. And they are big support for me as a minister here, and we had many discussions with the business sector, with the political level, and I feel that the interest to cooperate from the both sides, and I think that the previous year was really good for our cooperation in this region, but I think the next one will be the even better one. And I really believe that the potential for our cooperation is really huge, and I already mentioned about our ports. We have 3 big ports and 7 smaller ones, and every port is with some different kind of business structure and the directions how they are working. And I think that's the big advantage and big opportunity for this region entrepreneurs to achieve new markets. I mentioned Scandinavia or Western Europe, Germany. We already have the cargo ferry lines, and it's like a window for all world. And I would like in the final say one of the yesterday's panelists here in this forum use the time here to make more contacts, and it will make you more contracts in the future. Let's work together, let's help each other in these times, and let's do business together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister, for strong interest from Baltic part, cooperating with Central Asia as it has been done before, and looking forward for extending it. Now I think we can move to the other region of the European Union, and I would like to welcome Mr. Zdenko Lucic, State Secretary of Croatian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and European Affairs. Welcome. And I have a following question to you. Croatia is at the crossroads of several transport corridors over the land and sea, which requires really efficient multimodal connectivity framework that actually it functions. And based on Croatian experience, what is really required at regional level to ensure that any kind of multimodal system functions effectively? Secretary of State?
Thank you for your question. Indeed, Croatia is at the crossroads when we're talking about road and railroad infrastructure connecting North and South Europe, connecting Asia with Central and Western Europe. We even had the Orient Express passing through Croatia back in the days. We're on a Danube river corridor, and of course we're investing a lot into our international seaports in order to increase the absorption capacity, but also to export more to further markets. When we are talking about the planning of and what it takes for effective planning of transportation infrastructure and corridors, of course, we as the EU member state are consulting our EU partners, but we are not an island. We are also consulting other regions in Europe, and as you heard, partners in Asia in order to make transportation network more effective, to remove bottlenecks, and this will definitely improve our competitiveness, both European and Asian, and also increase or contribute to the economic development of continents. multimodal transportation, as we see in modern economy, in e-commerce, it's increasing in the relevance. For effective e-commerce and effective national economies, you need to have hard infrastructure in place in order to be able not just to receive but also to ship the goods you're producing. And this leads us to a next step, and the experience we had during COVID, the fact that you have to have strong supply and resilient supply chains. And what we see, and we saw that even before COVID, and now it's especially more important, in order, many multinational companies, in order to be present in the markets, they tend to do production closer to the markets they supply. The nearshoring trend was hard or was strong before the COVID, and after the COVID, we see the increasing importance of nearshoring. And therefore, countries and economies who wish to prosper, who wish to attract more foreign investments, need to invest in infrastructure in order to be closer to the market, to be ready to accept more foreign direct investments to the country in order to increase the country's competitiveness. For Croatia, we are investing a lot in our infrastructure, both through national funds, but also through EU funds that are available to us as EU member state, investing heavily in road infrastructure, investing heavily in modernization of railroads, airports, seaports, everything needed in order to increase our competitiveness, improve our transportation and business infrastructure. But also we are helping our region as well. So, for example, we invested in Western Balkans Investment Framework or Fund in order to support the construction of infrastructure in our wider region, and we will do so in the future. And as you heard from our colleagues from European Investment Bank, European Union is investing in other regions of the world. EIB is present in Central Asia with significant resources in order to support the investments in Asia. So regarding Croatia, our focus is to further improve and invest in sustainable mobility, invest in smart systems. We are adopting our legislation and investing in infrastructure to enable the traffic or enable autonomous vehicles. We have our own producers, the producer that partner with Porsche, Hyundai, and Kia, and is developing autonomous vehicles to supply the market in years to come. And at the end, in order to be efficient in developing modern transportation, you need planning, coordination with partners, sticking with the implementation, and of course, financial resources. And luckily, these days, we see that there is plenty of resources for investments in transportation network. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your remarks. And I think thinking about Central Asia, transport corridors, and economic development, two important points you mentioned is what features the economic development today is nearshoring, as well as taking into equation wider sense of supply chains, because all of that, I think, is also linked with the transport corridor. And corridors we discussed earlier, and we've seen them on the picture. Now let's move from Adriatic Sea to the Black Sea. And I have the privilege to welcome Julian Fota, State Secretary of Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Romania. Welcome. And I have a following question to you. Your country is a key partner on the Black Sea and Trans-Caspian route between Europe and Central Asia. And what are the Romanians' priorities and forward-looking actions regarding transport connectivity between Europe and Central Asia? State Secretary?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me express my appreciation to our Kazakh friends for the invitation. In fact, that's my second trip to the region and to Kazakhstan in less than 6 months. And I think that it's, coming so often to Central Asia, although it's a new reality for me, I think is a way to underline the importance of this region to Romania. And in fact, in Bucharest, for the moment, we are doing our best on a bilateral way, but also on the multilateral way, to adapt to very important geopolitical transformations. The first geopolitical transformation that's relevant mainly for Europe is to see that center of gravity in Europe is moving towards east. And that's, first of all, due to the Russian aggression on Ukraine. Unfortunately, you mentioned that Romania is a country from the Black Sea. Black Sea has been transformed in a war zone, and we do our best, on the one hand, to manage the situation, on the other hand, to preserve some hopes for the future, because we still believe that Black Sea could be also an area of trade and commerce, as our hopes were, some years ago. On the other hand, Black Sea is not only an area of war. There are also some opportunities in the Black Sea. And here, I come closer to our subject. Romania deeply believes that European Union, and do our best to assist, to convince, to European Union to pay more attention, to these regions of strategic importance for us, South Caucasus and Central Asia. Romania is perfectly located, not only to develop links with these two regions, but also to understand the need for economic development and modernization in these two regions, because we had a lot of similar changes, in the past to face, and with the support and assistance from our European Union friends, we were able to improve our standard of life and to encourage our economic development. I believe that the second important geopolitical evolution which we see today is the movement of the global economic center of gravity, from North Atlantic, as it was the case for many, many years, towards Asia. And the analysts, in a very symbolic way, they are saying that today this global economic center of gravity, it is located somewhere, or in Kazakhstan. And that's, I think, the result of the very impressive economic growth of Asia in the last 20 years. Romania now, if I have to refer, to concrete projects, first of all, we try to develop our connectivity, with Central Asia, especially by our cooperation, with our friends from Turkmenistan, Georgia, and in Azerbaijan, trying to develop, sea road rail intermodal transport route between the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea. I think that could be an important contribution, to the success of the Middle Corridor, and I want to say that Romania continues to be a big supporter of this project. We believe that Middle Corridor, it is a chance for economic development for us all. This project, which is focused on transport routes, we link the Turkmenbashi port in Turkmenistan with the Baku port, in Azerbaijan, and by Batumi and port in Georgia, we will have a connection with the Romanian port of Constanța. And I want to underline here that Romania owns the largest and the biggest port in the Black Sea. And we have also the advantage, the Danube has been already mentioned by my friend from Croatia, that we have also the Danube, which is an easy way, and a cheap way to connect, first of all, Black Sea with Central Europe and the southern part of Western Europe. And I think that the importance of the Danube has been underlined recently also by this unfortunate events in Ukraine. In fact, using our harbors on the Danube, Ukrainian friends were able to export when, especially at the beginning of the conflict, they had no access, on their harbors in the Black Sea. On the other hand, we are focused not only on transport routes, we also try to develop connectivity in our region, and recently we signed an agreement with Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Hungary to develop what we call energy connectivity. So together we will build undersea cable, for connecting, the South Caucasus area with Eastern Europe, and in this way to let countries in the South Caucasus area to export energy, And finally, we also have very clear intention to develop also digital connectivity between Europe and Central Asia. And also on this aspect, we are working very closely with friends from, and for this stage, from South Caucasus. But our intention is this digital connectivity to be later on extended also to Central Asia. So we really hope that on medium and long term, these efforts, will provide benefits to all sides involved, and we will understand all together, how important connectivity is for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, State Secretary. And I think your point is very strong that there is a lot to be done in Central Asia. However, I think to a large extent, success of Central Asia corridor lies also on strong developments of transport infrastructure in Caucasian region, and of course beyond then across the Black Sea towards Romania and European Union. And from the Black Sea, we go back to Baltic Sea. And I would like to introduce Mrs. Nina Vaskunlanti, Under-Secretary of State of International Trade of Finland. Welcome. And I have a following question to you, Nina. The geopolitical context following Russia's invasion of Ukraine has been challenging for many public and private actors in trade and transport sector. What is Finland's vision of international transport connections that would allow us to retain active trade with our partners in Central Asia while sticking to European geopolitical priorities? Nina.
Thank you very much. Not a very easy question, but a fantastic question. First of all, thank you for having been invited to the panel, and thank you to our Kazakh hosts having us here. It's not my first time here. I started coming to Central Asia already in late 1990s. And I have covered all 5 countries since then with sort of 10 years in between. First late 1990s, then end of 2010, 2012, and now again 2023. And that has been a fascinating trip as well, because I have seen what has happened in these 20-odd years. At the moment, I feel quite optimistic, in particular after having heard the presentation today on the connectivity, after having heard of the multiple agreements that have been signed between various countries. We are now in a fairly challenging geopolitical situation. Trade and connectivity are very much in the core of that situation. And we are in a situation where resilience needs to be enhanced, and that means that we have to diversify our routes. We have to diversify our trading routes. I've been hearing about the Caspian Transport Corridor, or the Middle Corridor, as I said, for quite a long time. And I repeat, now I feel optimistic, because I think some very concrete steps have been taken and will be taken. We need to find alternatives. We are in a situation that Russia has illegally and unprovoked aggressed Ukraine. That has put also our transport routes in a new situation. And I repeat, we have to be resilient and we need to diversify. We are also in the situation where the trade is increasing. We will look at the latest results or study of the OECD. Trade is recovering all around the world, in this part, also transatlantic, in Southeast Asia. That means that we need to have ways and means to transport the goods and to assure a smooth way of transport. It is in your strategic interest, It is our strategic interest that we develop this route and we get rid of the bottlenecks. There are still many of them, we have to be honest. The ancient Silk Road functioned, and I think now we're in a situation that we could get the new routes and roads functioning, connecting Central Asia to Europe and to the rest of the world. It needs will, it needs enormous amount of political will and trust to make it happen. It means that the regions, the countries need to work together. It is not always easy. Finland has been a member of the European Union since 1995. I've been dealing with the EU for 11 years of my life, living in Brussels. I know how complicated it can be, but I know there are results in the end. So it's worth thriving, it's worth trying, it's worth sort of having the fights when you have a joint goal, which is to make something work. And now I think we are in the situation that we need to make the Trans-Caspian route work for all of us. We have to make sure that the whole chain works. It means, it has been presented here already today, roads, ports, railroads, ferries, handling capacity, you name it. It all has to be smooth. Otherwise, time is lost, money is lost, efficiency is lost. It means a regulatory framework that functions. It means that famous phytosanitary requirements are finally, identical, equal in every single country. European Union can give you good advice on that, and we are pretty good with technical assistance as well, by the way. It means it needs good governance, it needs trust, once again. Customs or the border controls should be a service, not an impediment. Service, not an impediment. That means that they have to be well-regulated, well-serviced, corruption-less, and in the best case, digitalized. Digitalize, create a chain that you can follow. So I think we still have a lot to do, but this is not at all hopeless. It will cost money, but if there's a will, there is a way. And I liked very much the quotation by Odile Rousseau from the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development. If you do that in the old way, you get the same old results. So let's move beyond that and do something different. And I think maybe, moderator, you also referred to that, and is that the whole chain has to work. It's not enough if port in one country works, if it doesn't work in the other country, if there's something missing in between, if there aren't locomotives to take the ferries, to take the cargo or the containers, if there aren't enough ferry routes, if there isn't enough capacity in the ports, it doesn't help. Then you have the containers lying somewhere for 25 days. Costs money once again. So every single bit on the way has to function. And but as I said, I think we are on a very good way at the moment. The future looks bright, and I think now it's the moment to act, to create a sustainable connectivity, and that brings prosperity and well-being for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina, for your points, and I think you raised some very interesting elements which we need to take into account. Political will, I think, first of all in Central Asia, but also well beyond. What is really high on the agenda for everyone. Mutual trust, again, creating new partnerships and bringing forward that trust to something palatable, which then could lead to the actions. And I really like your point that you feel optimism in the air. So therefore, I think we need to breathe in that air and try to do something good in given moment. Now I move to the next panelist, and that is Mrs. Tabea Klang, Managing Director of Deutsche Bahn Cargo Eurasia. Tabea, welcome. And as we know, private sector in transport and logistics plays a very crucial role to boost global connectivity far beyond Central Asia. What can private firms and operators concretely do to advance connectivity agenda in Central Asia? Tabea?
Yeah, thank you very much. So first of all, thank you very much for having me today on this panel. I have not written this very impressive EBRD study, so thank you very much for that and congratulations on a very interesting and good work. But what I can contribute to this panel, I think, is some insights and some experiences from everyday work. We are really on the ground with DB, Deutsche Bahn, and organizing container transportation from Central Asia, but also actually from China to Europe and from Europe backwards. So my goal is to make you understand what is important for private companies, what is important for logistics, what do we sell when we sell logistics, and what does that mean in our, from our perspective for the middle corridor. So first of all, a quick overview of what Deutsche Bahn is doing here, because you think railway is maybe such a national business, so what are we doing in Central Asia and even further? So we believe that the backbone of trade and the backbone of trade enhancement is good supply chains. And obviously for a lot of European companies, but also Central Asian and Asian companies, Europe is an important market and vice versa. So in the end, I know that a lot of you are working on trade facilitation and trade enhancement, but in order to make all those project works, the most important thing is the backbone, is the supply chain. It's really moving things from A to B. And obviously, I would also like to extend our gratitude to our Kazakh partners and friends from the Kazakh railways. We have been in this region doing or shipping containers from Asia to Europe for the past 15 years, and we could have obviously not done that without our Kazakh partners. And so the second reason why we do this business is because we think that it is important how we transport our cargo, how we transport our goods today, and this is something we can influence. There's a lot of talks going on about decarbonization in public transportation, in how we travel as people, but there's not so much talks going on about how we actually move goods in a climate-friendly way and how we do that across borders and sometimes even across continents. I agree on the fact that there is some movements also in terms of nearshoring, but I would also say that that is some, but there's also things in Europe, for example, that prevent us, from reshoring or nearshoring all the production that we have in Asia. Just as an example, my phone has components of, I think, more than 28 countries. And I think that, in Europe, we don't even have the workforce to reshore all of that production back. So supply chains, environmentally, climate-friendly supply chains are the backbone for this trade to happen. And so why do we think that railway should play a key role in this? And there's basically three reasons. Reason number one is what I've already tackled, is climate, is environmentally friendliness. Rail is one of the most environmentally friendly transports. I think a lot of people in this room would agree with me. So to give you an example, when you transport one container by rail instead of transporting it by air freight, for example, you save automatically 95% of CO2. If you transport a container by rail instead of transporting it by truck, you save 80% of CO2. Knowing that the vast majority of cargo still leaves Central Asia by road, we see a great potential there. So number one is environment. Number two is resilience. Logistics companies and manufacturers, they don't like to put all eggs into one basket. So as it has been said, we need alternatives in terms of routings, but we also need alternatives in terms of modes of transport. And that railway plays a very, very important role. 12 years ago, volcano eruption, no air cargo transportation has been possible. I think you all remember the blockade of the cargo ship in the Suez Canal, the pandemic, ports have been closed, things like that. And we still, in Europe, rely, I mean, both Central Asia as well, obviously, but we rely also in these cases on functioning supply chains. And the third aspect that is very important for private sector and also for logistics companies is time, is lead time. Why is that so important? Because the faster you get your goods, the less you have to have in your warehouse, which obviously, makes things less costly. Now we live in a times of, raising interest rates. That is also important. Less time your cargo spends on a vessel or on a train or on a truck or whatever, it gets less expensive for you. That is especially also true for high cargo value, and also for smaller companies who might not have the financial capacity to advance money. Just to give you an example. The example I'm going to cite is now from a transport that we're doing between Europe and China, but it works equally well for other regions as well. It's for a well-known French cosmetic brand that actually has an entire train of cargo that is running from France to China, and a delay of 1 day costs approximately, when you combine all of those things, $500,000. So time is extremely important. And the third one is obviously if you have seasonal cargo or other types of cargo that time means less risk and also increases your shelf time. Every product has a shelf time, so the less time it spends in transport, the more shelf time it has. Coming back to Central Asia and to transporting cargo between Central Asia and Europe, I think it's important to understand also the mechanisms, and then I will draw my conclusion, how the Northern Corridor works. So when I say, today there's a market lead time between the Kazakh-Chinese border, which is Dustik. Let's take Dustik as an example. Going to Duisburg in Western Germany, it's about 12 days. That's 6,000 to 8,000 kilometers. The cargo crosses 6 time zones, so it's an extremely complex process, but it's a process that is set up today and it works very well. You also have different gauges, meaning that in the CIS countries you have 1520, so meaning the infrastructure is approximately by this larger than in Europe. And also, obviously, you could have a broad network that you can rely on in railway and that you can use. So from all of what I said, I'm going to try to do it in EBRD fashion and also formulate, 3 of private sector recommendations, because I would also say we are optimistic about the middle corridor, but the truth is that it is not yet competitive. In terms of time and in terms of price. And those are the 2 factors that will ultimately make the difference, time and price. So we need to obviously increase the capacity, as my colleague from Finland has said it. We need to do it in a coordinated way, because there's no reason to have a gigantic port and then have no locomotives on the other side or something like that. Just to put the figures also into perspective, we've been speaking about 18,000 TEUs in 2022. You all remember the gigantic vessel, that got stuck in the Suez Canal and then went crazy. 18,000 TEUs is 2/3 of that vessel. China has exported via Kazakhstan, transited last year in 2022, 1.5 million TEUs. Just to tell you that is a lot of potential. The second thing I think is needed is, as you also mentioned it, a coordinating body, but also a coordinating body. The main thing that this coordinating body needs to have is shareholders of all the main stakeholders that are on the middle corridor, and I'm absolutely sure it needs to have a commercial interest, because that will ensure that the organization or the whatever, you know, then legal entity it will be needs to, it has an own interest in developing this. So coordinating body, yes, but it has to have a commercial interest, for sure. And the third one is price stability. You've also been talking about tariffs. So logistics, I've been sitting there and thinking, you know, we can live with paperwork. We can rather live with paperwork. I'm not saying that, you know, things shouldn't be digitalized, but what we cannot live is uncertainty. So you need somebody who has an open, maybe this coordinating body, an open price system. You have to have stable tariffs on a quarterly, 6 months, yearly basis, because that is what operators like us rely on. That's what logistics companies rely on. That's what ultimately the private manufacturers rely on. So this kind of transparent, open, and consistent pricing is very, very crucial. So yeah, I hope I could give you a very brief look into the private sector view. Yes, we're positive, but it's at the moment, unfortunately, not yet competitive from our point of view. But you know, I think I can say that Deutsche Bahn is one of the most experienced railways also internationally. So we are here, we are ready to discuss, and we are ready to play our part in it. Thank you.
Tabea, thank you very much for a very realistic picture, as Deutsche Bahn is operating here not for one day or week, but for 15 years already. I think you raised very important point, which is decarbonization and environmental aspects, which I think in the future in transport sector globally will play more and more important role. You are the second in the panel who feel optimism about it, so therefore that reassures me, and at the same time still a few things to work, as we need to address the issues of the competitiveness, but something to work on. We come back almost there where we started, and I'm back to Christoph, to EBRD. On the basis of the study, and you know it very well as you have been involved in this work personally, how would you describe the priority list of EBRD actions to support Central Asia improving its trade and infrastructure connectivity? Christoph.
Peteris, thank you very much. And I would now stand up and volunteer to be number 3 of the people who are optimistic. I think that it's really an age of opportunity that has begun for Central Asia, and regional cooperation is really a key driver of that. And over the past 6 years or so, the level of regional cooperation has increased so much that it's very encouraging, very encouraging. So I'm really quite optimistic, like Nina and Tabea, who also saw quite a bit of potential. And we as EBRD, we want to, of course, support that. And through both elements we mentioned in the study, hard infrastructure and soft measures. So let me give you a few specific priorities along these 2 dimensions. First, on hard infrastructure, what we can do is we can provide sovereign financing, we can work with state-owned enterprises, we can work and support PPPs, and we can work with the private sector companies. So, one example for each. On sovereign projects, I just want to flag one project that Vice Minister Idrisov has already mentioned at the outset, and features very prominently in our study as well. It's the missing link, the road connection Shalkar-Bainau. That is one project that we're discussing with the Kazakh authorities, and we would look at that as a road project to be delivered in very high standards, to be future-proof, to be climate resilient, and to be EV ready, electric vehicle ready. So that's one project on the sovereign side. We're working with state-owned enterprises here. Let me highlight our work in the railway sector. We're working here in Kazakhstan with KTG, with the Kazakh Railways. I want to highlight one project we have signed in the Kyrgyz Republic last year, a smaller project, but small but very important, again, for climate resilience, really an adaptation project that supports the Kyrgyz railway network and prevents landslides and rock slides effectively from interfering with the network. Small important project in the Kyrgyz Republic. On PPPs, back to Kazakhstan and to, in fact, to Almaty. In June, Bakat will be opened. Bakat is the southern ring road around Almaty, 66 kilometers. A PPP, the largest PPP in Central Asia, was very complex to structure, but now the private sector developers are delivering this project ahead of schedule and will have big impact here for congestion. It will reduce congestion, it will increase traffic times, it will reduce pollution, it will reduce noise as well. A very, very good project that shows really also the power of bringing the private sector into these big infrastructure projects. Directly with the private sector, what we are looking at, it's also a priority in the study, is to work with private operators to finance warehouses, logistics centers, a big priority for a number of countries, and we stand ready to support that, and we are already doing that in the private sector. Now, briefly, two soft measures that are important. One is digitalization. Digitalization is a key enabler for development, and it is so also in the transport sector, as we have seen. Digitizing traffic documents are super important, and is something that we are looking at across many countries as well, across the regions. And finally, public-private partnerships and creating the frameworks for public-private partnerships is an important priority in the region. Let me here highlight the work we have been doing in Uzbekistan, where we have within also maybe a time of only 6 years, where the country has so much developed the PPP framework and has developed the first PPPs, particularly in the renewable energy sector. Now is the opportunity to transform that to other sectors, including to the transport sector, including also to the very important connection between Tashkent and Samarkand. So that's just a brief overview of priorities we are working on. And maybe, if I may, I would like to immediately adapt a trick I have learned from Minister Yanis Wittenbergs, and I would like to ask our EBRD colleagues in the room to raise their hand for any follow-up discussions over the reception. Hands up. Thank you very much, colleagues, and thank you very much, Peteris.
Christoph, thank you very much for joining the Optimists Club and at the same time also demonstrating and indicating that there is a work beyond the presentation, that actually there are concrete things which are linked with the Kazakh government initiatives, and the concrete projects are developing. I think that is also encouraging and adds to the overall optimistic. This panel, we started with Maya, and actually we will conclude with Maya. That was initial scenario. So Maya, I wanted to ask you, following that, development of transport networks and corridors has been on the EU's agenda for many decades, and how could this experience be used to assist the governments of Central Asia in their own journey for more efficient, fast and modern transport infrastructure? Maya.
Thank you, Peteris, and indeed we made a full circle. So I'm fully aware of the timing. I'll try to be very short. Indeed, with our trans-European transport networks that have been developed over 30 years, It is, however, still work in process, and the core network will be finalized by 2030, and then the entire network in Europe by 2050. But we see that it is an approach that works. We see the strong internal market in Europe, which is really sustained by this functional and real connectivity that functions. The networks are coherent, they are interoperable, and they certainly benefit all. They're based on rules and principles. We jointly with the member states develop projects of common interest, in particular when it comes to cross-border. And again, was also discussed here today, they really share the same standards for entire network, standards on interoperability, on safety, on security. And this is why we really wanted to bring this study, to put it on the table. It has followed the same TEN-T approach. It is looking at network of connections, at hard infrastructure, crucially, and really you saw in the presentation how a lot of work was put also into soft connectivity. It was mentioned, I think, by Tabea before, indeed, the CO2 emissions, and I do slightly disagree. We actually absolutely look at them. We have the financing instrument Connecting Europe facility for the TEN-T networks. 80% of investment from Connecting Europe facility is actually directed at rail, which is, of course, the most sustainable mode. So indeed, this is crucial. We are more than happy to share our TEN-T experience, to help share this experience on how to really build sustainable regional network connections. We heard today, when you look at this region, we have capacity constraints, we have, in some cases, poor state of the network, poor connectivity. There's sometimes a lack of fair and transparent access to infrastructure, limited interoperability. I mean, to be fair, of course, we also are faced with some of these elements, certainly in Europe. It's not that anybody is immune, but let's share the experiences and let's see what can be done to improve. What is also important, and I think we just heard colleagues from Latvia, from Finland, from Croatia, from Romania. I mean, these are EU member states who are well interconnected, who work together, who decide jointly on priorities. We have a major European project of Rail Baltica, but here you have 3, and then if you count in Poland and Finland, actually 5 member states really working together. And it's not always easy, for sure, but at the end of the day, we develop and work on the same priorities. So really, I will stop here. Absolutely happy to continue with the sharing of the experience following this first presentation today of the study. As was mentioned, we are looking forward in the next few months to the publication, and then the work will only begin. We believe we will all stay engaged, we will listen to you, and certainly make sure that there is better connectivity within Central Asia, but then also between Central Asia and Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya, for that. I do promise that I will not be long in concluding. First of all, what I think we have heard and what we need to take away from this panel as well as from the Economic Forum, that there is a very optimistic interest of EU member states, a very optimistic view of banks, and very optimistic view of the private sector. And I do believe that that is very powerful alignment of very important players, that this project, very complex project, could advance. And let's not fool ourselves, this is not a project of a day, a year, but probably the project of the several decades. So therefore, something optimistic to work on, and a lot of energy will be required into this. Secondly, I would like to thank the audience for resilience. So it was quite long, so thank you very much. that was applause on behalf of the panelists towards you. So thank you for that. But one more point, I would like to thank also the EBRD for very substantial presentation and all the panelists for valuable contributions. But before you go, I would like to repeat what has been said today already by Executive Vice President Valdis Dombrovskis earlier in the plenary session, that our engagement on transport and trade connectivity did not stop here. So the European Commission prepares the next step. We are ready to engage in that, as we will host later this year investors conference to advance agenda on soft as well as the hard infrastructure projects across Central Asia as presented today. So this is our aim, this is our commitment that we will host this conference. Stay tuned and count on continued commitment from the Commission side, engaging with EU member states, with the governments of Central Asia, with banks, with governments, international financial institutions, and of course with the private sector, as all those players have significant ways to advance this project for successful completion. Many thanks to the panelists, and I complete this panel, and thank you very much for resilience once again. And I hand over to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Utbus. Thank you very much to your speakers. Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. On behalf of the European Union, the OECD and the ITC, I would like to sincerely thank you all for what has been a truly excellent and illuminating set of discussions. Before we stop for the day, and I am aware I'm standing between you and a well-deserved rest, I would like to take a few seconds just to thank the wonderful interpreters, the hotel staff, and colleagues in the government of Kazakhstan, the EU, the OECD, and the ITC for all their work in making the second EU Central Asia Forum such a success. With that said, it is my greatest pleasure to call our meeting to an end and invite you all for some refreshments. If you are able to, please join us at the farewell reception, which will continue from now on until 2030. Thank you very much. Have a blessed evening.
Электронный вариант слайда возьми. Эти. Да.
Значит, меня зовут Майка, я вообще-то сейчас я в России, но мы открываем в Алматы фирму, называется и в Азии электроцентр. Мы хотим заняться экологически чистым транспортом, то есть электромобилем. Значит, организовать в Алматы инфраструктуру. Сначала в Алматы, а потом там. Значит, привести сюда зарядное устройство, сеть зарядного тела, привести электромобили, чтобы Алмата очистилась.
Давайте, мы только за. Мы поддержим.
Можно вашу визитку?
Да, сейчас вот помощник у меня есть.